All right. Well, we're here at Conversations on a Bench. We're closing in at 3 a.m. So time's passing by. We're definitely feeling it. Been interesting to be out here at night. We have had quite a few cats that have come through the set here. Neighborhood cats. A couple of them got a piece of pizza, took it on their way. We had a squirrel come up to the bench, and a lot of conversation here. And so just quite an experience to be up 24 hours, hoping to raise awareness by staying awake for 24 hours and live streaming to raise awareness about the issue of homelessness, the underlying issues of homelessness, talking about developing a heart of compassion for those who struggle through this situation, and addressing stereotypes and the stigma that comes with it. Earlier, someone said to me that they didn't really let people know that they were homeless because, there was some embarrassment that came with that, the stigma. And so hopefully through Conversations on a Bench, it's just a time to listen, learn more about what's going on, learn about Crossroads and the ministry of Crossroads, and the process that we're helping people to go through. It's a healing process. It's a process that takes time, and it is a process where we're doing what the Bible's called us to do, and that's to bear one another's burdens and to be a witness and a testimony to others in one of the most difficult times of their life, and to encourage them. It's been really exciting to hear stories of people who've been able to overcome and to conquer these issues in their life and to move forward with their life, and to hear from people who work at Crossroads as well, listening to their hearts. It takes a lot to be somebody who gives your life to serving at a place like Crossroads. I'm really proud of our staff. We have a great team of people who are dedicated to the work. It's not sometimes a gratifying job, sometimes it's very draining, and yet they show up to work daily. They give their hearts and their lives to service, and just really proud of our team. I was looking for people who would come on in the night. You don't find too many volunteers who will come on at 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. It's 2:46 right now. And one of the people that I came across was Sean, who said, yeah, I get up about 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd be happy to come on the live stream, sit on the bench and have a conversation. So Sean, thanks for coming out.
You're welcome.
Being with us this morning. First of all, what are you doing getting up at 2 a.m.?
Insomnia.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know too many people that are up at that time in the morning, and I just thought it'd be really interesting to hear your story. I mean, here you are at Crossroads. What brought you to Crossroads?
An argument with my wife, and I just couldn't spend all the money on hotels with my medical going on, and I'm trying to work it out with her the best I can.
And you got quite a few medical issues that you're trying to work through.
Yeah, I have to have surgery, so.
Okay. Hip replacement, is that what you said?
Yep.
So yeah, that's coming up here soon.
28.
Oh yeah.
And then they'll both match.
Then they'll both match good. Then you can walk a straight line, right?
I hope so.
Yeah. So coming to Crossroads, how long have you been here?
About 3 months.
Yeah, 3 months. It's a bit of a stint here, and I guess coming to Crossroads, when you first came, what was that like?
Shocking. I used to work at a shelter in downtown Denver, and it was nothing like this.
Okay. Was that Denver Rescue Mission, or?
Step 13.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And when I was with the fire department, we were always over at the Denver Rescue Mission.
Okay. I didn't know you were a fireman. Is that what you were? You were a fireman? Yeah. So, well, that's something I learned new about you there, and maybe that's how you wore out your hip, huh?
Yeah, I'd give it that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I've heard a lot about that tonight, that people who come here say that staying at Crossroads is a different experience, or even different than what they thought it would be, different than what they've experienced if they've been in another homeless shelter. And so, uh, what is it that you find that's different here?
If I there's you're not UA'd and breathalyzed every time you come in, even if you just open the door.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of trust.
Yeah.
From the staff and a lot of caregiving. Excuse me. My caseworker is great. She's setting a lot of stuff up and getting it switched over so I can go back to work and
Yeah.
get everything done that I probably couldn't do on my own.
Uh-huh. Is that things like getting a hold of the doctor and setting up appointments and stuff like that?
My doctor's on my speed dial.
No? Okay, yeah. What types of things are you working on with your case manager?
Renewing my license, getting a social security card because my wife's got mine and hasn't surrendered it yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so just kind of getting those basic needs met.
Yeah, and then making sure I'm not out trying to run a marathon.
Okay, yeah. That's important. So, you feel like Crossroads is a safe place to be for this time?
Yes, very.
Yeah, that's good. It's important to have a place where you feel safe, right? And how about what other aspects of being here at the ministry have been helpful for you?
Coming out of my shell a little more with people because I'm the quiet one.
Mm-hmm.
So getting to know people or having a conversation has always been hard. So I've been working on that a lot.
Yeah.
And my church has been helping out a lot too. They come down and see me, and
Yeah, very good.
they've been a big support.
Yeah.
So it's my family, and
Well, good, yeah. At Crossroads we kind of have a day structure too, right? It's not just some people think about a homeless shelter as maybe just a place where people go, they don't have anything to do and they can kind of lay around for the day, but pretty busy place around here, right?
yeah,
Kind of some hustle and bustle every day.
3 hours every night.
3 hours every night? What do you do for 3 hours?
The kitchen.
Working in the kitchen. Yeah, what part of working in the kitchen do you do?
Whatever needs done.
Uh-huh. There's a lot of dishes to do, I'm sure.
Somebody else does that.
Okay, prepping food.
That I can do.
I think I saw you the other day in front of a huge pot of chili.
Yeah, I didn't make that. That was Daniel.
Uh-huh.
So credit goes to him.
Okay.
It was pretty good. I thought it was a little spicy.
Did you? Yeah. That's quite a chore, cooking for, I don't know, 60 to 70 people a night.
Mhm.
It gets busier at the mission. It could be up to 100 people a night. And so that takes a lot of food, a lot of time, and a lot of effort to prep for that.
And it's organized and down to timing, and which you guys got perfect.
Yeah, that's really great to see how that all works out. And something that amazes me, we talk about food and prepping the meals and stuff. That wouldn't happen without the people who are in our program here and guests in the program. If they wouldn't be involved, it wouldn't get prepped, right?
Probably not.
Yeah, and so to me that's pretty incredible. We talked earlier when I had another guest on that there's no way we could hire enough people to do all the work that it takes to run a mission like this every day. And that's a neat part of our program, is getting people involved, participants in the program involved in various aspects. You working in the kitchen, I know that somebody is probably assigned to do laundry, right?
Yep.
People assigned to do janitorial work and lawn care, and ride in a truck to go help pick up donations. Or all sorts of things happen day in and day out.
Yeah, it's never the same.
Yeah, yep. We've been talking too just about the day structure. There's also classes in the afternoon, and of course you mentioned meeting with your case manager, but do you find that your time is well used while you're here?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
I'm not worried about people stealing my meds. All the staff knows you by name.
Yeah.
I don't have a memory like that.
Sure. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Takes me a few times to remember a name, especially this time of the morning. Be lucky to remember my own name. But you kind of talk about medications. A lot of people might not be aware of our system at Crossroads, that we don't allow our clients to take medications into their rooms and to have that on their own. A lot of it has to do with the fact that many people who come to Crossroads do have addiction issues, and so keeping that under control, not sharing that with other people, not selling their medications.
Yeah.
Also, from a health perspective, is helping people to stay on track with their medications too, that they are taking them, and that's very important, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So yours, obviously, you were telling me that you have hip issues and knee issues, and so you get some pain medications that you stay on, and
Yeah.
but for other people, it might be very different. I know we have a lot of people that struggle with mental health issues.
I got a few and
Yeah.
take some meds for that.
Yeah, so is that helpful to have someone that helps keep track of your medications?
Yes, that's been my worst downfall for years.
Okay, staying on your medication.
At just regular times I'm supposed to.
Oh yeah. So we have that structure in place. You come up and somebody gets your medications out so you can take them, and they record that, right?
Yep.
It just kind of makes for a nice structure.
I think so, and coming from fire department standpoint, even though they are very great around here, and around the corner, somebody getting a med that they don't know what is, or somebody says what it does, and it can cause some bad health problems.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen a lot of people who come in, homeless people from the streets that have tons of medications, and over a period of time they haven't kept them in their pill bottle, and they kind of got them mixed up and stuff, and not knowing what they're on or how much they should take. And what I've noticed, once they get here and we get that all sorted out, it seems like they become very stable.
And I noticed that because one of the ones I'm on, I'll take it and I'll just start feeling good. It'll get to a therapeutic level, and then I don't think I need it, and then it's just restarting over the process.
Yeah, it's very common. I've seen that a lot too with people at Crossroads, and it's just I think a privilege on the part of our staff to help people stay stable and stay healthy. And part of that is medication. A part of it is a sense of belonging, right?
Yeah.
A community that you get to be a part of here. And, like you said, being able to have conversations with others, feel like you have friendship. From my perspective, it even seems like some of these people become family in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had that experience?
Almost.
Yeah. That's great. It's kind of a camaraderie, right?
Yeah.
Guys working together to make sure everything happens, and even ladies getting involved in the kitchen and different places. Make sure all that work happens day in and day out.
And it's never the same.
Yeah.
But it all works out the same.
Yeah.
Good.
That's right. Yeah.
And that's a good thing for you guys. There's less stress.
Mm-hmm.
And, you guys aren't, like, running around and having to babysit and hit somebody with a boat paddle or anything, so.
Yeah, that's good. Glad we're not hitting anybody. Yeah, but, I think that's a good point. If our staff, obviously it does take staff to run the mission, and it's important for us to have staff around. We have staff 24 hours a day. We're going to hear from David here in a bit, who provides overnight security for us at the mission. So certainly staffing is important, but there is a aspect of the ministry that I think is very important, and that is that the guests that live here, you guys know what needs to happen day in and day out, and you're exactly right. We don't have to babysit in that sense to make sure that it happens, because everybody has their routine, everybody has their job, and it just makes things run smoothly.
For some, it's kind of like their first job, maybe being sober, or that's a job in itself too.
Yeah.
And and I used to do this kind of drug or that, and it's like I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I used to do this kind of things, and I quit.
Yeah.
If you want to quit, you'll quit.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, that's something you brought up about even first jobs. I've noticed over the years in ministry here that there's a number of young men and young women who come out of the house. I've even seen parents that bring people to Crossroads, young people, and say, you know what, they're not going to live in the basement, play video games anymore. It's time for them to get on their feet. And I guess I never really thought about that. In some ways, what they do at Crossroads is their first job.
It's playing video games.
And their first job at Crossroads is the responsibility given to them. Maybe it's to clean a toilet. Maybe it's start making your bed, right?
Yeah.
But things like that. And I think in that way, we're kind of a training ground for.
Yeah, I need all the help I can get there. I got 5 dogs, so
Yeah.
I can never make a straight bed.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. So, well, Sean, I appreciate you coming out again. You know, very early in the morning here.
No problem.
I don't want to keep you out in the cold too long. It's starting to get a little bit more chilly out here, even just in the time that we've been here.
Yeah.
So.
Back to the desert.
Yeah, right. What, for sort of the general public listening in, what message would you have for people about your experience at Crossroads?
Don't be afraid to ask for help.
Oh, yeah. I think that's an important message. There are people in the community that do need help, and they don't have to fear it. They don't have to. It's a great place to be. And so, good message. I appreciate that. You have a good night.
You too, sir.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Thanks. I'm going to give you this because I don't know how
Okay. All right, well, it's good to hear from Sean, hear a little bit about his story and be involved at the mission. And he's just been a tremendous help at the mission, both in the kitchen and stuff. And we're going to go back to an interview that we had earlier with a gentleman named Sonny Burney, who came and talked about his journey in life, testimony of being involved in drug life and living far from the Lord, but how God met him even through his struggles, through a person that told him about Christ, and how he came to a point in his life where he wanted to change, but he knew he couldn't do it without Christ, and how he came to Crossroads and received help. And so please join us as we revisit that conversation with Sonny. All right, we're back to Conversations on a Bench in Hastings in front of Crossroads, a 24-hour live stream conversation talking about homelessness and issues of homelessness, hearing testimonies from people who've been able to overcome, hearing testimonies from people who are in the thick of it all, and trying to work through the things that they're facing in life. We've heard from South Central Behavioral, we've heard from local ministers, and it's been a lot of good conversation. Now I'm hanging out with 2 of the roughest guys in Hastings, Nebraska right here.
For sure.
But this is my son Noah, and Noah came to bring me some supper tonight before night falls, and he has to go to bed. Noah, tell him how old you are.
I'm 7.
7. Where do you go to school?
Hastings Christian School.
All right, good. And so Noah wanted to be on the live stream, and he wants to share something that he memorized.
John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he sent his one and only Son, for whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life.
All right, good job. Thank you. Thanks for coming on the bench. All right, well, yeah, it's been good. A lot of conversation. It's starting to get dark out here. and the mosquitoes came out kind of thick, so we got a can of off and ready to spend the night. So this is where it gets real, because the night's going to be pretty long. And I'm excited about the next person I've invited, Sonny, to come on the bench to share with us about his experience, what God's done in his life. And so, Sonny, thanks for coming out.
Yeah, you bet. Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Have this time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So wanted to kind of hear from you, just your testimony, if you could start just growing up. And obviously we're here to talk about homelessness, so I know that you have some experience at Crossroads, and just kind of take us through your journey.
Yeah, I've spent some time at Crossroads, but before that, as a young man, I don't know, about 12 years old, I guess, I really just started making really poor decisions in life. And the world and all the things that were out there, all the stuff just really caught my attention. And so I just jumped in. I just jumped in with that kind of life and was really rebellious. I mean, I guess if there was one word that described who I was, ultimately it was rebellious. I did not appreciate authority, I guess, at that time, whether it be my parents or whether it be teachers at school, whether it be the police or whoever it might be. And so I just thought I knew better. And that led me to get involved in drugs. Drug addiction really was the thing that really took a hold of my life. And I always quote Romans when I talk about that, because Romans says something to this effect, that what you offer yourself to, it's your master. So if you offer yourself to sin, it's your master. And I did. I offered myself to sin. I offered myself to drug addiction. And so I lived that life from, really hardcore, I guess, from 18 to 25. Methamphetamines ran my life. If it said do this, I did it. If it said go do this, if it said steal this, I just went. And there was just really nothing else in my life I wanted, was just meth. And until a lady, obviously I knew the truth growing up. I knew things about God. In that I was rebellious too. No, I don't want that. I want to do things my way. But a lady in county jail here in Nebraska, I'd been coming to this same jail over and over, and we knew each other by name now. And she said, "Sonny, how many times am I going to see you coming back in here? If you want to be done with this life, I can tell you how." And so it resonated. It stuck with me a little bit. And she started coming to the gate at night, talking to me and 3 other guys. And one day she said, "You just need to confess." And I think the Lord used that to just finally break me of my rebellious pride. And in the jail cell that night, I broke down and just asked God to take my life. And I didn't care if I got in trouble anymore. I didn't care what the consequences were for all my crimes. I wanted to be done with the life, and I asked Christ to come into my life and to take it. And that started a journey of just seeking Him and following Him. And I still went to prison for 2.5 years. And then, of course, we'll get to the part where I was homeless. I was living the homeless, but after being in prison for 2.5 years, I didn't really know where to go when I was going to get out. And the lady, the jailer that led me to the Lord, said, "I've heard of a place." And I said, "Okay, all right, I'll give it a call. I'll call them, and if they say they got a place for me, then God, I guess that's where I'm going to go." And I called and I talked to somebody for about 3 minutes and said, "I'm getting out this day, this, and this. Would you have a place for me?" "Yeah, we got a place. Just come when you get out. Just come here, and we'll have a place ready for you." And sure enough, when I got out, my family picked me up. They brought me here, dropped me off. And that just kind of began my time here at Crossroads. So anything I'm missing you want to ask, Dan, in the middle of that?
Well, yeah, I want to ask you, we do a certain amount of ministry, I think, when we talk about the homeless population and we talk about the judicial system. I think there's a great deal of overlap in terms of who we're serving. just because of the nature of street life, the nature of drugs and addiction, and all those things that come with it. And I guess my understanding, Nebraska's done a lot of work helping to find places for people when they come out of incarceration that are safe places, that have a good program in place, and that can help people kind of even get their basic things in line, like a social security card, a driver's license, some of these things. They say that if people don't have that kind of support coming out of prison, that the chances of them recommitting a crime are extremely high. What do you think in your life experience?
What I witnessed, I guess, most when I was in was a lot of people. I just remember one guy, and I'll just call him Eddie, for short. And he was my guy right next to me in bunk, so we were in a dormitory style. And he'd be sitting up on the bunk, and he'd be saying, "Man, look at these guys. They just keep coming back in. That guy was just in. That guy was just in." And then guess what? He got out, and just a few weeks later, he was rolling back through the door, and there he was coming in.
Wow.
And if you ask people what happened out there, is they went back to the same things. They didn't have a place to go. They went back to their family. They chose to go that route. And that's why I think the recidivism rate is so high. You can't go back to that same playground and do those things. And that's ultimately why I think the Lord led me to Crossroads, to be honest.
Yeah.
There was structure. There was godly influence. I was trying to walk that path anyway and doing that. And when I got here, that next morning we're singing songs in the morning, doing devotions and, praying and getting in the Word that first day, right as I got out. And they're just encouraging you to live that kind of life and then also help you with everything else.
Yeah.
And I think that's missing. When you don't have that, it is so easy to fall back. There were so many times I've been in and out of jail, only once in prison, but in and out of jail. And same thing for me. Every time I made a really bad decision to go where I never should have gone, and that was it.
Sure.
And it was just that quick.
Uh-huh.
You can fall right back into it just that quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So how long were you at Crossroads?
Well, that's a great question because it's been some time, I would say around 6 months.
Okay.
But we really established something when I was here. I was working with my advisor, my guy here. I started going to college, started working, really started building. I was able to buy a car by the savings program that you guys have here. So I had a little car, $600 car.
Yeah.
Had to rip the carpets out. It was very dirty, but anyway, it was awesome. I loved it. I had a car and could get around and get to school and get to work. And so it didn't take long for me to kind of get on my feet that way. Mm-hmm. And in fact, my sister was here in town, and so we ended up living together for a while. And I helped her and her son for a long time, for a while when we lived together. Yeah. So I wasn't here a super long time.
Sure.
But I will say I think it was exactly where I was supposed to be. If I haven't said that already a couple of times, I think I have. But that God led me here, and it was where I was supposed to come. And, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of probably really abbreviated. I mean, going from the life that you were living to, experiencing a relationship with Christ, and then your years of moving forward. Did you have other struggles along the line? Was it difficult to?
Yeah, for sure. One thing I think, that God took away from me, I'll say, June 19th, 2006 is when I got sentenced. That's a date that'll forever be etched in my mind. And from that day on, I started doing something every day that was opening the Word and praying for myself. And so there'd be these times when I'd be walking the yard or something like that, where there would just kind of be like this light bulb moment, like, wait, when you get out, you can't go back there, and it resonated with me. And then I started hearing some of the words that were coming out of my mouth at that time still, and I was like, wow, that's not that great either, so there was that. When I went in, I think God really just rescued me from the power that meth had over my life finally. And that was, I give all credit to him for that, his grace in that. Of course, you have those weird dreams and all those things that kind of happen when you're coming out of that life, and they're really vivid. And I would just wake up and go, no way, this didn't happen, and it didn't. But So, but there's definitely been things, and I still have family members that are still in that game, and that's been a hard struggle to be around and set the right boundaries in those places and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, that's really interesting. I kind of talked today about just being a leader in a nonprofit, and I ask myself a question a lot, and that is, what's different about Crossroads? There's a lot of nonprofits that are doing incredible things, meeting huge needs, and so I like to think about that. I think something that does set us apart is our faith, and that is that Jesus Christ is the center of our work. That's in our core values at Crossroads, and that we really believe that recovery comes from Christ. And I talked about this earlier when I was in a conversation with Gail and Pastor Tim, just talking about that's really the holistic approach. There's a lot of help out there. There's medicines, there's counselors, there's therapists, but really having that relationship with Christ, you're saying that's what really ultimately changed your life.
Yeah, I 100%.
Yeah, amen to that.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Start counting
Amen to that.
30.
One other thing I think about Crossroads was there was a lot of options before me as I was going to get out. And those options were halfway houses, 3/4 way houses. And I did watch guys struggle going into those places. Sadly, some of those places can be tainted a little bit. And it just, sometimes it didn't really work for guys a whole lot. But what Crossroads offered was a free place to come without the pressure of having to have it all figured out right away and getting these things to go and having a job right away and all that stuff, and start paying rent right away and bills collecting, and I think there's some of that pressure sometimes that drives people back to the money or back to the game. Does that make sense to you? That oh, I got to do this. I'm not making it.
Sure.
And I think that's one thing I forget about sometimes, but the Crossroads really did was take that stress off so that you could just do one day at a time and kind of walk, and you weren't forced into anything. And that was a huge blessing. A huge blessing.
In your journey and along the way, had you been homeless before that?
Not for extended periods. I did a lot of sleeping in random places, more like a sleep on the couch kind of guy and stay here and bounce here and do that, and slept in some awkward places every now and then, but no extended periods of just being homeless. Could always kind of find a place to land, I guess, but
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, when you left Crossroads, you said you went to college and you got some training.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Yeah, so I got an associate's degree in automotive technology, and so I've been a professional mechanic now for 16 years, and I fix cars sometimes. Sometimes Dan's fixes them instead of me.
Hardly.
So, so I went out to college there and did that, and then got a job here in town locally at a dealership, and been there for quite a while now, and it's been really good. So yeah.
But I've seen you quite a bit in a different role.
Yeah.
And that is in ministry. And really, what's amazed me about you is using your testimony, your life experiences. I guess when I think about it, it's what the Bible says, that Satan meant for evil and that God used for good. And over the years, God's really been able to use your life experience.
Yeah. So that would have been one of those walk in the yard kind of days where God just kind of gave me something. That I was walking and this thought just came to me, if this isn't used for good, then it's kind of pointless. And so when I got out, came to Crossroads, a man came and was given a devotional one day, and he was talking about going out to the regional center, working with boys who were in drug treatment, young. And when he was done, I just said, I would really like to go with you and just help, just be a volunteer. And so he looked at me, like, I don't know, I don't know. But finally he said, yeah, I think you could come out and check it out.
Uh-huh.
And long story short was I was there for 6 years, working with boys in drug addiction, sharing stories, sharing the word with them, growing in that, trying to help these young men just see that life for what it is and point them to the one who can help them, Christ. And so through that, the church that I was attending saw my passion for youth, and they said, hey, there's this youth position open at our church. Would you come and do that? I said, no. I said no for a year. And then finally decided, we'll do that.
Yeah.
And so we've done that for 13 years.
Wow.
As youth. And through that, I've done some Bible college and done some training and different kind of things for that to grow and to encourage people and to point them to the one I believe is absolutely everything, Dan, and that's the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, amen to that.
So, yeah.
Well, a huge thing we hope to accomplish with Conversations on a Bench, we're hoping that people are tuning in. I just really believe that there's definitely a lot of stereotypes when people think about homelessness. I've been guilty of it myself, where, I come past someone who's sitting beside the street on the sidewalk with a sign or, different things like that, where I would be guilty of stereotyping them and thinking, that they almost choose to be that way, or they want to be that way, or they're too lazy to do something better. And we hope that, through this, God would develop in people in our communities in central Nebraska a heart of compassion, that each person who faces homelessness is a real story. It's a real person. It's someone who has real struggles and who deserves help.
Yep.
And when they're ready for help, that it is the responsibility of Christians especially to respond to that need. What message would you have for people? I mean, in your situation and the life that you just described to us, what did it mean to you that people were willing to help you and not just write you off?
Yeah, wow. I don't know if anybody's ever asked me that question, actually, Dan. Well, there was a guy working here before, and Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry. And as soon as I walked in the door, Jerry gave a big hug. And you didn't feel demeaned, I guess. You didn't feel any less of a person, just coming out, not knowing really what to do with life. And so I clung to him a little bit when I was first here, and just, I think it just helps.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it any other. It's just that I didn't come in and feel like, you're just another one of these guys, It was, no, you're here, you're welcome here. And that made all the difference. I mean, if everybody would have turned their back and just said, we want nothing to do with you, I think the results could have been different, I suppose. But,
Sure.
That's a tough question, actually, Dan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. And I know from my point of view, being a director and people coming in, trying to be intentional, I have a guy that I've had the privilege to kind of know for about 10 years here, and he just always talks about, you guys said thank you to me every time I did something around the mission, and that really helped me, like to know that I was cared for.
Yeah.
And that I wasn't just another number.
Right.
And so there is something really special about people caring and reaching out to others and lending them a hand. I do want to ask you about, because you talked about being in and out of jail multiple times, and I think a ministry like Crossroads can be a very difficult, and I think I would just use the word messy ministry, because sometimes people don't have that same experience of just being set free.
Yeah.
Especially maybe if they're not ready to, I guess, commit their life to Christ or to surrender or repent or whatever word you want to use. Mm-hmm. And so that can mean like a lot of failed attempts, right?
Yeah.
And, just talking to you, how does it match up with the gospel when we give people multiple chances.
Yeah. Well, Jesus said, how many times do we forgive our brother who sins against us? This may be a brother, even a close friend. It's 70 times 7. But isn't the same grace extended to us over and over again? Maybe us who even have our life all together. Isn't it still God's grace that's bigger than, we haven't landed. We haven't arrived. One thing Paul said, I don't act like I've attained it, this righteousness. I press on towards the goal so that I may attain this prize, And it's the same for all of us. Some of us just have a messier, you can see it easier, so to speak, right?
Yep.
But all of us have things, and it's all God's grace that covers us in that. We're all in need of it.
Yeah.
And if we can remember that as we deal with people, and I need it just as desperate as the guy standing on the corner with the sign, or who's probably drunk laying in the ditch. I need grace just the same as him.
Amen.
I need grace just as the same as any other person in this life, and that's what God offers. Is His grace, His mercy, His kindness to us who don't deserve it. He gives it. We can't earn it. We give it. And I think when we do that with the people we come in contact with, we imitate the Father's character more than any other time, is when we pour out grace and mercy to those who don't deserve it.
Amen.
I think,
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Just for those who might be listening in, I talk about those chances over and over again. And having been here for quite a little bit here at Crossroads now and working in the ministry, there are a lot of people who come in, and I just want to share a little bit about our program. And our program is, hopefully people get it right off the bat. A lot of people, they do have failed attempts. They try and they try again. I think something very unique about Crossroads is that we open the door again and again. I remember one night taking a guy to the door. He was not well. He'd been drinking very heavily. It became apparent he could no longer be at the mission. It just wasn't going to work out, and typically people aren't in their best moment when they're intoxicated like that. But I walked him to the door and I said, when you're ready, you can come back home. And it was so interesting to me. It was almost like he got sober for a second, because he just looked at me and wept because of what was said to him, that he was welcome back. And I think about the story of the prodigal son, right?
Yeah.
That guy, he went and swindled everything. He took his inheritance and he wasted it. Everything that he grew up in a good home. He had a good father.
Yep.
And he made bad decisions, and he just wasted it all, right? And found himself where sin always leads us, and that was without. And wishing he could eat pig food. And
Doesn't sound too good to me.
Doesn't sound very good. I've seen that. It doesn't look very appetizing. But really what's amazing about that story is when he returns home, and from a distance, his father is excited and ready to welcome him home. And even to celebrate. Beyond just joy is even a celebration of welcome home. And
I've heard that, it's not common for Jewish men to run. And we see that he runs even. And so there's this, pursuing, just letting it all down for the sake of this one coming home. Isn't there kind of that idea?
Amen, yeah. Yeah, that's I think a very clear picture of what happens a lot of times here at Crossroads, and that is a big part of our program. And I know that had we not opened the door for people over and over again, some of them, thankfully God ultimately has His plan and His purpose in people's life, and He's pursuing people. But I do believe that opening the door was so effective in their life to know that they had a place called home, and to minister to them in that way. So I appreciate you coming on and sharing your story and how you had the experience here at Crossroads, but really ultimately what God's done in your life, and just being willing to be vulnerable in that way.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I forever grateful to the Crossroads and what they've done
Yeah.
and helping me. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've had a few pastors on today. You're a pastor. And
loose term.
what I've asked is, that they just take a moment, if they would, to pray over Crossroads.
Yeah.
And, I firmly believe in prayer. The Bible says that the fervent prayers of a righteous man availeth much, and we just want to cover Crossroads in prayer.
Yep.
This is ministry. It is a spiritual battle for the souls of men and women. I see it all the time when someone makes a decision. They say something like, today's going to be the day I'm going to get sober. Or, today I want to give my life to Christ, or whatever life change they're hoping to make. Just how what a battle they face.
Yeah.
And I've just seen things. It's so evident that it's a spiritual battle. You just know that Satan fights against them and desires that they would turn away from that decision. And just asking if you would pray over. We have 70 guests here in Hastings today.
Yeah.
We have about 120 to 150 guests on any given day in central Nebraska. But would you take the time to lift them up?
I'd love to pray. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Heavenly Father, God, we are just grateful to you. We are grateful for all that you have done for us, Lord. That we could be partakers of your grace and your mercy in Christ. Lord, I do pray for Crossroads tonight. I pray for the ministry here. I pray for Dan and all the staff. Lord, I pray that you would gift them with the abilities to love these people that come through the door, to extend your grace to the hurting, to the poor, to those in desperate need here, Lord. I just pray that they could find a place of refuge, healing, and Lord, ultimately that they could come to find Christ here, Lord. And so I pray for all the guests. I just pray for your mercy to be upon them, Lord. I pray, Father God, that you would just uphold and undertake this mission and all that's going on with Crossroads in the state, Lord. We just pray for that. God, do a work in these people's lives. We just pray that you would, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sonny.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate you coming out.
You bet.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, we're back to conversation. All right, we're back with Conversations on a Bench, 3:36 a.m. and definitely hit a spell here where I was feeling pretty tired, and the temperature also dropped quite a bit, and so I had to get another layer on. And someone sent me a bunch of hand warmers, which was really neat. So we broke out some hand warmers here, and that's helping a little bit to stay warm. Part of Conversations on a Bench is me being out here and being able to experience. I grew up in Wyoming. I spent some pretty cold nights camping and things like that, but just remembering now in the ministry where I serve, where people are sleeping outside, what homelessness is like. Just being out here to have this experience. I was actually thinking about this over the last few days, what it was going to be like to be out here at night. Not a lot of people around, cool weather, and it kind of made me appreciate things a little bit better at home. For example, the last 2 mornings when I was taking a hot shower, just taking time to thank God for the hot shower, think about people who maybe don't have access to something like that, having a hot meal at home, transportation to and from work. So it's definitely caused me to stop and think about the blessings we have in everyday life, that we can be grateful for those things, and also sympathetic towards those who are going through a situation in their life where they don't have access to the same things. That's why a place like Crossroads is so important, is that people would have first and foremost their immediate needs met, like safe shelter, food on the table. And once you meet those immediate needs, we've been talking throughout this time period, that then it opens the door to spiritual conversations, talking about a need for a Savior, talking about some of those deeper issues of homelessness and the underlying issues of homelessness. And Linda provided for me just an overview, miscellaneous stats for our organization. I want to share those because it talks about the impact that's been made in the first 9 months of 2025. And I think these statistics are staggering, considering that we aren't even through a full year when we consider what the impact has been. So there have been over 900 individuals so far throughout central Nebraska, and we're talking about Hastings, Kearney, and Grand Island. Over 900 individuals in 9 short months who came to Crossroads, who said, I have no place to live, I need help in my life, and who were able to stay at Crossroads. And so when we put together the nights of stay for those individuals to stay at Crossroads, that's 52,000, more than 52,000 nights of stay. And that's a tremendous impact that we could provide a bed to sleep in a safe place. And that's the key. I think people can rest well when they know that they're safe, they're in good hands. 52,000 nights of stay for over 900 individuals who've come to Crossroads so far in 2025. We saw that we've been talking throughout this time period to people who have experienced incarceration, and we were talking with Sonny earlier. We talked with Jim Barrett, who was a former law enforcement officer. We saw that 67% of our guests have previously been incarcerated. What I firmly believe is when we offer something like safe shelter, meeting the basic needs of individuals, a lot of these people hopefully will not be reincarcerated because they received help. They received a program that helped them get on their feet. They received mentoring relationship that helped pave a path forward, and will leave Crossroads with a plan in place. And so I really believe that when we talk about the resources spent, if we just take incarceration alone and we consider what that costs a community in tax dollars, it's very expensive to incarcerate an individual just overnight. And so if we can help to alleviate that, number one, outside of incarceration, there's programs in place, there's access to mental health care, there's access to physical health care, there's access to recovery meetings, things like that. And there certainly are, in county jail, there's some of those things, depending on where you're incarcerated. I just really believe that Crossroads is able to save the taxpayer thousands of dollars by being able to offer safe shelter. Currently, I believe it costs something like $6 or $7 a day for someone to be housed at Crossroads, to be a part of our program. The things that you've heard, how people could be a part of a daily structure and just find a path forward in their life. When we consider that it costs $6 or $7 a day compared to being in a mental health hospital or being in a local jail or being in a state prison, that's a tremendous savings to the community. We've talked a lot here about the elderly population at Crossroads. I said that we've served over 900 individuals here, with almost 20% of those fitting into a category of elderly people, and we count that as 55 and older at Crossroads. And so we talked about the dynamic of that. Here's an interesting statistic. 6% of those who we serve are veterans. We're proud to serve veterans of our country, people who had served our country, who put it on the line, faithfully serving our country, and it's an honor to open the door to them. We see statistics across the country of men and women who served in the military and who are facing homelessness. Along with that comes some other very difficult statistics to hear about. That is suicide rates and other things amongst veterans. In Grand Island, we actually had a focus of veterans, opening the door specifically to veterans. When we developed the mission there, we kept aside a certain number of beds specifically for veterans and are honored to serve them. Talking about families and children who come to Crossroads, 7% of our guests are children. It's important for children to have a safe place to be. It's important for children to have structure. It's important for them to know where their next meal is going to come from. A child who doesn't know where they're going to call home, who doesn't know that they're going to be safe, who doesn't know where their next meal is going to come from, is going to struggle greatly trying to go to school or things like that. 11% of the people that we are serving are in a family unit, and so 44% of those who came to Crossroads are self-reporting mental health issues. Large percentage of those people who say that they've struggled with mental health issues or been diagnosed or self-diagnosed mental health issues. Out of those people that come to Crossroads and self-report that they have mental health issues, 74% of them are now receiving mental health support. And that's so important that our case managers are able to really wrap their arms around them, help them find access to mental health care, get on medications, find other coping skills to deal with some of the things that they're facing on a daily basis. And even things like getting off of drugs and alcohol, having a day structure, a purpose with your life, putting your hands to work. I think all of those really help with mental health support. 80% of the people that come to Crossroads have no job in place. They don't have an income. That means that those people are in a financial crisis. 63% are coming with a minimal income, $500 or less a month, don't have really anything in their pockets. And so a huge part of what we do at Crossroads is job search. That's not just to say that someone comes and they check in and they need to be in a job within a week. We talked about this earlier, that we want to really deal with the underlying issues first. If that's mental health, if it's addiction, if it's a physical health problem, we want to make sure that people are job ready. We want to get to know them, and so we have an important aspect of the ministry, which is community service. 2 hours a day where guests get involved to work around the mission. They might work in the kitchen, they might work in the yard, they may help the maintenance crew paint a wall, they might go help at the mobile food pantries in Broken Bow or Lexington, they might go work at a thrift store. Lots of different jobs at Crossroads where guests can get involved, giving us an opportunity to see what their skills are. Do they show up to work on time? Do they have a good work ethic? Do they have a good attitude? And then helping to hone in on those different issues and to become a better employee. Another thing that really work at when we're talking about employment is the fact that people don't have to believe that they have to, for example, stay on government support. They don't have to stay at minimum wage. They actually can do better. And we talk about that in PRP, how to become more valuable in the workforce, and that's by looking for opportunities. In Grand Island, for example, we've been able to train people how to operate a forklift and maybe even get certified on a forklift. It's a skill that someone can pick up. They could go back to their workplace, let them know that they have a new skill, they'd like to put that to work, and hopefully get a little extra income, get a raise, pay raise, maybe get a better job position, something like that. We teach people how to cook for large groups at Crossroads. We're serving 75 to 100 people a day at one of the facilities, and maybe somebody's learning how to cook in large quantities, how to serve food, do those things, and they can become more valuable in the workforce, gaining access to a better job, a greater income, and being more job ready when that time comes. We have people who do get a job at Crossroads, and I think the next greatest obstacle is what to do with the paycheck, especially when we're talking about people who may have had plenty of paychecks in their life, but their paycheck was not used for things that were beneficial. And I think a lot when we talk about addiction and that type of thing is that people may have been accustomed to getting a paycheck and going and spending it on things that were not productive and that stole a lot from them. And so we want to teach people a different way to live, definitely talking about budgeting. We call it stewardship, and that is that God has provided for us, and we want to be stewards of what He's given us. And so we do have a budgeting process at Crossroads and Personal Resilience Program. It is that guests do have to be transparent with how much they're making. It's actually interesting that when people gain access to employment, they start to make a paycheck. At that point, it's no longer a free program. In fact, guests begin to pay for their stay at Crossroads. I know when we implemented that, there were a few things in mind. Number one was the sustainability of the mission. And I think it's great that guests can actually become involved in the ministry, helping to support the ministry in that way by paying a small program fee. I noticed that when everything was free, a lot of guests didn't care to take good care of what was offered to them. It wasn't anything for them to punch a hole in a wall or not to clean up their area or to be serious about staying drug and alcohol free. Something so simple as paying a $300 or $400 program fee, depending on their living situation, had really transformed the way that we do ministry. All of a sudden, they had skin in the game. Guests would begin to say things like, "This is my place. I don't want to see someone destroy my place. I don't want to live next to somebody who's active in their addiction." And they begin to take ownership of the place that they have here at Crossroads. It also helps because people become accustomed to paying rent and thinking about their budget. I noticed that when people were paying that small program fee, we had greater discussions about budgeting, and people being just more aware of their finances. More than 350 guests this year have learned to make a budget at Crossroads and making a plan for financial resilience. We use the Dave Ramsey program, which is a great program teaching people how to create a budget. You know, things like the number one is a roof over your head, then getting into paying bills and paying down debt, creating a emergency fund, different things like that. And I'm proud of guests who take the time to learn a budget. I've seen over the years people who've been able to save quite a bit of money while living at Crossroads. One time had a guest who was able to pay down $8,000 in medical bills, pay that debt down in order to experience financial freedom and move forward with more stability financially, hopefully to create a better chance of success. We do have people who come to Crossroads who don't intend to stay long term. In other words, they might be just getting out of the elements. Police officer might bring them in different situations where they're just needing something for a short term stay. We have two kind of statuses at Crossroads. One is a short term stay, it's 3 days, 72 hours. And then talking to a case manager, if it's determined that long-term programming would be beneficial for them and the guest is agreeing to go into programming, we're encouraging them to stay indefinitely as long as they're willing to work on the various things that we're talking about and trying to achieve the goals that we put in place. But we did see that 19% of the people we've served this year in central Nebraska just came for a short-term emergency stay, decided that they were just needing that bridge between where they're at and where they needed to go in a short amount of time. And I think there's a lot of benefit to being able to offer that emergency shelter stay. When we talk about those who come through our programming and they stay long term, it's important to measure recidivism. Is that effective? Are people leaving and being successful after they leave Crossroads? And how many people are having to return to the program to kind of start over or learn again or things like that? And so actually our recidivism rate is only 3%, which I think is a great number. I think that's a huge success for our guests and for Crossroads to be able to say that most of the people who come through our program are able to move forward in their life. We talked about Mission Avenue Thrift today. Mission Avenue Thrift is a store. It is a business opportunity for Crossroads. Every dollar spent at Mission Avenue Thrift does go back into the organization and being able to house people who are in a homeless situation. I think that makes our thrift store very unique because we are one of the only organizations where if you shop at our thrift store, you are actually providing emergency shelter for a man, a woman, or a family who needs a place to be, and keeping the doors open at the Mission. But Mission Avenue Thrift is more than a store. It is a place also where people can gain access to household items, clothing, and other items if they're in need of those things. We have a voucher system where people can fill out the voucher and gain access to those basic necessities. This year, when we look at the cost of each item that is provided to people who are getting things at the thrift stores, we're able to say, you know what, if we would have sold that in the store, it would have had this much value on the shelf. We total that up in the nine months of 2025 that we have recorded. We've been able to offer more than $57,000, almost $60,000 worth of goods in clothing and basic necessities to communities throughout central Nebraska and people that came and were able to use the voucher system at Mission Avenue Thrift. That was to the benefit of 1,900 individuals. So again, the thrift stores make a tremendous impact when we're helping people who need assistance in that way. Then we have a recycling program that many people might not be aware of at Crossroads, and that is that clothing that may not sell through the store, clothing that maybe we wouldn't wear or think is good enough, is still usable. We talk about metals, for example. A lot of times old pots and pans are given to Crossroads. The Teflon is no longer on them and they're not really usable. Other types of metals, plastic toys, stuffed animals, things like that. We're able to recycle those things. They go into a foreign market. It's just another way for us to be able to support the ministry of Crossroads. Kind of on that note, we've been able to develop, and God has given us the ability to develop multiple streams of revenue for Crossroads so that we're not just relying on one source. I think one of the things about the economy and what we're seeing right now, especially with the government shutdown or the government cutting back and the talk about DOGE, is that many organizations relied strictly on one source of income, say government money. And so when that source goes away, sometimes those programs go by the wayside and are no longer available for people. We have a very unique situation at Crossroads where Number one, communities are so generous to come beside us, to give financially. I want to just thank anybody who's given financially to Crossroads, partnered with us in that way. God has given our board of directors and our staff the ability to lead in a way that one donor dollar is able to turn into $3. That's through Mission Avenue Thrift, that's through recycling, that's through other means that we're able to put those dollars to work, multiply those dollars, and support an operation that costs about $3 million a year. 6 living facilities, ministering to over 1,200 people a year on some years who are facing homelessness. When we talk about recycling, it's also a benefit to the environment. This year we were able to keep over 526,000 pounds of stuff out of the landfills. And when we consider what goes into the stores and what's recycled, it'll be over 1 million pounds of goods that people were able to donate for the benefit of the homeless shelter and to the benefit of people who are struggling. So that's a lot of statistics. You know, it's just tremendous to see the impact throughout central Nebraska. This isn't just Crossroads doing these things. If you've been a partner to Crossroads, this is you helping to accomplish this. This is communities coming together. That's a core value of ours, is involving the community in Christian ministry. This is volunteers who spend their time coming, people who come for internships. Just a lot of people coming together to make this a possibility. I just again want to say thank you. If you're joining with us on this live feed, Conversations on a Bench, and this is new to you, you say, I've never heard of Crossroads, I've never heard of I never knew there was a homeless problem. You're just kind of becoming aware of these things. I want to invite you to become involved. Roll up your sleeves, go volunteer at a local nonprofit, serving within your community. Maybe you want to join Crossroads in our work. There's plenty of opportunities for you to bring your gifts and your talents to Crossroads and put those things to work. Maybe you say, I don't have time to do that. I can't go and volunteer. Just don't have the ability to do that, but I'm able to give financially to help make that happen. We've certainly felt the effects of the economy this year, just like everybody else, having discussions about what the next year looks like. This summer we've used up a lot of our resources and definitely feeling the need to restock, if you will, financially, to make sure that our next year of ministry we're able to keep the doors open. We're able to offer this safe, sober living environment for men, women, and families. We talk about these moms and kids who need this place to be. During the night here you heard testimonies, and tomorrow morning we have a wonderful, I say tomorrow morning, it's actually this morning, we have a wonderful testimony of a mother who's here with her kids who are benefiting so tremendously from the ministry of Crossroads. The mom saying that she can't believe how well her kids are doing now. Their family is experiencing stability, and that they know where they're going to lay their head tonight. They know that they're going to have food to eat, and again, it allows these two, this young man and this one young woman, to go to school. I believe in middle school and high school, but to go to school and to be able to focus their attention on learning and on education. My hope is that that breaks that cycle of poverty, so that the family can go on to experience better things in life. So maybe that's you. You want to be involved financially to help make that a possibility. I invite you to be involved in that way. Every dollar helps. Every gift helps. It's easy to give. Go to crossroadsmission.com, click the Give button. You can give very easily on our online platform. Even on Conversations on a Bench here, we have a QR code for you, making it easy for you to give financially to make this happen. And if that's you, I just want to say thank you for getting involved. Next, we're going to be inviting someone on to talk about what it means to staff a mission 24 hours a day and to offer security. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with David. All right, so now it's 4 o'clock, and I've just been kind of amazed as time goes here. You know, I put myself in a situation, kind of exposed to the elements a little bit. It's cold. I went through times where I was hungry. Had plenty of food, thankfully. People dropped food off. Nobody wanted me to starve, and so, but even, you know, just getting tired, then my stomach at times feels kind of upset, and I have to think, you know, of someone who's living through homelessness, exposed to the elements, just kind of out there wondering what they're going to do next, how quickly someone's mental health can deteriorate, and just going through that, and it can just really be a compounding thing where every day becomes worse and people just don't know what to do. It becomes a very desperate situation. And so just spent some time earlier talking about the personal resilience program. When people come to Safe Shelter, that they have a great place to be, they have a plan in place, others who are able to mentor them and help them. And one of the aspects I wanted to talk about is that we are a 24/7 facility, and so we do have staff on site 24 hours a day at the homeless shelter, which I think a lot of people wonder about, you know, and I've asked the question a lot to people who live here, you know, do you feel safe at Crossroads? Is it a good place to be? And people have said, yes, I feel very safe here. I contribute that to our staff. We have great staffing at Crossroads, all of our facilities, who know what they're doing, who know what it means to have a safe place. And one of those people is David. David, thanks for coming on to the bench tonight and having a conversation. So, you know, you're like a lot of people that we talked with tonight who have some lived experience. In other words, you came to Crossroads seeking assistance, but now you're a staff member at Crossroads. Right. So yeah. I wonder if you'd just take a while to talk about your journey and what brought you to Crossroads.
Well, I came to Crossroads May of last year from Kansas, and didn't know where I was going, what I was going to do. And some friends of mine, their son, the vehicle had broke down, and y'all gave him a place to stay for a couple days. And he told me about it and looked it up on the website, and here I am. Yeah. And here I will be.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you able to share it all, you know, what created that situation where you didn't have a place?
Caught COVID.
Oh, yeah.
COVID, and, you know, was unable to work and so forth like that. Was hospitalized for a little bit. Lost my house and everything. And yeah, I mean, so anybody can become homeless at any given moment for any reason.
Sure.
It's not due to necessarily drugs or other issues. It could be anything.
Sure. Yeah, so your friends kind of helped you find your way to Crossroads, and
yeah, I mean, they made a 4.5 hour trip up here, dropped me off, made sure I got in the door and everything, turned around and went back to Kansas.
Wow, yeah, those are good friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's when I first came here, I was nervous, scared. You know, at 61 at the time, not knowing what to expect, never been in a situation like this before, and I was welcomed with open arms.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, hey, here we are, what you need.
Yeah.
We'll help you.
Yeah, I've noticed in your time at Crossroads, it's almost like you hit the ground running here, right?
Yeah, I did.
Just got busy. You like to be busy.
I do. I can't be idle. I mean, like when I get off, I'll be off at 7 this morning. Like I was telling you earlier, I'll be up till noon, 2 o'clock, doing stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
If not later, because tonight's my night off.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, you kind of bring that up. I've noticed that people who do well in the program oftentimes are met with opportunity at Crossroads, and you've had an opportunity to be a part of staffing here.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I started off just helping out wherever, you know, and working in the kitchen. The kitchen, I've noticed since I've been here, a lot of people that have been hired from this facility has come out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's like if you can deal with that kitchen 10, 12 hours a day, you know, 6, 7 days a week, and show initiative and everything, and it's a lot to the kitchen.
Yeah.
You know, food boxes and prepping meals and everything and so forth.
Yeah. And the kitchen is a great place to service because it's no longer about you and your problems. You really don't have time to
Exactly.
wallow in that, right? You're serving other people.
Yeah. Serving other people, and it's and sometimes there's not a whole lot in the kitchen depending on, you know, what goes on for food boxes or whatever. So make do, put out some meals, and you know, it's like when you hear a thank you, appreciate it. It's like, wow, you know, okay, you feel appreciated.
Yeah, that's incredible, and I think that is encouraging for a lot of people. You know, your situation's a little bit different. Sometimes we have people who come to Crossroads who just really are kind of at the lowest point of their life.
Right.
Literally coming out of the gutter. Talked earlier, Jonathan was talking to us about people who were coming down from drugs or alcohol.
Right.
Just feeling really low in their life, and sometimes even feeling worthless. But then,
I've talked to a few.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden they get involved, they cook a meal, and someone might say something like, that was a really good meal that you cooked, right?
Feel appreciated.
Yeah, it makes you feel different.
Yeah.
And to be able to fill a bowl of soup or...
It's a warming experience, you know, when you go through, some people go through life feeling unappreciated.
Uh-huh.
And when you have somebody, hey, I appreciate that, that was good, it's like, wow, did they, you know, they said that to me?
Yeah.
And I see it in people's faces. You know, a lot of people around here, there's a lot of guys that come through the door just feeling down, depressed, sad, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And they get involved, takes their mind off of issues. Great staff as far as case managers and GAs to help.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you need something, it's here. The
Yeah.
resources are unlimited.
Yeah, a couple of people tonight have talked about just the advantage of having time to sort things out in your life and not feel pressured, but just to be able to kind of unpack the situation here at Crossroads and even talk about whatever you're needing that is provided here.
Yeah.
I just think that alleviates a lot of the issues, helps people to settle in, right?
Yeah, because I've heard some places, like say, being here was my first experience of being in a homeless shelter. And I don't really consider this a homeless shelter. It's much more than that. I mean, it goes beyond. But I've heard people say, yeah, there's some places you wake up in the morning, you take all your stuff with you, and you're out the door.
Yeah.
And you might have a spot when you come back because it's first come, first serve.
Yeah.
Here, it's more like home. I mean, for me, yeah, I live and work here. So this is home. And, you know, a lot of guys, they come in and, you know, not knowing what to expect. And once they you know, getting involved in the environment and everything, they relax. They have routine. You know, to follow by in the mornings, afternoon, evenings with meetings and so forth. And they feel appreciated.
Yeah. Yeah, those are all cool things. And you're right about that. Leandra, when I was visiting with her earlier, she said that Crossroads isn't a homeless shelter, it's a rescue mission.
There we go.
Yeah. I use the term homeless shelter a lot, I guess because that's what people can really identify with when they think about our work.
Yeah.
But, you know, talking about a rescue mission, I think the difference is many homeless shelters around the country are just that, and I don't want to undermine the importance of having a shelter, a safe place to be, especially when it's really hot or really cold. But a rescue mission goes over and above in providing case management, providing programming.
Oh, yeah.
And dealing with some of the deeper issues of homelessness, right?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I've seen guys come in here, males and females, that no ID, no birth certificate, social, or anything like that. And it's like, what do you need? How can we help you?
Yeah.
You know, and go down the right path and sit with people and counsel, and, you know, for people that need, you know, that are addicted to whatever. Here, let's help you with AA meetings. Let's, you know, here's where you can go in NA meetings and so forth.
Sure.
rescue mission. That's
Yeah.
yeah, that's what we need to be affiliated as now, not a homeless shelter.
Yeah, we're definitely a rescue mission in that sense, and just a place for people. I talk about people being able to stay long term, and I think that's especially important. Many people are having trouble finding access to affordable housing. It can take a lot of time,
Right.
even before getting to whether or not we can afford housing is whether or not we're equipped to keep the housing, right?
Yeah.
And that's been an important aspect of what we do at Crossroads, is really laying the groundwork for someone to be successful once they leave the mission.
There has been quite a few success stories coming out of here.
Yeah, and that's been the exciting part of Conversations on a Bench, is we've hosted quite a few people yesterday and now today
Right.
who have made it in that sense, and they've been successful by the grace of God. They've been
Yeah.
able to move forward in their life. And so one of the aspects I wanted to talk to you about here is security at the mission. Your job is overnight security, and many people wonder, is Crossroads a safe place? Is it a dangerous place? Can you just kind of give a little insight?
Very safe. Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I first got here, I didn't know what to expect and everything. And then I set up, I will say, all night talking to the security individual that was here at the time. And, he explained to me how things go. And it's like, as security, I walk around all night long, make sure nobody's, prowling, looking in windows or whatnot. Make sure, the females and children are safe, the men. Nobody's getting in these doors that don't belong.
Yeah, that's great. It is kind of a locked facility, right?
Yeah.
You have to have access to get into the
You have to
facility.
have key card to get in. And
even within the facility, you only have access if you're a
certain
man,
areas.
on the men's area.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So a very safe place to be. And
Very safe.
Like even tonight, I've kind of watched you walking around the campus and looking around. But,
That's every night.
looks like it's pretty quiet though.
Yeah, yeah. Some nights, you get some rowdies out, on the weekends and so forth, but it's mostly youngsters.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, occasionally, these hours of the morning, you'll see people that come into shelter, right?
I'm sorry again?
You'll see people that come into shelter or come this time of morning that need a place to be.
Surprisingly, it's around, like, when I've checked people in, it's been around 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 in the morning, okay.
Yeah, everybody, as a matter of fact, everybody I've checked in has been right around 1 a.m.
Yeah, so sometimes in the night, it's police officers that are helping them find a place to be or
Yeah.
things like that.
Have had a few individuals dropped off from the police department and everything, and, say, hey, pick this individual up, they're needing a place and so forth like that. And
Yeah, I got to think that it's kind of a relief to law enforcement that they actually have a place to take someone, especially when they know that it's not safe to be out.
Yeah, and a couple of them we actually have my personal number to where,
okay.
hey, that way, if they have somebody, it's like they can call, hey, do y'all have a bed available?
Yeah.
It's like, I'll find a spot, if I got to put them on a cot, over in the dining room for the night, figure something out.
Sure. Yeah, that is important. I know last couple of years in December we've had extremely cold temperatures.
Yeah.
Just for people to have a safe place to be. I remember in Kearney, for example, last year when it got really cold, we had a number of people that came in that had frostbite, just came from the hospital being treated for that. And it can be extremely dangerous.
Luckily, haven't seen that here in this facility.
Yeah. So, just appreciate the work that you do to keep the mission safe and secure.
I try.
To make sure that we're staffed 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And appreciate you coming on to share your story.
And that's the other thing. It's like you were saying, 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
If people need a spot, we're here.
Yeah. Yeah, that is incredible. They don't have to wait out in the cold, or they don't have
to.
It's like once they've made that decision, they know what the mission is, and they want to come to the rescue mission to be a part of the programming.
Yeah, and it's not a place to be scared of. Like I say, I was frightened at first because I just had no clue.
Yeah.
It's not a place to be frightened of. I mean, I could understand, oh, it's a homeless place, oh man, because homeless shelters, they have bad reputations, a
Yeah.
lot of them,
Yeah, sure.
But like I say, we're a rescue mission. It goes above and beyond
Yeah.
just being homeless.
Yeah. And just explaining, if someone's listening in and they want to know about the safety and security of Crossroads, one of the things we do when people check in is we do a warrant check on every person that comes in. We are not a place to hide from the law.
No, SOR and
People have to go and take care of a warrant if they have it. Once they take care of it, we can entertain the idea of them coming to Crossroads to get back on their feet. I think that's a great way that we partner with law enforcement to
Yeah.
make sure that our community is safe. And then you mentioned registered sex offenders. That's just not a demographic that we're able to serve.
nope.
There is help with organizations that are equipped to do that. But we want to make sure that women and families are safe here.
Definitely,
and men
definitely.
are safe here, and that people have the best opportunity here to get on their feet.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, David, I just want to thank you for coming on and having
Appreciate
a
it.
conversation and the work that you do here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless you.
You too.
Yeah.
Mission Avenue, trying to change the perception of homelessness in the Tri-City through conversations on a bench. We'll tell you all about that coming up. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Awesome. And Conversations on a Bench is hosted by Crossroads Mission Avenue to help change the perception of homelessness. We'll talk about that coming up. Okay. I had 2 cheeses. Good morning, Alyssa. I'm here with Daniel Buller, who is the Executive Director of Crossroads Mission Avenue. And Daniel, first of all, this Conversations on a Bench, what is it about?
Yeah, Conversations on a Bench is about really allowing people to see and hear from real people, real stories about homelessness. And what we're hoping to accomplish through Conversations on a Bench is to address and to challenge some of the stereotypes that come along with that word homeless or homelessness and homeless people and things like that. And really, hopefully, by the end of the event, we move people to compassion, that they would be willing to get involved.
And also, you've been at this several hours so far, and how has it been having these conversations?
Yeah, so we started at 2 p.m. yesterday, and here we are. It's about 5:13 this morning, so it's been a long night. It's been exciting, though. You know, I've had people on here that I've known for a long time. I didn't know some things about them. Again, it's just exercise of listening, learning about people, and getting to know more about issues.
And also, as far as the live stream goes, how can people watch the live stream that's happening?
Yeah, so they can go on our website, crossroadsmission.com. There'll be a link there for our YouTube channel. I'm sure if they went on social media, Facebook page for Crossroads Mission Avenue, I know some people had a hard time finding it, but you got to go to Crossroads Mission Avenue on the YouTube channel and you'd be able to find us.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel. And we'll have more from Crossroads Mission Avenue as we go throughout the morning. But for right now, reporting live in Hastings, Andrew Collins, Local 4 News. All right, we're clear. All right.
Okay. All right, we're back. Conversations on a bench this morning. Had unexpected visitor. I didn't expect a city council member to come out to Conversations on a Bench. So, Mike, it's great to have you here. Conversations on a Bench is meant to be transparent and raw conversations about homelessness throughout central Nebraska. We're here in Hastings. We're with you, and you told me that you have some questions and things you want to learn about homelessness in our community.
So yeah, first you did kind of call me out in church, so but that's
yeah.
okay. That's okay. I appreciate that because that's kind of what my purpose is.
Uh-huh.
So I'm glad to be here, and yeah, I do have some questions. Like just kind of, I'm pretty blunt. So what goes on? What really goes on with homelessness in Hastings? Because I know I'm probably in the same position as a lot of people are in Hastings. A lot of citizens is that I don't know what goes on after 11, 12 o'clock at night in Hastings or during the day, because you're at work, you're busy, you've got things going on. So pulling up here and waiting for 15 minutes to get to talk to a celebrity, I was informed that there are people within a block of here that are homeless tonight. And so if you could just kind of give me a brief overview of kind of what you see and maybe what we could do as a city or as a group of citizens or churches or whatever to help the situation.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and I think first of all, people understanding that homelessness is prevalent in our community. At Crossroads here, we see the face of homelessness on a daily basis. Right now, we've been running about 70 people at the mission where we're sitting outside of this morning who call Crossroads home. If the temperature goes down another 20 or 30 degrees here, we're going to be up to about 112 people who are living here. There are men, women, and families who live at Crossroads. This morning, later on in the morning, we're going to hear from a mom who's here who has her two kids here. They attend our public schools. They are living life, trying to get life back on track, and what it means for them to have a homeless shelter here. So, you know, you talk about some people even this morning as you're here hearing that somebody's sleeping in a park across the street, someone's sleeping in their car. More of that goes on than people would imagine. There are people that maybe aren't ready to come into a program, maybe aren't ready to commit to coming into a homeless shelter, in that sense where we are a lot different than maybe some homeless shelters around the country. Because we're a long-term program for people. There is a plan in place for them. They do have to make a commitment that they want to do better with their life and they're willing to make some changes. And so when we talk about Central Nebraska, we're going to serve around 1,200 people this year who will call Crossroads home for a time. If we just talk about the community of Hastings here, it'll be, by the time the year ends, anywhere between 500 and 600 people that will have lived at Crossroads.
Wow.
And sometimes people wonder, like, well, is it just because you have a homeless shelter here and you're attracting all these people from all over the place? The majority of those people will be local people. We heard from a number of people during conversations on a bench here who said, I grew up here. I attended the high school across the street. My mom worked at such and such place. This is our community.
So I could very possibly know some of them.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I think that's quite possible. And so that is an important conversation, too, of how people can be involved. You know, from a standpoint of city leadership, I think it's very important for people to be involved. I'm excited to have emailed back and forth with Mayor Beckby. Recently, some city officials, including him, are going to come to the mission on Monday, tour the mission, be able to see the work that's going on, because especially with him being a new mayor, I felt that it was important for new leadership to come take a tour through the mission. Hey, when we're talking about 400 or 500 or 600 people calling this place home, to me that makes it critical infrastructure of our city.
Yeah, because it's not that big of a building for that many people to call home.
That's right. Yeah, it is a city block. It is just one building here. And imagine this, you know, from the standpoint of city leadership and someone who's making decisions and representing your constituents, is imagine just today 70 people living here. Imagine if those people didn't have a place like Crossroads within our community, and so they don't know where they're going to go. I can say Mary Lanning Hospital would probably be overwhelmed. South Central Behavioral wouldn't know what to do. On a daily basis, we're getting calls even from county jail of, hey, we have so-and-so, they have served their time that a judge had ordered them to be incarcerated. They got to have a place to go, and Crossroads is that place. So being critical infrastructure, I think it's important for city leadership to be on board with this. I think just in being transparent and talking about that, you know, we went through some issues years ago during my time at Crossroads. I want to say about 5 or 6 years ago, where city leadership, I think, was really having discussions about whether or not Crossroads was
necessary
or if they were still a blessing to the community or if they were a curse to the community.
Yeah.
It is very important how we operate Crossroads. It's important for us to have good leadership, good structure, strong rules in place, and to make sure that this is done and done well. But what I came out of that with is just a real urgency to connect with city leadership, for city leadership to know and understand what happens here, to know about issues of poverty within our community. It's not just homelessness either. It's the fact that probably 400 families will come to Crossroads for access to food services. They're saying, you know what, I can't make it till the end of the month with the groceries that I have. And if I go to the grocery store and buy more groceries, I'm going to have some discussions with my spouse, or for me personally to decide whether I'm going to buy groceries or pay my rent, or whether I'm going to buy groceries or buy my medicine, or whether I'm going to buy groceries or buy gasoline for my car, get to work and do the things that I need to do. So, you know, there's a lot of exciting things going on in the community. There still is, though, that issue of poverty, and that's what we hope to address.
Yeah, and I think it's more than obvious when you have over 60% of your kids in school on free and reduced lunch that there is an issue that needs to be addressed in the community. And I don't know I mean, I didn't go to school for anything like that. So I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I would say that the compassion that we should have as citizens is that when you see 60% of your kids are on free and reduced lunch, we have a problem that we should address one way or another, whether it's education of the parents, because it's not a child problem. It's clearly a parent problem, whether it's a single mother. We've got to train up the young men, the boys, to be men when they grow up, to be responsible for the actions, and just as us as Christians to be responsible for the people in our neighborhood, our community. And I think, Crossroads definitely would be trying to think of the word that they used during COVID for wasn't critical infrastructure, but it was necessary.
Yeah.
And I can see where it is definitely necessary. I guess one thing that I'm really curious about is I know there's probably not one predominant reason, but one reason that put somebody in a situation of being homeless. And I know it's not only homelessness. It's I've heard the stories of people making decisions on medication, food, groceries. I'm just going to go back to that topic. If over 60% of your kids are on free and reduced lunch, what do they do on the weekends?
Sure.
I mean, if you can't afford to feed your kids lunch at school, to pay for school food, then what happens on the weekends, and what happens to those younger children who aren't going to school? Who feeds them during the day? Or you know, it just seems as you get into it, you get into the weeds, and you're either going to address it or you're not going to address it. And I think if we're going to address it, then we probably need to get to the root of the problem. And I just don't know how at a city level we take care of it, but I think as a community we could all pitch in, and we need a leader to drive it, but I think we could all pitch in and do our part to help out the process.
Yeah, I think you bring up a lot, and when we talk about, let's just face it, like the times we live in are very expensive. My wife and I, we have 4 kids, and it's just like, man, money doesn't go as far as it used to. This inflation that was only supposed to be kind of a temporary thing, it sure held on pretty tight.
Yeah.
And I think families are struggling more than ever when we talk about making ends meet. It's not just a family with kids either. I watched today as car after car pulled up to get a food box. People in their 70s and 80s who are coming to get that food that they need. And so I definitely think that the times we're living in economically are really lending to that whole issue of kids needing lunches. And then great question, what are they doing on weekends? How are families surviving outside of that help that's provided through schools and things like that? There have been some extremely cool things that have taken place recently. Brandon McDermott was at the radio station here in Hastings, was on top of the roof of the Wells Fargo bank there, and the whole idea was for him to help collect food for local food pantries. Crossroads was one of those recipients, and the Hastings Food Pantry was one of those. And what they did through that effort, that was where the community came together, filled 2 box trucks full of food, and really replenished our food pantries so that there would be plenty for us to continue serving. So that's been very important for the community to be involved. I encourage people get involved. Grab a couple cans of food if you can afford it. Take it to a local food pantry. Many of those families that you're talking about and you're asking about, yeah, they do need a food pantry to go to outside of the time when their kids can have a school lunch. I heard once a school administrator say, he wasn't really as concerned about what kids were going to do when they grow up and which college they want to go to and which job they want to have, if he doesn't know first and foremost that they're not caught up thinking about where their next meal is going to come from.
Yeah.
And that is a real problem. And so kind of talking about Crossroads too, and just being able to minister to people here. Again, one of our core values at Crossroads is involving the community in Christian ministry. And you kind of hit on that, having compassion. And I think unfortunately what happens is we kind of get desensitized to a lot of these needs around us. They exist, and actually they probably have always existed. And somehow, some way, we just start to accept these things as normal when they should never be normal to us.
Exactly.
It should never be normal that somebody goes hungry. It should never be normal that somebody's in the park sleeping on the concrete. And especially as Christians, that we should be moved by compassion. The whole thing with Conversations on a Bench is allowing people to see that, sometimes we have to quit calling it homelessness, and sometimes we have to quit referring to it as food insecurities, and we have to start to see the person and bringing that humanity to it. And we've had a number of stories. This morning we have a lineup of people who are going to come share. They're actually people who are living through a situation of homelessness right now. They're real people, and they have a real story, and we shouldn't give up on them. And it's in the best interest of our entire community to have a place like Crossroads where they can come to. You asked me, you said, what are the driving factors, I guess, of why people end up in a homeless situation? And we ask that question. We ask that question of every guest, and we actually get the opportunity to see them day in and day out. You know a lot about a person once you start to live with them,
yeah.
right? And so here's what we see, and just having raw and transparent and unfiltered conversation here. The driving factors that we see right here in Hastings, all across central Nebraska, the driving factors of homelessness are addiction and mental health, and the combination of both. And I'm really excited. We had South Central Behavioral on today, and they were talking about funds that the governor has allocated towards mental health and being able to address those issues. And I think that's extremely important, that the state would look at that and say, hey, we have to make sure that our funds are going to the right places to make sure those issues are addressed. That's a part of it. But then a part of it is just on that level of building relationships, that people have a safe place to go. At Crossroads here, we don't just stop at a place to lay your head and food to eat. It goes beyond that, because every client that comes to Crossroads is going to meet one-on-one with the case manager, starting to ask some deep questions about why people are homeless, and then start to create a path and a plan forward for them, which includes accountability and encouragement and prayer, a relationship with Christ. And then what we are is we're kind of like a big wheel, and Crossroads is a hub. And all of these other agencies who do such great work, nonprofits within our community and all around central Nebraska, what happens is because these people have a place that they get to call home right now, now there's access to these people. Where if you're South Central Behavioral, or you're the area agency on aging, and you want to help Jill, just to pull a name out of a hat, if you want to help Jill get better and get out of a state of homelessness, but you can't find her, you can't help her.
But with Crossroads being the hub,
correct,
people, the agencies can get access to people through
Yes.
here, and the people probably wouldn't go to those agencies without the conversation that they have with people that are at Crossroads who they actually build a relationship with, and then they open up and realize that maybe it's not just charity, it's a helping hand up and
Yeah.
to get you back on track. And it's not just somebody just giving you something and feeling
right.
sorry for you, and we can put our pride away for a while and accept help.
Yeah, that's exactly right. While people are at Crossroads, they have to be involved. People have two options here at Crossroads. One is an emergency shelter stay, which is 72 hours. That's kind of like I was in an emergency situation, but I have a plan where I'm going to go in 3 days. Or they have an option to say, you know what, I want to stick in here with a open-ended stay. I get to address the issues that have caused me to be in a homeless situation. As long as they're agreeing to keep following the path, they can stay at Crossroads. But yeah, just like you said, it's not a charity in that sense. You know, they do chores here. They have to be a part of programming. They got to be to meetings on time, take care of their personal hygiene. There's a lot that goes into that, and it's restoring people's dignity.
Yeah.
And them being a part of the solution.
And I like
for their
that
own
because
life.
dignity is it's a big deal to be able to maintain your dignity throughout the process. So the $1 million question, how many, well, it ain't really a $1 million question, but so in the end, I mean, what's the rate of people actually, I'm not going to say going through your, it's not a 7-step process. It's a different steps for each individual. But how many people actually end up getting back on their feet? And I mean, not a number of exactly how many, but I mean, does it seem like it works out pretty well?
Yeah, it is a highly effective process for people to go through. And I think the neat thing about Crossroads, we've had some discussions tonight where someone came here and they just weren't making that progress they needed to make, and they had to leave for a time, and then they came back, and then they left and they came back. So it has that value in the sense that people can keep coming back and keep trying if they're willing and ready. But for a lot of people, and we talked about through this conversation, we've talked about the stereotypes. Because even though addiction and mental health are some of the driving factors of homelessness, we've seen that the fastest growing demographic of homelessness in central Nebraska is people 55 and older. Someone got kind of offended when I said that was an elderly population, because 55 isn't that old.
Yeah, I'm 55.
Apparently,
Thanks.
so yeah. But but I think that's a very alarming thing. For me, 10 years ago, we didn't see people who were 70 and 80 years old coming into a homeless shelter. Now that's happening on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And so the program is highly effective. We see people who are successful in the program. And then you have to start to look at success in other ways too, like the fact that an 80-year-old woman would have a place to be that's safe, doesn't have the family support that she needs, and is able to stay here until she finds a permanent place to live. The thing that the community should be celebrating too, because I've watched the news and I've watched you guys at City Council working through a budget. I've watched that and everything that goes into that. We're living through times where I think every agency, every government is talking about how to cut costs and how to bring things back into place. It costs us between $6 and $7 a day to house somebody at Crossroads. That's their case management. That's their place to live. That's even some assistance in getting birth certificates, social security cards, medicines, access to mental health care. Compare that to the cost of somebody being incarcerated. What does that cost the county?
Yeah, I know, because when you just said that, I'm thinking those numbers don't. That's not what a government system costs.
No.
A government system costs a lot more, and I should have prefaced that question when I asked you what's the success rate, as I know that depends on the individuals too. So it's not Crossroads' fault if something is not what we want to term as a success. And like you said, because that person comes back, well, maybe the third time it is a success. So 1, 2, and 2, we're not necessarily unsuccessful. That was just that starting point, and you laid the groundwork for when you got to step 3, and that person's life was changed, and therefore a whole generation, because if that person raises a family after that point, you could have turned a whole generation around because of one person's either poor choices or you're just struggling through life. And as you said, with the elderly, I think just like when you brought up the budget, that taxes, people think that it's not a big deal, but when you're on a fixed income, you paid off your house, you still don't own it, because if you don't pay the taxes, the county will come and take it.
Yeah.
So you never own your house. You're always burdened with taxes. And it is a big deal, because fixed incomes, the dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. That leaves a lot of people in trouble. And you think that you planned and you saved enough. You finally got to the end where you can quit working, and you find out you don't have enough money. What could be more miserable than that? That you worked all your life, raised your family, did things right as you see right, and here you are. And then you end up homeless when you've done it all. You've worked really hard. You've done it all. And to me, I think that would be the worst one. I mean, if you were addicted to drugs, I mean, that was a poor choice. But if you did everything right and you get to the end of the race and you don't have enough to finish, that's got to be a really demeaning thing, and you're constantly asking yourself, what did I do wrong? And you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. We had that exact situation this year. I was able to partner with Central Navigator here in Hastings, 2 agencies partnering together for an elderly woman who faced that exact situation that you're talking about. She wasn't able to pay her property taxes. Things happen, living on a fixed income, and that got whatever process, I don't quite understand all of it, but basically that got sold off to a company that basically if she didn't reimburse them for the taxes they paid, they could come and take her property. And the woman called just devastated, of course. Just what you said, that was not only her life and everything that she did in her life, that was also her mother's life, and this home, being paid for, and just over property taxes. Thinking about maybe even having to come live at a homeless shelter if something didn't happen to solve this problem. And so we were able to partner together and to provide the funds to catch her up on the property taxes, keep her in her home. And I think that's a key thing too, is a lot of times we're here to be the homeless shelter for someone in need, but sometimes we're here to prevent homelessness. And that might be through providing clothes from Mission Avenue thrift store, might be through a food box, might be through helping pay property taxes. When you ask, what can the community do, those are situations where we're able to collaborate, come together, make it happen. A donor gives the dollars needed to pay for something like that, and it saves someone from going through a lot of trauma of losing their home.
And that answers another question I was thinking of is, okay, so there's just send money, which, I mean, if you have extra money, that's great. But then I was thinking of but more than money, time, your compassion. But when you bring up that paying the taxes, there's compassion in parting with your money to help somebody else out. And if you're paying back taxes for somebody, that's a pretty big ticket. I mean, it may be $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 or more, but I'm thinking that's a pretty big ticket. So for someone who doesn't know what to do, but if you have a little bit of extra money, I mean, everybody contributing a little bit of money adds up. That could help somebody save a home, save a family. So you answered another question that I had was, is time or money one of your bigger needs? And I can see where that could be that's a situational question.
Yeah, the answer to that is yes. And both are important. We rely on if we had to hire a staff member for every single thing we do at Crossroads, there's no way we could operate. We rely on volunteers coming. We do a lot with court-ordered community service, people coming in, church groups, businesses, just giving their time. Thousands of hours every year of volunteerism and community service work done at Crossroads. And that's really what one of our core values is. I told you before, involving the community in Christian ministry. But again, at the end of the day, you can't do it without dollars. When we combine our total efforts throughout central Nebraska, it costs us just a little over $3 million a year to operate and to provide services for all of these different people and the things we're doing. And so I have just such a neat seat in the work that I do to be able to see. I know of somebody that sends $1 whenever they're able to, literally $1 in an envelope that they're able to send in. That's so valuable to Crossroads. For someone to partner with us in that way, that's not little to us. That's somebody who cares and who they're doing what they can. There's a story in the Bible about a woman who, there might have been rich people going through and dumping their loads of money in, but she gives a penny, basically, and where Jesus recognizes that and actually sees her faith as greater than the others.
Exactly.
Because she, in that sense, gave more. She really sacrificed of herself. I think that's what volunteerism is about, and that's what giving financially is about, is sacrificing of ourselves to help someone else in need. You can't do that without compassion. And so when people are moved, I get to see what's really neat is thousands of people across central Nebraska who really do support Crossroads. And even though sometimes it's tight and sometimes we're not sure how the mission's going to operate this year, the communities always come through. And that is really an amazing thing about Nebraska.
Yeah, I would think that you would have to be flying by the seat of your pants quite often, because every situation doesn't entail the same dynamic. I mean, you've got kids involved, you don't have kids involved, a single adult, or you've got a married couple or a couple that's wherever they're at in their relationship, and it's just all your situations are different. So you've got to be pretty flexible, and it's got to take a lot of compassion on your part. And I remember the basement flooded, and that was right at the holidays.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, and I mean, just adding all that up emotionally for yourself and for your family, it's got to be, if you're giving all your compassion here, when you go home, how much compassion do you have left?
That is really something. I'm proud of our staff. Currently, our staff consists of 68 people in central Nebraska supporting the work that we do. And God has given us great people who just constantly pour out of themselves, and they sacrifice time for their family, from their families. 2 years ago, Christmas night, I think we had a 35 below and that really heavy wind, and it froze one of the sprinkler heads. Actually, when the sprinkler system dumped, it decided to dump on a 1200 amp electrical panel, and so we just couldn't even be in the building. And our staff, though, they didn't even hesitate. They were all here. They were ready to help. And that's what's amazing about our staff. This isn't a place to work if you want to get rich. So I know they're not here for that, but it's because they have great hearts. A lot of it's because so many of our staff have lived experience. They have been homeless, or they've been addicted to drugs or different things, and God's brought them through that. And that's just a part of who they are now, is wanting to give back, and that's a really neat experience. And what was neat to me about that too, when you asked about how the community can be involved, I started making calls to local churches, pastors just opening up right away for 15, 20, or 30 people that they don't know, and saying, we're just going to open up, and now our church can be their home. And I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I like your comment, you're not going to get rich here, but when you brought up the elderly lady, the old lady in the Bible who gave a penny, basically.
Yeah.
And that was more than, when we value wealth, it's not necessarily that dollar amount. It's what do you take home when you go to work? When you get up and you go to work, do you feel like it's an obligation just so you can pay your bills, or do you actually enjoy going to work? Enjoy the situations that you're involved in? And I can tell by your smile, you enjoy the situations that you're involved in, even though they're stressful. I can see you enjoy it, and there's something in life that we need to explain to our kids, that money is not everything, that happiness is not going to be in the amount of dollars you make. You can be really rich and be miserable. and you can be moderately okay, able to handle the storm, and you can be very happy. You have a loving wife, like I do, and you have great kids, and I can say like I do. But I mean, everybody can have that. It's just you have to remember where your values are at. That family is a huge thing, and I think that would help with some situations that we have if family was higher on the list. As I'm thinking of that baby that was found on South
yeah.
Marion Road,
Yeah.
and I have no idea what that situation was, but just the first thought that comes to mind is how could you possibly leave your baby, your own flesh? So I mean, if it was kidnapped, okay, it was kidnapped, but I just can't imagine how a person could leave their own flesh and blood. And I think that's kind of where we're at. We're at a point where we need to make a decision that life is valuable. Every life counts now, and we can't just ignore them. And maybe I'm a little bit off topic, but I think homelessness and life they go together. Like the person who's underneath the table over there,
Yeah.
that it is a life, and it does count.
Absolutely, and we should care about that. And it is actually on topic, because when we begin to unpack homelessness and we start to ask questions, what we're experiencing is a breakdown in our society of the family dynamic. The families sometimes don't take care of each other like they used to.
Mm-hmm.
I go back to this aging population of a real life story here of an elderly lady who, you know, her grandson pulls up and unloads all her stuff out of the car, and doesn't even get a hug or anything. It's just kind of like, see ya, Grandma, and leaves her at a homeless shelter. And I just think, man, how could that be? The story you just told, and even when we're talking about addiction, it is easy for us to be like, well, you made some terrible decisions in addiction and stuff, but you know, imagine, Mike, if you or I started using methamphetamines with our mother at 11 years old. Or if from birth, that's what was normal to us, is to see mom and dad strung out, and unable to function, and paraphernalia and all of the garbage that comes along with the drug culture. What if we lost our mom and dad to an overdose? You know, and so what I'm experiencing here at Crossroads is generational poverty, and having to overcome that by showing people that there is a better way. What was once normal no longer has to be normal. Christ can change your life. Open your heart and open your mind to Christ. Be willing for once to open the Bible. Be willing once to say a prayer to God, and how much that can change our lives. And that's what really makes Crossroads a different place, is our value being a Christian ministry. I have seen families here. Just talked to a gal yesterday. I keep saying earlier today, but it's yesterday now. You know, she came to us and she was living, you know, that experience, and now she was able to sit on this bench that you and I are sitting on and say to me that she was reunited with her children, that she was the purpose for which God made her was restored in her life. She no longer has to live the way she used to. She runs Mission Avenue Thrift here in town. She actually just started her own business in our community.
Wow.
Which, you know, such a wonderful story. As an executive director, I'm like, I would love for all of them to be that story.
Yeah, but they're not all going to be that story.
If it was even just one, though, it makes it all worth it.
Oh yeah, and like I said, but I mean, we're in agreement. What you consider to be rich, I mean, if you straighten your life out and you have a life and you're able to make it to the end, even if you don't have a whole lot of money and you don't have a fancy house, you still have life, and life is the most valuable thing that you can have, because without it, it's all gone. And you know, I like the focus of God, because we don't focus enough on God. And I think sometimes even in the church we don't focus enough on God. I mean, God is, you read the Bible, you read the Old Testament, which tells you about God. You know, you said that you have rules for people. God has rules for us.
Sure.
And if we break those rules, he is going to punish us, just as a parent would do to their child. And I just think it's important for people to understand that God is a God, loving God, but he's a judge.
Yeah.
And he says that he is a judge. And that's what gives us the values of right and wrong. That's what, if we could teach people the Bible and God, and to understand that you have a relationship, you can have a relationship with God no matter what your situation. You can straighten it out and build that relationship. God will lead you to your promised land, whatever it is that he has for you. And life is not going to be a bed of roses the whole process. There's going to be rough spots. God's hardening you for a process that maybe later on down the road you'll realize that what you went through, that trauma, that rough spot that you thought was horrible, you got the armor for when the really rough spot comes up.
Yeah.
And I just find that amazing. And I'm finding talking with you has opened my eyes to more of what goes on at Crossroads, and that maybe I'm a city council member, but I'm just a citizen as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I get a vote, but I'm just a city council member. So what I'm saying is, as citizens, we can help Crossroads. It's not maybe it's the city government, maybe they can help out, but as citizens, as the number of people that are in Hastings, like you said, that person who just sends $1, I mean, if everybody just sends what they can, it could be a process that would help everybody, because as we improve our community, it just makes our community that much better for everybody who lives here. Maybe you have a perfect life, but your life would be even better if the rest of the community is better, because it's just going to be a happier, safer, better community. And I would love to see the number of kids on lunch programs reduce because families are stronger. If we had stronger families, that would be the ultimate goal, is to put together more strong families with fathers in the home, and for the daughters to know what a man is supposed to be, the sons to know what a mother is and what a woman is supposed to be to them. I think there's so many things in our world that would change drastically.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, and that is important work. It's important, just like you said, for the community to be involved in that. I encourage people here at Crossroads all the time to get to church. You know, there are those values that we have as Christians. I describe it as God's best way, His best plan for us. Unfortunately, we screw that up sometimes. So it's just the way we are as people. But God does have a best plan for our life, and I like the way you put it. You know, God leading you to your promised land. And just because you made mistakes in life doesn't mean that you can't get there. Thank God for second and third chances. He's so good to us. Even when you and I make a bad decision, it's just like He's so full of grace, ready to forgive, and merciful towards us.
Yeah, look at Moses, look at Paul, all those people in the Bible. David, he was a man of God's own heart.
That's right.
And the things that he did that was wrong. So, we can make mistakes, but those can be, we can move on from those mistakes.
Yeah, I had a great discussion with Sonny Burney yesterday, and just talking about his life, and we summed it up like this: what Satan meant for evil, God used for good. He's gone from a life where he really struggled, and it even took him to the state penitentiary, but now talking about ministering to young men out at juvenile center, or being involved in a youth group to show kids there's a better way. And just so exciting to see people who are pulled out of a world of darkness, that God has rescued them, and now they are just out there fighting the good fight. So,
and when Sonny speaks, you can feel God's word coming out through him. That the Holy Spirit is in there. It's not just Sonny Burney. There's something else in there, and I love that.
Yeah. Well, Mike, thank you for coming to the bench. Yeah, I was glad that you came here, that we were able to have a discussion. I want to say, and I've told you this before, but I appreciate you and other city council members who are willing to step out in leadership to lead our community. I know that takes a sacrifice, and I pray for all of you on a regular basis.
Well, I would just like to emphasize, yes, we need prayer. The biggest thing we need is prayers, just to be strong, but for guidance, for God to guide us in the direction that we need to go to benefit the community to the most.
Yeah, amen. Well, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah. All right, we're back to Conversations on a Bench after an unexpected visit from Mike from City Council. I was happy for Mike to come out, and really what I appreciated about him was being willing to come find out for himself, are there truly issues of homelessness in our community? What can be done to help address these issues and to talk about some underlying issues? And so I appreciated him coming out. We're going to continue on with Conversations on a Bench, because I have invited a person who has become very special in my life, someone we spent a lot of time with here at Crossroads, who is here to tell his story about his experience with homelessness. So David, thank you for coming and having a discussion with me this morning.
Good morning, Daniel.
We'll have to hold that up to your mouth.
Good morning, Daniel, and thank you so much. Of course, my name is Peter David Whalen, and I go by Dave. And in September, I crossed the 3-year mark for being here at Crossroads, and I brought a photo that's a little bit more vintage of me. I don't know if there's any resemblance there or not, but that's my high school photo.
Wow.
And I'm so grateful to be here at Crossroads. It's been a life-saving and enriching experience for me. And I think Hastings is a wonderful upper Midwest town.
Yeah. I guess when you say life-saving, my mind kind of goes to like, well, what do you mean life-saving?
I think the perception of homelessness and living on the street and being filthy, dirty, and dragging bags and everything like that, without places like Crossroads and your guys' wonderful design with the thrift stores, that would be much more of a normal thing to see. But having Crossroads and having a place to live and improve for continuing on in life is a major advantage. And having a roof over our heads and electricity and clean water and the opportunities to get healthcare needs accomplished here in the city, and for people to get their lives back together is just an absolute gift from God.
Yeah, that's a powerful thing to hear, and I appreciate that perspective. One thing as I've gotten to know you, Dave, over the years here at Crossroads was that this isn't a place where you're just kind of taking. You've been a great example of someone who gives back. You play a very important role of the everyday operations of this mission, because there's something you do every day for the mission. What is that?
I clean the restrooms and various other rooms in the building, as far as laundry room or kitchen areas and things of that nature. And it's just kind of an everyday thing, except for Sundays. An everyday thing of having that ability to contribute to Crossroads to help keep it clean, and also pitch in for other needs as they arise. And for me, it's the way I was brought up, and to do work and get things done and be a participating part of the living experience here.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference, because what you're actually doing is you're setting the example. It's different for someone to come in and hear that there's rules. It's really something for them to come in and see somebody who's a living example of what it means to contribute to their community of where they're living and to make the place better, and really to help out. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate you, Dave, the work that you do. I walk into a clean restroom and I think, wow, not only do you do the job, but you do it in great detail. I can tell that you really care about the work you do.
It's the idea that I want people to know that for my little part that I represent Crossroads, and that we do take pride in some basic stuff. and my military time as well, attention to detail, and working for the FAA. It's just one of those things in life that if you're gonna kind of do the work, let's do it, pretty close to right.
Yeah.
And try and keep that standard up and consistent for people.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at your time at Crossroads, you've also got to see and have the experience of some of the efforts we have to bring the mission up to speed in terms of, being modern and a safe place to be and kept up well. And what has that experience been here?
Oh, I think the upgrades to the facility have been wonderful. I think a major thing that improved things for customers and for Crossroads, the wonderful new thrift store is just a fabulous place to visit. It is really nice. They thought it out really well, and although we miss the thrift store being here in the basement and being able to kind of contribute and everything, but when you compare and see the new thrift store and see how that operation runs and the great access to the public, it's a very worthwhile change. So seeing that come about and various other upgrades to the facility system has been just an absolute joy, and it's an example of how they're doing it. And I don't spend really any time in Kearney or Grand Island, but Daniel really cares about Crossroads, and they have an excellent vision of how they want things to be, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Thank you for being a part of it. How old are you in this picture?
I am 17.
17 years old, okay.
Yeah, 17 years old.
At what age did you go into the military?
At 17.
At 17?
Yeah,
okay.
I went in and started basic training the end of June or I should say the end of July in 1985, and August 1st I turned 18. So yeah, I got to do push-ups on my birthday.
All right.
Yeah. And but yeah, it was a wonderful experience, high school, and seeing the high school here, and the cross-country runners and how people are involved in the city is just absolutely fabulous. It's just something to be out walking or riding my scooter and to see the activity. I think Hastings has just a wonderful school system.
Yeah, that's incredible. I want you to know how much we thank you for your service in the military. We know that freedom is not free, and that you had given of yourself, and many people also have given their lives and given of themselves to help us live in a free country, so thank you.
You are welcome, sir.
Yeah.
My pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the bench, having a conversation, and God bless you, my friend.
God bless you. Have a wonderful rest of your shift in this 24-hour journey.
Yeah, I sure will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye.
How's it going, Daniel?
Hey, pretty good, Bruce. Good to see you. I just saw you in Kansas City, right? And here we are.
That's right. Yeah, man. Looking good.
Yeah, kind of just judging from looking at the screen here, though, I'm guessing that it might be a little bit warmer in Dallas there.
It is a little bit warmer. By 2 o'clock, it's going to be a whole bunch warmer. It was 84, 85, felt like 90 yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we started out with warm temperatures. We're probably down to about 50, 57, 56 degrees now. I had to get a jacket.
Okay, we're at 66. I had a jacket, but I kind of put it away.
Yeah, well, good.
Well, so how the conversations going?
I think it's been great, even for me personally. I just learned a lot about some people that, things I didn't know. I've known some of these people for a long time, just learned a lot of new things, and God's really opened my eyes really to the wonders of His grace and His mercy.
Right. Yeah, likewise for me, I said to many people, we're so busy doing the task that God has for us that at least I know I'm guilty of not looking too hard at what other organizations are doing. I'm praying for them and wish them well, but I'm just trying to handle my business. So this has allowed me to connect with people and set up future lunches, etc. And I already talked about different ways where we might be able to collaborate.
Yeah, I think that's very exciting. I mentioned that we saw each other in Kansas City. I learned so much from hearing from people like yourself and what you're doing in the missions, and it's just been a great experience to connect through Citygate. And I think that's what's been interesting for people in Nebraska here, central Nebraska, is to hear that it's not just Crossroads, serving alone in a mission field of serving the homeless, but we get to partner and with great people like you and be in the work together.
Absolutely. Well, from your conversations, are you hearing any trends or sensing any trends from the conversation?
Yeah, so in our conversations, we've had a lot of people that came through Crossroads, have had that lived experience, met God along the way. They finally stopped, listened to the call of God, turned their life to Him, and so that's been a lot of our conversation, is just hearing from people, their story, hearing a real story from real life people, real needs and situations. And Bruce, my experience in Nebraska here, we've been working to grow for quite a while throughout central Nebraska, serving rural communities. And I really appreciate the focus of conversations on a bench and overcoming stereotypes, because that's just something that we've been working hard on, is to see that, there might be some reasons and maybe even some leading factors of why people are homeless. It may be drug addiction and alcoholism and mental health issues. That does not represent the whole, though.
Right. And really, that's kind of the presenting problem, but that's not going back to the Genesis. In a lot of the conversations we're having and talking about poverty and homelessness, and it seemed like we were kind of coming to the conclusion that there's a poverty in relationships. When you lose major contact with your family and friends, your safety blanket, your net is gone, and that makes it easy to fall into poverty. And at least people I know, even if you think about the worst, or the most addicted person I still don't know the person that woke up one day and said, I think I want to be an addict and really mess my life up.
Right.
It may, it happened, but a lot of times it's self-medicating, peer pressure, something. It's not, I just want to mess my life up today.
No. And
you got to back up some steps.
Yeah, I've often thought too about people who come to the mission, by the time they get here, they even kind of wake up and go, man, how did I get here? Like, I just woke up from a terrible nightmare. How did this happen? And in some
Right.
ways, it almost creeped up on them, right?
Oh yeah. Well, because whatever it is we're doing, all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God.
Yeah.
We think we can handle it while we're doing it. Uh, uh, think we got the tiger by the tail,
Yeah.
and it turns around and bite. But yeah, so a lot of that about really poverty of relationships, and then a very common when nothing new. A lot of people saying the major issue in their community is this hyperinflation,
Yeah.
unaffordable housing, and how to get people in that housing. Now, one thing that is kind of coming out of it as a possibility now, it's easier said than done, but if you can get your community behind it, it's really sounding like to me that a lot of our missions and organizations need to figure out how to get some of the house, and then probably do ministry as part of that house. And I'm sure you've seen the model. They're, more of a campus model. And even if you don't have multiple buildings, it almost sounds like you need a good building that's on an apartment style that people could kind of graduate into, and you might have to have some of your other offices there. Because really, if you think about it, if you and I got together and we went into business, we formed a partnership and we started buying apartments. We love Jesus, we love people, we want to help them, but at the end of the day, we got to get some kind of return.
Yeah.
If we didn't have all cash, we at least got to pay our mortgage, and that's the dilemma when you have these hyperinflationary conditions. All these landlords, owners of these buildings, have to make some basic return, and to keep that property maintained, they got to raise those rent.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. We've seen that. We talked about that today, too, as one of the greatest obstacles of people successfully moving on from Crossroads here in Nebraska. And, we have an interesting concept in Nebraska that we've been partnering with Federal Home Loan Bank. Most recently, we developed 15 units of just what you're talking about in Kearney, Nebraska. People can come through the traditional kind of homeless shelter setting. There's the program, there's the emergency shelter, but when they do good, those 15 units are efficiency apartments for them to be able to go into. They actually do pay a truly affordable price. It's $575. That's their rent, that's their utilities. And I think something that you hit on, I call it supportive housing, because the program stays in place. And they might have a little bit more freedom and they come and go like they are an apartment, but there's still drug and alcohol testing. We want to make sure you're still on your medications. We want to make sure you're still budgeting. It just allows for that longer time period between, their transition from Crossroads to complete and total independence in the community.
Right. Yep. Well, fortunately, because of our wonderful donors, probably about 15, 20 years ago, we owned 2 apartment complexes.
Oh, yeah.
Not real big, a 44 unit and a 34 unit one. So,
Wow.
we get to live up front what it means to be the owner of a property and try to keep it maintained and keep the city happy and all of those things. And because of our wonderful donors, we're able to fundraise for capital upkeep and keep the rent low. Not at $595, but closer to that $600, $700, $800 amount for the 1-bedrooms, and the 2-bedrooms a little bit over $1,000.
Yeah.
Which is still a good deal from what I'm hearing around the country. That the going market rates are about twice that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, of course, there's some differences. We're out here in rural Nebraska. housing is going to cost a little bit less. I notice when we go to the cities, that cost of housing goes up tremendously, and so I'm sure that's affordable where you're at. I just notice when people have what you just described to me, and what we have in Kearney here in Nebraska is a higher success rate, because they're not just having to go out to a place that they really can't afford, and they're really not even ready, even outside of the costs, they're not even ready to run their own household.
Right. And we try as much as possible to get as many of our graduates as possible in the same apartment complex. And then they kind of build community and accountability.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's tremendous.
And you don't run your staff all over town, which can be tough.
Right. Yeah.
Because during the pandemic, we participated in the city of Dallas's rapid rehousing, and we used basically a couple of apartments. And we had 3 guys that were the case managers, and they were in about 3 or 4 different apartments. And when they went, they could chat to 4, 5, 6 people on one trip.
Oh, yeah.
And versus, even Nebraska. I've been in Nebraska before. It's spread out pretty wide. If you have someone in every corner of the city, your case managers can be in their car all day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And, we're kind of unique in the sense that, so we have a mission in Hastings, and we have a mission 30 minutes away in Grand Island. And we have a mission 45 minutes away in Kearney, and now we're opening a mission an hour and a half away in Lexington, and that's created, some challenges. Even we want to grow together, as an organization as a whole, so to get our staff together sometimes requires a lot of driving, and just different challenges like you're talking about.
Yeah. And you can use Zoom some to, just like, we do with our staff. But, I'll talk to our guys and let them know, look, it's nothing like chatting with that person, and hopefully, they'll invite you inside that apartment.
Yeah.
And in less than 2 minutes, you get a good idea of what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. I was just kind of curious, how long have you been involved at the mission there in Dallas?
Well, I'm kind of turning into one of the old heads. I've been an employee for 8 years. I became CEO in 2017. But before that, I was a volunteer for 25 years.
Oh, wow.
Literally had no aspirations at the time to work for the mission. Just loved the Lord and felt that He had called me to come down to the mission just to volunteer. And I was in my early late 20s at that time, early 30s. And when I knocked on the door, the chaplain answered was like, he has no idea what he's trying to get himself into. and he was in the middle of serving, and he said, oh, come back tomorrow. And I came back, and he was very gracious, and they put me in, I said the kitchen, but it was really the pantry.
Oh.
Reorganizing King Good. They didn't want me to mess up people too much. They ended up serving on the line, making tuna fish sandwiches, informally counseling with the guys. And then I became a chapel provider. And at some point, Bill Thompson, our former CEO, kind of tapped me on the shoulder after he found out my business background, being a CPA and an auditor.
Wow.
And asked me would I consider serving on the board of directors. So I did that and was a chapel provider for a good while. But then eventually kind of stopped doing the chapel provider work and just focus on the board level. As I'm sure you're aware, you know, it's, you know, the staff loves board members, but, you know, there's fiduciary responsibilities and operational.
Mm-hmm.
And if board members get too deep in operationals, it can make day-to-day operations a little challenging. Don't mean any harm, but, you know, even like for myself, when I was in that situation, you're going to see something, and if you're on the board, you kind of feel like, hey, I got some power to make happen what I think needs to happen, but that's not good for that ecosystem.
Sure. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. That's actually something I've had to learn over time, even as an executive director here at the mission, kind of letting go, letting our staff who are on the front lines do their job, me being able to focus on what God's called me to do now. And that's kind of a hard thing to learn sometimes. It's hard to let go.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is fresh and free if you haven't already learned it. Like in Dallas, I know the wonderful people that we minister to. I personally can't get too close to them. The pastor in me loves to do a lot of teaching, preaching, and getting to know everybody. But I realized real quick that if there's any issue within the mission, and one of our wonderful guests or disciples have a conflict with one of the chaplains or workers, they look to me to be the impartial judge. If I'm involved in the detail, now they deem me to not be an impartial judge. And if they're still mad and frustrated, now they feel like they need to go public.
Yeah.
Since I stepped back, what has happened is we have very little issues like that, because they know I love them. They believe their chaplain case workers love them too, but they know I love them, and okay, I appear and present myself as unbiased and straightforward, and they can pretty much accept whatever the decision is. They didn't have heated words with me, and I'm not acting like I'm enjoying giving them some kind of punishment. And we have enough of a history. They'll say, okay, I can live with what he says. So I personally backed up, but because of that, my staff gets it, because I'm still a preacher at heart. So we have a devotion every morning, so I have to get it all out at 7:30, 8 in the morning.
Oh man, like a fire hose.
Oh, and then I go into business mode. But you know, preacher got to preach. Teacher got to teach. So I get that out early in the morning, and then I put my CEO CPA hat on.
Yeah.
How do you handle that desire to do frontline ministry and the business aspect?
Yeah, well, I kind of went through a long process here of trying to hold on to both, you know, and over the last couple of years, just coming to that same realization that you shared about here, you know, how that can kind of muddy the waters, create some conflict, and even undermine our staff. And I don't want to do that. I want to empower our staff to minister and to help in the best way they can with each guest. And I had to realize that every once in a while I was getting too involved in the daily work of the mission to where it was doing more harm than good. And so, yeah, like I say, that's been hard for me to kind of let go of some of those things, but God has shown me that that's necessary. I feel like we're a lot healthier organization because of that. Because our staff can do their job, because they know that we're here to support them. And like you said, you know, I get those opportunities every once in a while with guests and then with staff to encourage them in Christ. And that's where my focus has to be. And just like you, I take every opportunity I get to share the love of
Now,
Christ.
I'll still preach. I try to at least 2 Sundays out of a month. We have a church service on on staff every Sunday
Oh.
for our wonderful overnight guests and disciples.
Uh-huh.
You know, when they get close to the end of the program, we're encouraging them to go out and join a church. But in that interim, we do that. So if I'm in town, I'm normally, preaching, and I'm sure your schedule's similar to mine. Probably half the time I'm not in town, or if I'm in town, there's some missions day at one of our partner churches, etc. Our job is to be out in the community, so wherever that is.
Yeah, that's right. Today, I guess, happens to be on a bench, right?
Right. Man, I went inside, and one of my employees gave me a cushion off in one of the couches. I told him this metal bench is wearing my bottom out.
Yeah, I'll be happy
And
to
I
get
got
off of
9
that
more
thing.
hours to go.
Right. Yeah, I'll be happy to get off the bench too. And I just had a city council member from Hastings here come by and had a lengthy conversation with me. He kind of had a comment about how the bench was feeling. He was glad to get off of it too. So.
Oh, well, I'm telling you, after 9 hours, I felt it. And I was walking around and I said, man, I got to do something. And I was trying to sit on this little blanket, and that just wasn't getting it done. Yeah.
Have you done
But
this
it was,
conversations on a bench before?
well, I did a preliminary one in January. So this is the first one where we have approximately 70 missions from across the nation that are doing this conversation on the bench for 24 hours. So we're hoping to continue to do that and to grow this conversation. And, maybe next year we'll have 150 organizations out of the 300 or so doing it.
Yeah.
And, I'm just selfish, and I'm sure you're probably similar. I see so many benefits in our community in terms of the relationships and people we can collaborate with and just get to know and be friends. Even if we stop, which we aren't, I'd be willing to do it. So I strongly endorse it. I'm going to be really tired here in a little bit. I'm going to pray, try to drive home safely, and get in my bed and crash.
Yeah. Well, kind of. I got one benefit here. How far do you live from the mission?
I live 32 miles from the mission.
Oh, 32 miles. Okay. I live probably about 4 blocks. So.
Oh man, you can walk, you can crawl.
I'm still gonna drive.
You still got to drive. That's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Bruce, it was really good to connect with you and to hear from you and get to know you better.
All right. Well, thank you, brother. Look forward to the next Citygate event, and we got to hang out a little bit.
Sounds good. God bless you.
All right. God bless.
All right, good morning, Central Nebraska. It's good to be out here. I see the sun is going to be coming up here soon. I'm so glad to see dusk, and having gone through the night was quite an experience here. Had a lot of great visitors or conversations on a bench. It was really neat for me to be able to talk to other homeless shelters too, CEOs around the country who could share their experiences, impart wisdom to me even, and talk about homelessness in their community. And to be a part of a network like Citygate, being able to support each other in the work that we're doing. And so this morning we have kind of a couple people that are talking about a very important aspect of our ministry, and that is food services and being able to help people who are facing food insecurities. We had from Hastings, a city council member, Mike, stop by, who talked about kids who, lots and lots of kids who are on school lunch programs, and the question was, what are they doing outside of school when they go home on the weekend or they're at home for the evening? What are they being able to eat? And I'm excited to hear from a couple of people this morning about how we're addressing food insecurities in the community. So I've invited my friend Joe to come on the bench with me, and I think initially reluctantly, but I can tell you're excited now to be here with me.
Absolutely. Good morning. My name's Joseph Verde. I'm the kitchen manager here at Mission Avenue, Crossroads in Hastings. And we do a lot for the community, and they give us right back through their donations and through the retail donations.
Yeah. Well, before we get into food, Joe, there's kind of been this theme throughout the day yesterday and the night last night of people who have come to the bench, who were coming to Crossroads initially for help, but now are in a place of helping other people, and you kind of fit that category of people that we're talking about, right?
Sure, absolutely. I came in December of 2023, and came from Las Vegas, and had nowhere to stay, and had located information online about Crossroads, and made a call and had something set up before I even got here. And took a couple days, took a flight out, and as soon as I got here I was welcomed, and went right to work to do whatever I could to help the facility run, anything I could do to help out.
Yeah, so that's a long journey, and I would say, you don't hear that story very often. Was there some kind of connection in Central Nebraska that you...
My parents lived out in Harvard, so I wanted to be close to them, too.
I see. So you had a connection here, and so naturally you were looking at Crossroads as something... why did you need Crossroads, though?
Because I had become homeless through, addiction, and I had nowhere to turn, and Crossroads was here for me, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we've heard from a lot of people just about initially coming into the shelter, having a lot of thoughts in their minds, not knowing really exactly what to expect. What was it like for you to go into a homeless shelter?
It was the first time I had done it, and it was a daunting thing to go through, not knowing where I was going to sleep, how I was going to acquire income, what I was going to eat. Is just starting all over from scratch, and I was given the opportunity to make my life better, and it's worked out very well so far.
Yeah, a lot of people coming into shelter worry about their personal safety because they don't know exactly who's living there, what they're going to see or experience. Was that for you? Did you worry initially about your safety?
No, it seemed like a pretty together facility, but I could see where somebody coming into a brand new city, not knowing what to expect inside and outside, I could see where that would worry some people.
Yeah. But you had the experience that you were able to settle in very quickly, and I just have to say, from my point of view, and we've had this discussion a lot through this process too, a part of that is because you got busy right away, right?
Right away.
And what were you busy doing here?
I was actually helping out in the kitchen, just, sweeping, mopping floors, doing trash, boxes, anywhere that needed help. the donation trailer, just anything to keep mind and hands busy.
Yeah. And I've often said, and we've said throughout this time period too, that nobody hopes to be in this situation. And
Sure.
Bruce, who I was just talking to, it's not like we just wake up and say, I'd like to be in a homeless shelter today, move into a homeless shelter. And so I guess in being real about it, there's that sense of, having experienced some failures in life. But very quickly you went from a place of some of those failures and coming to the homeless shelter, but you started to give back. How did that change some of the maybe guilty feelings or the struggles that you were going through personally?
It was, like I said, I just kept myself busy. I was always volunteering for something, just so I wasn't worried about so much where I was going to go and how I was going to provide for myself. I had faith in God that, if I just kept busy, that I would be taken care of, and so that was no longer a worry. And I continue to this day to just try and keep my mind and thoughts, on the straight and narrow, and it seems to work out very well for me. And there's people here that still struggle, but in turn now it's my turn to give back to that.
Yeah. And so opportunity came to you. You said that you're the Hastings campus kitchen manager, but I think you're kind of cutting yourself short there. There's a lot to this position that you're in, a very important role to the entire operations of Crossroads in central Nebraska. And I was wondering if you could take a few minutes to talk about retail rescue, this concept of taking food and putting it to use instead of going into a landfill, and just kind of the work that you do day in and day out with that.
Sure. We have 5 local retailers that I pick up from twice a week, and then one that is like every day throughout the week, and just food that would normally end up in the landfill, like you said, or a compost garden, comes to us, and we give it, a last shot, and it works out extremely well for us for food boxes and for meals. So yeah, probably about, for the retailers that we pick up from, it's about 678,000 pounds that we've recovered this year so far.
Wow, over 600,000 pounds of food.
Yep.
And you've had to handle pretty much every ounce of that.
Yes. Got a good crew too, so that helps. And from there, we distribute to 15 pantries across Nebraska, Central, South Central, and Southwestern, and also the 3 pantries for Crossroads.
Yeah. So that food's kind of getting spread out, kind of sharing the wealth in that sense. You get to go out to small pantries like Harvard, like Franklin, Minden. You go way out west even. What town are you going to out in west?
Curtis,
Nebraska.
and Culbertson. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So those are a ways out there, and
Good drive.
You get to be kind of on the front lines, handing that food to somebody who's managing a food pantry. What are you hearing back? What does it mean to them that they get help in keeping their pantries full?
They are very happy to see us every month, and there's even been times where people have been in line waiting for the food to be distributed from them once we deliver it, and they're like, "Oh, we're so happy that you made it today," and because we weren't sure if we were going to be able to have our Easter dinner and feed the family, and they were just so appreciative, and it's very rewarding to, especially a long drive, it's like greeted with a smile.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, so what types of foods are you delivering out there to those food pantries?
We do shelf-stable product, canned food. We do meat, grocery, fresh produce, and bakery items. And they get whatever they can hold in their pantries.
Yeah, that's interesting. That they could have access to protein in the
Absolutely.
form of meat, and even having some of that fresh produce. I think for a lot of those food pantries, maybe otherwise they wouldn't have that type of product.
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's meeting a great need to be able to rescue that food. You kind of talked a little bit about having a great team behind you, and that works with our program here at Crossroads, that people are required, if they're unemployed and they're in a long-term program at Crossroads, to give a certain amount of time every day, 2 hours, serving their community and being a part of this huge undertaking of bringing food in, sorting the food, and rescuing it from the landfill. And so how do you think that is for a guest to be involved in an important work like that?
Well, like it was for me, it takes if you've got a lot on your mind, it will help you get through your day, especially when you realize the end result where you're actually helping your fellow man have a meal, and it might even guide them towards a different career in life.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very good to see everybody pitch in to help prepare a meal, serve a meal, even just unload a truck. It's highly needed, and I can't do it all myself. So.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you for working with the men and women here at Crossroads, and in that sense, we're trying to prepare people to get back out into the workforce.
Sure.
For everybody that's applicable for and appropriate for them to get back into the workforce, we want to make sure that they are job ready. Sometimes that just begins with showing up on time, right?
Sure.
And then it goes on to attitude at work and learning new things.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that you tend to have a group of young men, especially, that are working beside you, and that's been an interesting thing to me, to see young men who are coming to the mission, many of them in great need of training. And as an older guy who's doing this work, what have you been able to do in terms of building relationships with them?
It's the younger guys are very. Just a minute, my phone is going off. I thought I put it in airplane mode.
No problem.
There we go.
It's time to wake up.
Yep, it's time to get to work. Oh, I'm already at work. It's very rewarding for me with the younger guys because a lot of them really haven't had like a positive male figure in their life to kind of guide them along the way. I do what I can to just try and, hey, listen, you have a shot here to do something, and if you have any questions, come to me. I can, help you along the way if needed be, and there's other people here that you can talk to too. But there has been quite a few younger guys that come through, and they get it, and they're like, hey, you know what? I actually kind of do enjoy this, and get them set up for the day at least, and put a smile on their face. They feel like at the end of the day they've accomplished something.
Sure. And I've noticed too, because meals have to be prepared every day, 3 meals a day for people who are living here at Crossroads, and there's some real talent.
Oh yeah, and we've had some 4-star chefs come through here.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I go through the kitchen quite a bit, as you know, and of course like to taste test and stuff.
Taste test, yeah.
But I have seen that, and I hear from guests who've stayed maybe at other missions before, or maybe they haven't, but they are just so surprised at the quality of food.
Sure.
At the mission here, to be able to eat beef, or sometimes I've seen even steak that's been donated to the mission, and you talked about the fresh produce and dairy, and have those fruits and vegetables. But just as people are getting well, don't you think that's important for them to have that nutrition?
Sure. It's always good to start out your day with a great meal, and end one with a great meal. It's just takes a lot off your mind when you're not worrying about where your next meal is coming from, and you can start concentrating on different aspects of your life.
Yeah, and a lot of what conversations on a bench is about is challenging stereotypes, and we see a lot of people who come for food, and sometimes people might think, well, they don't really need that help because look at the car they're driving, or different things about them. What has been your experience about these people who are coming to the front door to receive a food box at Crossroads?
Well, they wouldn't be here if they really didn't need it. So kind of got to put away personal feelings and just see beyond that, and we are servicing a community here.
Yeah, and the community is central Nebraska, even going a little bit into western Nebraska. I want to share with people who might be listening in this morning as you're getting ready for work about this important work that Joe's doing, where he is a part of retail rescue, saving food from landfills. It's not food that's spoiled, it's not food that's gone bad. Actually, the USDA says that it's safe for human consumption, and we have so many people throughout central Nebraska here who are barely making ends meet. We've all experienced this hyperinflation and this time period where it's just hard to afford living. We've seen families who've had to make tough decisions. They may have to decide if they're going to get groceries this week or this month, or if they're going to pay their rent, if they're going to buy groceries this week or this month, or if they're going to put gas in the car, or if they're going to pay their utility bill, or if they're going to get school clothes for their kids, or a new pair of shoes for a kid whose shoes are worn out. So food insecurity is definitely something that we've seen on the rise. We heard from Sky Crooks earlier, who was talking about Grand Island, where they are giving out these food boxes. A food box is, Joe, if you could kind of describe how big is a food box and what's in it.
It's about this large, we got everything that the USDA requires from the food pyramid. You'll have a protein in there, sometimes you'll have like mac and cheese, like a box, but we'll throw in like some type of protein that you can add to that mac and cheese. Always fresh produce. When we get stuff in, like dairy, like milk, we'll throw that in, butter, anything that we get an abundance of, it'll be going into food boxes. And there's always like bread, cakes, desserts, and canned items.
Yeah, so this food box is really a tremendous support for families. Sky told me that in Grand Island, they are breaking records as far as Crossroads handing them out.
800 boxes.
800 boxes a
last month.
Wow, that's incredible. And those are represent 800 households and people that need that food, and it just alleviates the economic pressure on their family, and for them to be able to have something to make ends meet. And we also are doing have some efforts in Lexington on a monthly basis. We have a mobile food pantry. You would be able to find more information at crossroadsmission.com. Being able to provide for 500 households to come through and receive food on a monthly basis. All they got to do is drive through. It just makes it very easy. It takes away a lot of those hurdles to getting access to food and some of the stigma that comes along with it. This Saturday in Broken Bow, we're doing a mobile food pantry. We have enough to be able to provide for 300 households. If you're listening in on the live stream today, I want to encourage you, if you know somebody in the Broken Bow area that would be blessed by coming out to get a food box, please share with them that we are doing that in the fairgrounds in Broken Bow this Saturday. It'll begin at 9 o'clock. You just have to show up if you're in need. Nobody's going to hassle you about it. Nobody's going to point you out, but just coming and receive that blessing. I have noticed over the last couple of years that when we have things like mobile pantries, we are beginning to see a number of elderly people who are coming to receive food from there, and kind of getting back to that topic of whether they need it or not. Joe, I've seen sometimes people sitting in line for an hour and a half for them to receive their food box. And it just kind of shows me that need is, it exists, and that those people really need that help.
They really do.
Yeah. So that's a really special thing to be able to help them plug our guests into that type of ministry, and just to be able to.
Good Good morning.
Saying good morning to us. Waking me up. They must have noticed
I'm
I was
awake
a little
now.
tired.
Yep.
So they get to rev their engine for YouTube. Joe, I just want to thank you for coming on this morning, being able to
Absolutely.
share what you're doing. Very important work, and I encourage you to keep up the work, and God bless you.
God bless you too, Daniel.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day, and I'm off to work.
All right.
There you go.
Okay, we're back with Conversations on a Bench, and 24 hours of conversation. The conversation is surrounding homelessness, issues of homelessness, and just hopefully opening our eyes to the needs that are in our communities. And I say community, I mean Central Nebraska. Crossroads has changed a lot over the years, and we're going to hear about how from Paul Spence later on today, talking about the ministry, how it's grown throughout the years, starting in Hastings in 1983, growing now with a broad footprint across Central Nebraska, meeting the needs of thousands of people who are homeless and have no place to go for various reasons. And just now heard from South Central Behavioral, who's a great community partner, the needs that they're meeting in the community, but also how we work together to meet needs. And that's so important that we have community collaboration. And so I'm excited today to have two really good friends with me on the bench talking about homelessness, but different things that are going on at Crossroads. And the first one I'd like to, Leandra, thank you for coming and having a conversation with me.
Absolutely.
And you may have to hold the microphone a little bit close so it'll pick you up with a lot of street noise and stuff. But just wanted to have a conversation with you today because you have some lived experience when we're talking about Crossroads, the work at Crossroads, needing a place to be for a time. And so I was wondering if we can kind of go back a little bit to the day that you walked through the doors of Crossroads. What brought you to Crossroads?
Okay, absolutely. Well, I was walking a path in my life that, I hadn't walked, and I had been doing it for a couple of years. And, really, I had gotten into trouble and needed a safe place to go. And I was ordered to come to Crossroads from the court system. And when I showed up, I was very apprehensive. I was nervous, but I was welcome. There's a lot of great people here, and it couldn't have been a better move for me. Yeah. I always say it was my divine intervention, and God was in works with that one.
Yeah, that's incredible. And you talk about the apprehension and coming to a homeless shelter. Had you ever been to a homeless shelter before?
No.
No, and so I think it's important. Part of what we're trying to do with Conversations on a Bench is to address the stereotypes and the stigma that comes along with homelessness. And sometimes when I think people think about homelessness, they don't understand what a step that is to go into a homeless shelter. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of fears of. Can you unpack that a little bit? Like, what made you nervous about walking through the doors here?
Well, really because you don't know, what you're going to be walking into. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what kind of individuals are going to be around you. Mm-hmm. And just, with many different personalities, there's, just multiple outcomes played over and over in my head for worst case scenario. I'm kind of an overthinker and a worrier as is, but it was just a lot of the unknowns that really made me nervous about the situation.
Sure. Yeah. And so, but you got here, and was it different than you thought?
It was much different than I thought. Yes.
What ways? What things were different?
Well, it wasn't as bad as I had made it out to be in my head. Like, of course, with the stigma of being in a homeless shelter, I, just had the vision of what it's like in the city. Like, you're going to walk in and there's cots laid out all over the room, and then people have to sleep right next to each other, and then, just bag meals. But no, there's actually a dining hall, and we're served up, good food, and,
mm-hmm.
There's good people, and the, there's different areas for, different individuals, from the men, women, and children. And it was just all sorts of different people that I never expected would be, at a homeless shelter, because there's a lot of different stereotypes that come with being homeless, and that's not what I was met with here.
Sure. Okay. So if I remember right, the area that you moved into in the mission was kind of actually, I think it was just newly remodeled.
Yes.
And so coming in, is it comfortable? Did it feel at all like a place that you could call home for a time, or what
It did. It did. It kind of felt like as if I were at a college dorm room or something like that. So it was nice. It was safe, and I had a nice room, and it was secure. So it made me really comfortable and eased my fears with that aspect of it.
Sure. Yeah. And then we talked with Sarah earlier today, who's the lead case manager for Hastings. She got kind of into this 4-phase program that we have at Crossroads, and so I think that there is a stereotype of homeless shelters in general that, people go there and they just kind of lay around and there is no purpose. Has that been your experience during your time you were at
Not my
Crossroads?
experience at all, no, because Crossroads is more than, a homeless shelter. Like, we run a rescue mission, really trying to help rehabilitate people and, show them that there is a better way of life and, what the steps are to actually achieve that.
Yeah, so you didn't just lay in bed all day.
I didn't lay in bed all day.
No. What did you do?
I tried to at first, but I was soon got and said, hey, you need to go do your chores.
Okay, somebody came to your room.
I was a
huh?
little scared. Yeah, I didn't want
Okay.
to interact with people too much, but yeah, I came full circle.
Sure. So I think the first time that I had met you, I was filling in
Yes.
at the thrift store for a little bit of time, and that was part of your day structure, right?
Yes.
What did you do there?
So I had to do community service work, not only, helping the wheels go round with the requirements of what Crossroads had with their programming, but I was required to do community service as part of the drug court program that I was on. And so, yeah, being down there, I got to do lots of fun stuff. I organized from top to bottom the kids area at first. And though, it got messed up quickly, we got it organized. And then, yeah, just like sorting clothes, hanging up clothes, organizing things, cleaning, like it was just part of the day-to-day activities that I was doing.
Yeah. I talked to Sarah a little bit earlier, and we were talking about people who come, say, on drug court, maybe come from incarceration or different situations like that. We talked about how important it is to have a plan and a safe place to be,
Yes.
and how without that there's a high chance for people to recommit a crime and to be reincarcerated. Do you think that statement would be true?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, because, given, the fragile state of mind that these people are in anyways, coming from such a structured environment like, being incarcerated, when they get out, they still need a lot of structure in order to not fall back into their old ways.
Yeah. And you'd gone through a lot, and kind of sounds like your life had fallen apart, and there was a lot to put together.
Yeah.
And so tell me about that process. How did God start bringing all these pieces together? You had just the need to have your life back on track in terms of what you were doing. You had your family. You had to get a job. How did this all come together?
Yeah, so I had to full circle everything because, like you said, I just about lost everything. And so not only was I committed to, staying clean and not following back down the path that I was on, but I had to get a job. I had to stabilize myself. So I had to get full-time employment, and I had to, get a house, get my car back going, and yeah, just the basic requirements that you need to live a secure lifestyle.
Yeah. And I think what's really neat about the program at Crossroads is you do have these steps that you work through. And as people work through the steps, there comes a point when they're met with opportunity.
Yes.
And it's not just the end of the road. I finished a program. Now I just go back to my life. It is life, and it's a new life, right?
Yeah.
And it's a different direction and a different path. And so somewhere along the way, God brought you opportunity.
Yes.
Which is your current place of employment, and what is that?
Yeah. And so, like you had said earlier, I started volunteering or doing community service down at the thrift store. And so after I was offered a job and started working for the thrift store, and then a couple months after that, I was offered the management position. And so now I have been the Hastings Mission Avenue thrift store manager for over 3 years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, and you've done a good job.
Thank
and I
you.
just want to say that, you've done an incredible job. I hear from a lot of people in the community who love your personality. I think that sometimes they're not even going there to shop. They're just going there to see you.
To socialize.
And, that's part of their daily routine.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of a neat thing, like when we talk about community. Because a lot of what we're talking about, addressing issues of homelessness and these types of things, it is being a community. I spoke to Kelly Kreitz earlier. I asked her, why should people be involved? And she said, because we're a community. And that's what it means to be a community, is supporting each other. And that's what's neat to me. The store is very much a community.
Yes.
Do you see the same people in the store?
We do. I mean, we have, our regulars that come in, and yeah, building the meaningful relationships with people. I don't know, words, it just makes you happy. It just brings extra spark, to your heart when you see these people. And yeah, I'm good for them and they're good for me.
Yeah. So I guess before we kind of go on, God did something else special in your life. You have a beautiful little person
Yes,
in
I
your
do.
life, and you also had the opportunity to kind of reconnect with your kids and really to put your family life together.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I have 4 kids, and you know they mean the world to me. And you don't really know what your life is missing until you have it. And I believe God has truly blessed me, and I couldn't be, happier for where I'm at in life right now. And because of you guys, because of Crossroads, like I was able to achieve the status of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, it's an incredible testimony, and I think, there's things as a director at Crossroads that I hope for, and I think just in being transparent, this is meant to be really transparent and raw. There are so many times when we serve people at Crossroads that we just don't quite get to where we wanted to with them.
Yeah.
And that's very unfortunate. I think that's why second chances and third chances are so important. Your testimony, though, is like a dream for someone in my position to feel like that something significant happened here, and to see your life story. And I guess before we kind of move on to, you're kind of on to another, I guess, season and adventure in your life, right?
I am, yes.
There might be someone watching today who's never been to Fresh
and Press, yes.
Tell
Fresh
us a
and
little
Press
bit about that.
Hastings. So my brother and I decided, we've always had a dream about opening something up, and everything kind of just fell into place. And so, yes, we'll call it a fast casual cafe, but it's called Fresh and Press, and it's located next to Little Caesars and Imperial Garden off of Burlington. And we have panini press sandwiches, we have a full salad bar, we do breakfast sandwiches all day, smoothies, we have gelatos, and we do all sorts of specialty drinks. And I couldn't be more fortunate for these blessings that have transpired in my life. And again, like, I owe a lot to Daniel and the whole crew at Crossroads for helping me, guiding me in some of my most vulnerable and weakest times. And they saw something in me that I didn't necessarily see in myself. And now I'm trying to achieve my dreams.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. And I think that what we understand is when people have learned something and they've learned it well, or when somebody's been helped and their life's been transformed, we see that somebody goes from receiving to giving.
Yes.
Right? And so Mission Avenue Thrift, is that a place where you feel like you're able to help people?
It is. And like I've said before, like, I was once in a position where I needed help, and now I'm in a position where I get to help people. And so far, Mission Avenue Thrift has helped with over $19,000 worth of goods and basic necessities, clothing for over 600 men, women, and children in need in Adams County and surrounding counties. And it's very fulfilling to be able to help people.
Yeah, and so we want to make sure that people go away from here too, understanding resources in the community. And you kind of mentioned about the resources that were given to people who were in need at the time. How do people have access to these items?
So they really just come into the store and ask for a community needs form, and we'll help them on the spot. And if we have what they're in need of, then we can go ahead and get it taken care of with. Other times there's like a wait list we can possibly put them on, like for beds and things like that, because beds are in a really high demand. But just as long as you speak up, we're here, and we'll try to help you as one of the resources available.
Okay, and that kind of takes us on to another important topic, and that's why I have Erica here with us. Hola, Erica.
Hola, Daniel.
So Erica is with us today, and Erica, what is your role at Crossroads and Mission Avenue Thrift?
So I manage all the thrift stores. I look up. So I look and see how they're running, and making sure that everybody, every manager has what they need, and the thrift stores are running okay, and making sure that anything they need, I'm capable of doing it.
Yeah, you play an important role at Mission Avenue Thrift, and I think it's kind of interesting because I've talked a lot today about volunteerism. Like, what I hope from conversations on a bench is that people's hearts would be moved towards compassion, and that they would desire to roll up their sleeves and get involved. And I think back, Erica, is that the first time I met you, you weren't in a management position, though. At Crossroads, you started out as a volunteer, right?
Yep, I was actually a volunteer for a whole year. I see what was going on at Crossroads, and I got really excited. Then later on, the manager just decided, he just went on, and I was offered a job. I was working part time, and the other manager had left, and so Daniel offered me the manager position, and so I took over. I was a little nervous, like I am right now, but
Yeah.
but yeah, it's been very excited. I see a lot of things that happen here, and it's exciting. It's seeing how we can help others just with what we're doing. It's amazing. It's something that I would do it again.
Sure.
So I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, I think what's interesting too, like the thrift store's over on Elm Street now, but when you were here and you were volunteering here, it was in the basement of the homeless shelter.
Yeah, so it's a different change. It's amazing what we've accomplished.
Yeah.
It's now I look back and I think of how we had water in the basement sometimes, and now looking at these beautiful floors in the store, and everything has just changed so much that I think the community appreciates it too. So everybody's excited to have a brand new store.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
And that's really interesting because when it was in the basement here, you were rubbing shoulders with people who were living in the shelter.
Yes.
They were coming there for their needs to be met. They were coming there to help with their community service for the day, like Leandra talked about. Today is about removing stereotypes. We have preconceived ideas about homelessness. You volunteered, you came here, you were rubbing shoulders with people who were in a state of homelessness, and how did that change your perception of homelessness?
Daniel, I've seen it. Anybody can come here. It does not matter where we came from. We can all have a fall, and this is not about people that don't care or people that are here just because they made the choice. It's something that we can all go through. Mm-hmm. I've seen wonderful people, successful people, like I have one right here beside me, and it's very, very excited. Throughout the time I was downstairs, I met a lot of people, and you get that feeling, how sometimes they struggle for some reason, but then seeing them and trying to do something better, it makes it very special. Everybody's special here. Yeah. So it does not matter where you came from, we're all special.
Yes. Yeah, and we've seen your heart here at Crossroads and a desire to serve, and I think what's interesting about the program too, and Leandra's kind of in that fits that scenario, is that we've been able to be in a position with Mission Avenue Thrift where people who come here, they have no job, they have no home, they have no plan, but they get to that point where they can work at the store. And you have, both of you now have supervised a lot of those people who come through the program, who get a job opportunity at Mission Avenue Thrift, a real paying job. Yes. With if they're there long enough, they can have retirement benefits, they can have vision insurance and dental insurance. And so, have you found that people who are coming through the program make great employees at Mission Avenue Thrift?
Yes, Daniel, and I don't just see it here at Crossroads, but we also get a lot of volunteers from different organizations, and then we've actually had a bunch of employees too. Just a few months ago. Well, it's been going on, but we hire them. The organizations get really excited about it too, because then once they learn the job, they can stay on it, and then they get paid, and so they get really excited about it. Yeah. And so, like I said, I haven't just seen it here, but I've seen it throughout all the organizations that help us out and brings us our wonderful volunteers that help us out a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot that goes on. I want to kind of hit a sensitive subject though, and I see sometimes in the community people get on wonderful social media and comments about the price of items, or that they're selling items at Mission Avenue Thrift. I think that I want to just bring to light today though the importance of what's happening at Mission Avenue Thrift in terms of the support that it offers for this year. This year we're likely to serve up to 1,200 people who are in a homeless shelter, who are receiving assistance. They have hope in their life. And can you talk a little bit about every dollar that's made has a purpose at Mission Avenue Thrift?
Yeah, so we've made $57,000 We actually we helped with $57,000 so far.
So that's
to
throughout
the
Central
community.
Nebraska?
Yes, throughout Central Nebraska. We've helped, with that we helped almost 2,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah, we also had, like I said, like I was talking about the volunteers, we've had 688 volunteers, and we're so grateful to have them because every hand helps.
Yeah.
And so by that they put in like 8,200 hours of work.
Wow.
Yeah, throughout these years.
Yeah.
So it's been
why should people shop at Mission Avenue Thrift then?
So any all our proceeds go to the homeless, to Crossroads, and because
we couldn't do what we do for everybody without our customers and donors alike, so we really are very appreciative.
Yeah, I think it's a unique way for people to support the ministry, and I think something really different. There are a lot of thrift stores. A lot of them do support a good cause. I would say that we're the only thrift store that's supporting an actual house for somebody to live in, and a program for them to get on their feet, and that includes men, women, and families, right?
Yes.
And the hope that they can have. And so I just appreciate both of you coming on. I said that I have two friends coming on. Both of you are good friends to me.
Thank you.
In my position at Crossroads, it's important when you're in leadership to have people that you can count on, who stand next to you and who work hard. And both of you are incredible in every one of those aspects, and the work that you do at Crossroads makes a huge difference. So I appreciate you. Thank you both for coming on the bench.
We appreciate you for having
Thank
us.
you for always
All right.
being there too.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for trusting us.
Have a good evening.
Thank you as well.
All right, here we are, Conversations on a Bench. It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning. I can't believe that we made it through the night. You know, we started at 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. I got to about 8 p.m. and I thought, wow, it's going to be a long night, but went right through because we had lots of great visitors. Actually had City Council member Mike Anderson who came by to visit, which I thought was a great visit. In my 10 years at Crossroads, Mike would be the second City Council member who came down to Crossroads to see firsthand what's going on. And to me, that's good leadership, is when somebody comes firsthand to see what's going on, to find out for themselves. It's when we come to find out for ourselves that we can come to a proper conclusion of what homelessness is. From a leadership standpoint, we can come to a proper conclusion as to what the resources are that are available and what the solution is to homelessness. And so I really appreciate Mike coming down, and a whole host of other visitors throughout the night who just made it a great event. And we're going to go till 2 o'clock this afternoon. Conversation on a Bench is an effort to challenge stereotypes when it comes to homelessness and some of those preconceived ideas about what homelessness means. And so I just have a friend with me here this morning who is actually living through that experience and is here at Crossroads and knows now all about the mission and what we do at the mission. And so, Jose, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Daniel.
Yeah, just so people can hear good, make sure you hold it closely. But
okay.
You're kind of going through a journey here, right?
Yeah, I am. I'm out from originally from Mexico. Brought here when I was 5 to the States, and I grew up in California.
Okay.
I was there all my life. I'm going to be 52 in November, and so I've been here in Nebraska 3 years. 3 months, I'm sorry.
3 months in Nebraska, okay, because you have family in the area.
Yes, I do, in Kearney,
I
believe it's called.
Yeah.
Kearney, yeah.
Your son is living there?
Yeah, my son lives there.
Okay. So you came to Crossroads for what purpose?
Well, unfortunately, I'm going through a divorce. My wife for getting a divorce back in California, so I just was tired of arguing. And my son is a police officer here in Kearney that worked with Jake, I believe. Your coworker. And so he told me about this place here, and so I said, try it out.
Yeah.
I had nowhere to go, so.
Okay, nowhere to go, looking for a fresh start.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to get a fresh start, and I love it. I love Hastings now. I don't know like a whole lot of it, but what I've seen so far, I like the people. Everybody's nice, it's a small town, small community, but very close knit community.
So we talked to a lot of people today and yesterday who come to Crossroads. Some of them, it was their first time at a homeless shelter, and said that coming into the mission, some apprehension. They were very nervous and not sure what to expect. What was your experience?
I was nervous because I've never been in a homeless shelter. This is my first one, but I've learned a lot since I've been here. And when I mean a lot, like I've met really nice people and not so nice people and not so nice people, but most of the people that I met have been really nice, very helpful, and we're like a small family here, just looking out for each other.
Yeah.
Trying to do something right.
Yeah, so talking about stereotypes, a lot of people, when they think about a homeless shelter, they think it's just a place for people to go lay around. There isn't much to do. They're not really finding a solution. What's your experience here?
So far, it's been really good, actually, because it's completely the opposite. You know what? We keep busy doing chores around the shelter here. We help out on the grounds or inside doing laundry or, doing cleaning floors and cleaning walls. And then also with the different resources that you guys have. So I'm going through the vocational rehab, trying to find a job and trying to get situated with an apartment hopefully soon. So things are starting to look up, and I never, like I said again, I've never been in the shelters. I didn't know what to expect. I was really nervous, actually.
Yeah. So you have a case manager here.
Yes, I do. Her name's Sarah, and she's really nice. Like her, everybody's nice, but she's my manager.
Yeah. What do you think that case manager, like, what are you guys doing?
Well, we're working, like I said again, she's always keeping, we meet like once a week, and so she's always wanting to know what's going on with me, with my divorce. She gives me advice. I unfortunately have had, I'm bipolar, so I've had a couple of breakdowns, and she's been there with me every time that I, to somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
And a couple of other people that I've talked to here also have been there, but she's my go-to person, I guess, that I because we relate. We have a lot of things in common
Yeah.
in her.
Yeah, so you guys are working to kind of build a roadmap, right? From
Yes, a
where
roadmap
you're
to
at to where you
success.
hope to go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what we did. That's one of the first things that we did when I first met on my first day when I met her. She, wanted to know what my plans were. What did I plan to do? And I honestly didn't have a plan, but she helped me to devise one. And so, yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's a lot of people in the community that make it possible for us to have a place like Crossroads and to be able to open the door and keep the lights on. What would you say to those people who've been able to help out?
I wanted to say thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for giving us that opportunity, that chance to, be, what's that word I'm looking for? Just to be part of the community again,
Yeah.
Feels good to be, even going to service here at the Methodist Church from day second. They knew who I was already, and I felt welcomed.
Yeah.
And here at Crossroads, here in town, throughout the people that I've met, everybody's been very welcoming. So thank you to everybody, and thank you for the support.
Yeah. Yeah, Jose, thank you for coming on the bench and sharing your experience and just being a part of Conversations on a Bench.
Thank you for having me, Daniel.
Have a great day. God bless you.
God bless you.
All right. Yeah, we are good to go. And here we are, Brent Vodenall joining me for Conversations on a Bench. And Brent, we've been out here since 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Man,
We had a good night. At least it wasn't too cold.
good.
Conversations on a Bench is about just having a conversation within the community of central Nebraska here around the issue of homelessness, an issue that has grown over the years, and there's a lot to that. And so having that conversation, being able to, I think, confront stereotypes concerning homelessness, and hopefully encourage people to have a heart of compassion, to reach out to the homeless, get involved with the local nonprofit, Crossroads or otherwise, and just that we're stronger when we're a community.
Yeah.
And so I asked South Central Behavioral to come, and I'm glad they sent you, because you and I, we've kind of known each other for a bit of time here.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, and
sure.
you know, it's been exciting to kind of work beside you and help mutual clients that we had. And you work with a team called the ACT team, right?
Right.
Can you kind of tell us what ACT team is and means?
Sure. So the ACT team, the ACT stands for Assertive Community Treatment. And we provide services, case management, service coordination for individuals with severe and persistent mental illness and substance abuse issues. So the whole idea of the ACT team is that it's like a hospital without walls.
Okay.
So our main thing, our main focus goal is to keep people with severe and persistent mental illness living in the community as independently as possible. So we provide a lot of support, but on the ACT team, we have case managers, we have a vocational specialist, we deal with a lot of housing issues, we have nurses on staff, and psychiatrists for med management and things like that. So everyone has a caseload. I think currently right now we serve about 70 individuals in the community, some in Hall County and some in some outlying areas, but the majority here in Adams County. And everyone is seen monthly for medication management. Everyone is seen weekly. Some people are seen daily for support. Accessing benefits, keeping things in place, social contact, skill building for all sorts of different things. Housekeeping, managing paperwork, benefits. It's the whole gamut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds just really intensive, right?
Yeah. The idea is, that we are assertive, and we go to people, and I forgot what I was going to say.
All right. Yeah. Well, I kind of like that way that you described it, like a hospital without walls. And I know that I've seen a lot of people that come to Crossroads who that's just exactly what they need. They need to be as independent as possible. It's good for them to be as independent as possible, but yet they need that support in place. And
right.
So I think that's a great service that you guys are offering. How is it that someone comes into your services?
Usually, so the population that ACT serves are, I don't know the words I want to use, maybe chronic people that use a lot of services, that are struggling with their mental health, that are in and out of the hospital frequently, accessing all sorts of different services. So usually what happens is we get a referral from some other provider, and a lot of times it's a hospital, Mary Landing, it might be Richard Young in Kearney, or a therapist, or just any other kind of community service provider. And so we get a referral, we look it over, program director Brandy receives all the referrals, requests records, history. There's a pretty intensive evaluation process. Is this somebody that we can work with? Is this somebody that we can help? And once the person is admitted and authorized for services, we go through an assessment period of about 30 days, still continuing to gather information. Once they are admitted, there's assigned a case manager, and the entire team will really work with them.
Sure. Well, at Crossroads, we're serving people who are homeless, have no place to go, no safe place to be, or even if they do have a place to be, oftentimes it's just not probably good company to keep, or not the place they should be at in their life at that time. And you and I have had the opportunity to serve mutual clients, and I just was thinking about mental health and how having a stable living environment can really improve somebody's mental health, right?
For sure. There's some programs that say housing first, no matter what, you got to get the person into housing. And, that's pretty important, to have a place to have your stuff, or a home base, a place that's your own. And that's a focus with ACT. We access the Hastings Housing Authority, other landlords, the agency that oversees behavioral services in this region is Region 3. They have a housing assistance program that we can apply for and access, and it helps get people into housing sooner until they can get off that wait list with the local housing authority.
Okay.
And, Crossroads is just really a great bridge for that, too. People got no place to go. You've always been welcoming here, and, it's a great partnership.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that our staff are often meeting with staff from South Central Behavioral, just, I think often people call it wraparound case management.
Right.
To be able to meet that needs. And I think it's very powerful, that collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
Even from our standpoint, it's like we couldn't do what we do in providing that bridge, filling the gap without your services, because without that type of support, sometimes it's really hard for someone to be well enough to even stay in shelter.
Right. Gosh, so many people have issues with, paranoia and just anxiety, and it's just, and some people come here and it's a struggle, but, if we can provide support and you provide that safe place, it gives them an opportunity to get back on their feet.
Yeah.
For sure.
And you get to interact with Crossroads a lot over the years.
Oh, yeah.
See a lot of changes and ups and downs.
Oh, yeah.
All around.
Oh, yeah. I got to tell you, Daniel, you have always been welcoming. I mean, some people say, oh, no, I can never go back to Crossroads. I got kicked out, and, call you, talk to you, and say, yeah, you can come back. You say, we got to talk about it. But, I can only think of one or two that have that aren't allowed to come back. And,
yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good record.
Yeah.
Pretty good record.
Yeah, we work to keep it that way. We see a lot of people last year, organization-wide, so in central Nebraska, we housed right around 1,200 people. That's men, women, and families. And so, but just kind of to your point, like, really proud of our team, because that is just such a, that's the last thing we want to do, is say to someone, you can't come back to Crossroads. In fact, typically it has to be kind of extreme circumstances for someone not to come back to Crossroads, or we've just tried so much and have just not made any progress, and feel like there must be perhaps another organization or another way for them to access the help that they need. And we just really believe in second and third chances, fourth chances, and
fifth.
Stuff like that.
For sure, yeah. If you've burned your bridge here, you've burned a pretty important bridge.
Yeah.
But I mean, you've just been great about that.
Yeah. So our focus at Crossroads has been, we actually in the development of Crossroads as we grow throughout central Nebraska, getting kind of further away from congregate living situations. I think that the homeless shelter is great in that sense. If it is a choice between being on the street and being in a room with 4 other people, of course, that's great. But moving more towards supportive housing, recognizing that there are so many people that they need access to housing, they need access to affordable housing. It's kind of that other piece that you hit on, though, and that's the supportive housing.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not just the apartment alone that solves the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's fair to say that there are people that kind of need that supportive housing permanently?
Oh yeah, and the big support is the housing assistance. Like the Hastings Housing Authority has housing vouchers, and some facilities have their own programs that provide rental assistance. But rent is expensive,
Yeah.
and if somebody's living on a fixed income, a disability, you're not going to be able to afford a rent for an appropriate living place. I mean, and there's some places out there that are pretty inappropriate to live. But yeah, those kind of programs, and then just the other services, ACT, community support coming in, providing contact, coaching, skill building, all that stuff. And then, of course, there's also the services for some of the elderly, that come in and assist with some of the housekeeping and other kind of needs. But
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. And, having that appropriate place, I think it just resonates with me when you talk about an appropriate place that you can afford. I often hear stories of clients that will leave Crossroads who lived on that fixed income. They don't have much, and they get into a situation that's really not safe housing. It's sometimes even uninhabitable.
Yeah, you would think so. It's amazing what some people will accept because it's all that's there and available for them. But yeah, it's good to see all the new apartment buildings and things going in, but a lot of them are just out of reach of somebody that's on a fixed income without assistance.
Yeah. Well, Brant, I thank you for coming to have a conversation on the bench this morning. Fairly early. I mean, not super early, but fairly early for someone to be out.
I thought, jeez, go sit on a bench and talk with Daniel. Heck, I'm going, yeah.
Yeah. So we just on behalf of Crossroads, again, I want to say I think about all the agencies that we interact with on a regular basis at Crossroads. One of our strongest allies, I believe, is South Central Behavioral, just to support back and forth. Our team is always encouraged by your team that you guys are so faithful to serve the people that you're serving. And really it just couples so nicely with what you described as bridging that gap.
Oh yeah,
for housing. So thank you.
Yeah, we couldn't experience the success with people we do without you.
Yeah,
for sure.
So well, thank you. I appreciate you coming out
You bet.
for all that you do.
You bet. Thank you, Daniel.
Take care.
You bet.
To Crossroads, tell me about how the bench has gone for you so far.
Oh, the bench has been good. You know, I've learned so much just in my experience here on the bench of hearing some of these people I've known for a long time. There's things I didn't know about them, and things that they were willing to share today for others to hear and become more aware of homelessness and the ministry that Crossroads has. And so that's been quite an experience for me, just to get to know people better. Have a few unexpected visitors, and for them to be able to share, and that's been a great time.
That's awesome. That's awesome. How are you feeling? How's your energy level? Right. What is it about 8 o'clock there?
Yeah, we're about 8:30, I think, close. Yeah, 8:30, and
8:30.
I'm starting to feel human again.
Right. I always felt like you get on the bench, you feel good for the first for the first part of it, and you hit that like 2:30, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and you feel terrible.
Oh yeah.
And you're exhausted, and then that sun hits you in the morning, and it starts to energize you.
Yeah, that's right. The sun feels good. I kind of felt actually sick throughout the night a little bit. I think just tired,
Yeah, tired, and I always feel it's like it's just an exercise in gut health, because you end up drinking so much coffee and kinds of stuff,
For sure.
And yes, I feel you. I know the feeling. So yeah, it's awesome. Well, tell me about Crossroads. Tell me about your guys' ministry.
Yeah, Crossroads has been serving central Nebraska for since 1983. Started as a soup kitchen, and God has just blessed the ministry over the years to go from that soup kitchen in First Baptist Church, now not just serving one community, but serving all throughout central Nebraska. We serve a community of Hastings, Kearney, and Grand Island, and even this year under construction for a new mission in Lexington, Nebraska. So very spread out. This year we'll see around 1,200 people that come to Crossroads, but Nebraska's a wonderful place with people who really believe in helping each other. And so it's been exciting for me in my time at Crossroads to see communities coming around, learning about homelessness, and then rolling up their sleeves to help do the work and provide the finances and do all the things that are needed.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So do you guys provide you provide feeding services at those locations, correct?
Yeah, we do. So we're emergency shelter, and then have long-term transitional living.
Okay.
We provide 3 meals a day for our clients that come to Crossroads. Also do a lot with food services. In fact, my next visitor who's coming on is from Food Bank for the Heartland, talking about a partnership of rescuing food that would otherwise be in a landfill, and now providing that to 15 food pantries, plus Crossroads has 3 pantries across Nebraska, making sure that these small communities have the food they need in order to have a good and effective pantry and meet those huge needs.
That's awesome. My wife is the CEO of the Central California Food Bank.
Oh yeah.
And so we definitely work a lot with them. Yeah. So what does homeless look like in your community?
Yeah, very different than the city. We've all visited cities where we see people that are on the sidewalks, and homelessness is kind of in your face when you go visit some places. In Nebraska here, we've had a lot of conversation about how homeless looks so different. In fact, I had a city council member who came and said, I just go to work, and I go to home at night, and I just didn't know that this was a problem in central Nebraska. Even coming for himself to find out, is it really a problem, and what are you doing here at Crossroads? And so that's something that definitely I hope through conversations on a bench that many people have learned about, that it is an issue. This person that's homeless might be sofa surfing, or they just don't know where they're going to sleep tonight. They may not have a place to sleep tonight, or they might be living under a bridge or in a car. But yeah, we just don't see it like we might in some places. I don't know how it is where you're at.
I'm in California, so it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, we produce a lot of homelessness here. So so yeah, we should have factories that produce homelessness here. So
right.
Yeah, so it's kind of everywhere. So
yeah.
Yeah. How does the cold? So I'm in California, right? You can generally live outside, 12 months of the year. Not while there's some level of uncomfortability. Generally people can do that. How does that? But in Nebraska, you guys get snow. How does that impact? How does that impact the clients that you
Yeah,
serve?
yeah, we get into October here, and things are really going to start changing for people who are trying to survive outside. I just heard yesterday or the day before that there was snow in western Nebraska, and so it won't be long. There'll be freezing temperatures. A lot of people still can try to make it. They're survivors in that sense, and they know how to take care of themselves. But there comes a point. The last 2 Decembers we've had 35 below temperatures with 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that's life-threatening. There is no chance of survival if you're out in that kind of climate. And I personally have heard of people who've actually frozen and died in parks and in alleys and places like that. Just a really sad situation to hear that people, die that way. So it's critical for them to be able to come into shelter. In fact, when the temperatures are like that, we see a real influx of people coming from all over the place. That's when we get the mattresses on the floor, and they're just wherever you can put somewhere that's safe.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So, sometimes you just have to put mattresses wherever you can fit them.
Yeah, that's right. Just make sure that people are safe.
Yeah. How long have you participated with Citygate?
I've served at Crossroads for 10 years. I know that even before my time, Crossroads has been a Citygate member. It wasn't until a couple years ago that I really started to pay attention to Citygate. I remember, it was kind of a thing we had. Nobody really knew what it was. And we got one of those magazines that comes out from Citygate. It talks about a lot of topics, how to best serve the homeless. And it had an article about mental health, and I was fairly new to this. And I was just like, man, how do we actually minister to people who are struggling with such severe mental health conditions? And really almost felt frustrated too, but I read an article that encouraged us to build relationships with people, and that's where be the best place to start, is build a trusting relationship with them. And so I took that piece of information. I thought, wow, that was really incredible and really helped me in serving people who were mentally ill. And that's when I started, I would say maybe 6 or 7 years ago, really paying attention to Citygate because it became something that I could rely on to help me grow and hopefully to minister in a better way.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Have you been using this as a fundraiser for your mission at all?
We have.
For your ministry at all?
Yeah, we have a little bit, and hopefully a little bit for fundraising. But I think what's been most important is just like the city council member coming down, just raising that awareness. Again, if you don't see it and you're kind of just in your routine and in your life, then it's hard to even know that it exists. But today, people came to the bench who are currently experiencing homelessness. Lots of incredible stories of life transformation, people who've overcome homelessness and those issues. And so I just praise God that it's raised awareness.
Yep, that's awesome. I think like no matter which way you do it, that I think it will always do both. I think it'll always bring, it'll always move hearts. Usually when you move hearts, you move wallets.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it allows you to have some great conversations with people. So
yeah, absolutely. It's been really fun to be a part of it, and we're just grateful that we had that invitation and we had good weather. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, the weather is definitely important. In some places, it's we did it when we did it in January last year. We did it with just a few other sites, and some places it was 6 degrees. Ooh. And it was pretty crazy for some of it. And I was sitting outside and it was 50, so I was in a t-shirt most of the day. And they had to actually move indoors. It got so cold. So
I can't imagine. This is a good time to do that.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're having a good experience here. You're on the homeward stretch, here. And I just think that this part's to me, this back end is kind of the most fun part, because you start to have a little bit of energy because of the sun. You start to kind of feel the end is near, but you're not nervous, and you're kind of used to what's happening, and people know. People kind of start to come out because they've been watching you, and I think always the final kind of third or the final kind of quarter is like the most fun part to me.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. Excited to get some really interesting conversations to have today, and for people to hear those, and yeah, just exciting. So
That's awesome, man.
I appreciate your time and your willingness to come on and share time with us.
Absolutely. We'll talk again at our national prayer here at the end.
All right.
All right. Talk to you then, man.
Thank you. God bless you.
You too. Bye.
All right, we're at Conversations on a Bench. I feel like we're at the homeward stretch here. Kind of got past a lot of tiredness and kind of fatigue, even not feeling well in the night. And the sun came out, man. The sun has so much energy, helping you to feel better and feel like a person again. And so it's been an exciting morning of conversations. I'm excited about having my friend Carrie here with me to talk about an extremely important partnership when we're talking about Central Nebraska. And the conversation is really centered around food. And so,
well, Daniel, I want to thank you first and foremost for the invite and for being such an incredible partner to the Food Bank for the Heartland. We certainly couldn't do it without partnership like yours and the other 500 partners across Nebraska and Western Iowa. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, something that's been interesting to me, you know, sitting on the bench today, it's like I can look back now over the past 10 years that I've been involved with Crossroads and people who've just really impacted my life. And sometimes when you're working like agency to agency, that's just what it feels like. You have kind of almost a business relationship. I got to say, Carrie, like you became a friend of mine very quickly. I could tell that your heart was really in the work and it just seemed like it kind of clicked.
Yeah, we really did. I can remember distinctly meeting you for the first time here at this location in 2021, and there was not an awareness of what we could offer to the Hastings Crossroads Mission location. It did very quickly become a friendship and such a valued partnership. And like you said, it extends beyond that. And us being on the same page, Food Bank for the Heartland and Crossroads Mission, really being passionate and walking our walk.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the most important things.
Yeah, how we serve others, but even how we interact. I recently had some bad news in our family, and Maria, who's works with you, you know, even called me just to give her condolences. And I thought, you know, how special is that to be able to partner, but to have that close friendship with other people throughout the state?
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned Maria, and her, such as myself and 5 other, we're called community support representatives, and we work across the state of Nebraska and Western Iowa. And what we do, we are absolutely here to support each community and each agency a partner across our state and again Western Iowa. They implemented that program in 2021, and to make relational connections to our partners. Prior to coming, the company going to this regional model, you would simply call the food bank, and if you had a transportation issue, you get transferred to the transportation department, you know, and so on and so forth. And so they worked really hard to become a relational agency, and it's made all the difference. We're your one-stop shop. Our partners reach directly out to us, and we handle everything for you, and it's a passionate relationship.
Yeah, and the relationship, it is about food, and it's about being able to address food insecurities throughout Central Nebraska. Our relationship, you talk about starting here in Hastings, and has kind of been a partnership that's exploded over the years.
Oh my gosh.
Really is a Central Nebraska footprint, right?
Yeah, that's an understatement. Can I just give you a little more credit than that? So started in Hastings, quickly moved to the Lexington Mobile, and then the Kearney Crossroads location and the Grand Island Crossroads location, the Custer Mobile in Broken Bow. I really have to say you have a footprint across Nebraska with us.
Yeah, that's been exciting for me, and there might be a lot of people who don't really understand food insecurities or this need for food. Tell us a little bit about people's needs.
Yeah, so you'll have to excuse me for my notes. But yeah, so, you know, Food Bank for the Heartland mission is to eliminate hunger in the Heartland by ensuring consistent access to healthy foods through the community partnerships. And you know, one thing about the food insecurity is it continues to grow exponentially. We thought perhaps after the pandemic we might see it, you know, a little lull and might get back to whatever normal is. But unfortunately, after the pandemic, it's surprising that the food bank has seen a 50% increase in food insecurity since 2023, which is just, it's unfathomable. And trying to, you know, keep up with the demands and be engaged in trying to source more food. And one of those ways we do that is through a retail rescue program, which Daniel and his team are an integral part of. They go, and as our partner, they will go in the community of Hastings, in the community of Kearney, and in Grand Island, and go to retail outlets that would donate food to the food bank. The importance of that for us and for our community partners is before food bank drivers would have to go to these communities, truck it back to Omaha, it would have to be sorted. And these are items that are typically, the perishables are, you know, just have a day or two left.
Yeah.
So by you guys picking this up, and then they take it directly to 17 partners for us. So I can't say enough about the importance of retail rescue, donations, and volunteering. And again, without partners like you, we cannot meet the need.
Yeah, so the need's been growing. A while back, though, when we started working in Lexington, Carrie, you used a term I had never heard of before. I had to go do a little bit of research. I know what we were talking about. You told me about a food desert. What is that?
So a food desert is, and again, here's my notes because I don't want to be uninformed or misinform anyone is more likely. So a food desert is an area with limited access to affordable and nutritious food. Many of these regions feature large proportions of households without access to food. There may not be a grocery store that's accessible in their community. Transportation can be an issue for them. And many of these families are of low income. So these food deserts are something that we work hard with Feeding America to really hone in on. And a part of our positions as CSRs is to identify those within our regions and really try to get resources out there. And one of the really important ways that we do this is through our mobile pantry program. And in FY25 alone, we served over 400 mobile pantries. And what that is the stuff like you do in Broken Bow and in Lexington as well. We will drive a semi full of nutritious foods that consist of dry goods like canned goods, rice, beans, things of that nature. Also fresh produce and vegetables, and a loaf of bread. And the cars the people don't have to get out of their vehicles. They have volunteers. Daniel brings his team and many other mobile partners. We have United Harvest right here in Hastings that runs a mobile for us every month. And the autonomy of that, I think, really removes some of the stigma of just letting the person pull up in their car, really integral part of trying to eliminate the food deserts.
Yeah. So I've just been kind of curious because I've been to your facility in Omaha, a great storage facility, just a lot of food coming through that facility. Is all of your food coming through sources like retail rescue?
Yes. So we utilize the USDA program. Donations and retail rescue is the biggest part. I mean, not the biggest, but that's the area we have to grow in because we see donations are going down. USDA food is becoming, it ebbs and flows, and with grants and such, not always guaranteeing that we will have those, resources to go buy the food we need to serve our communities and to serve the people that are truly fighting hunger.
Yeah. Well, part of a conversation on a bench is to kind of confront the stigma that you talked about, to kind of confront the stereotypes that people might struggle with when thinking about those who seek assistance. And so it's kind of easy to hold on to stereotypes if we're talking about food insecurity or if we're talking about a food pantry. Tell me about some of the faces and the people that you have got to interact with.
So what is the most surprising thing for me once I became a CSR is the vast diversity of the individuals that will attend a pantry. You see a lot of senior folks who are living on a very fixed, very low income, and thankfully, it's the stigma will always be there. We fight every day, as you know. You fight primarily for the homelessness and the food insecurity. Stigma is a horrible thing for people that are hungry or need shelter. I know that there are folks that will drive to another town because they do not want to be identified by their local pantry as being in need. But yeah, you have seniors, you have families, you have immigrants, you have any vast a lot of folks from different walks of life, and then you have those folks where you think, wow, you've been a successful business person, and have fallen on hard times, or their jobs have been cut. And what a humbling experience. How humble for them to be able to feel comfortable. And I think that speaks to our partnerships and their welcoming attitude, and not making them feel less than, making them feel they're important because they're there. And I know one thing that we always do is we thank them for being there. Thank you for coming. Thank you for helping us deliver this nutritious food to you.
Yeah.
The folks who come to the pantry make all the difference, and we work really hard for them to feel welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just been so impressed with the ability of Food Bank for the Heartland. I mean, did you come from Omaha or Lincoln today, or where did you?
I cheated. I spent the night in Omaha, or I spent the night in Hastings, because I thought being here by 8 might be a little difficult.
Yeah.
But on a typical region run, we'll leave at 5 or 6 in the morning, and we could be out for 2 or 3 days and 10-hour days. But that's the passion in the job, that we believe in our mission.
Yeah. Yeah, and even the trucks getting the food out, if they're going to go to Lexington, delivering that food to the mobile pantry. I mean, those drivers, and they're your lifesavers that really committed to their work.
They sure are. We have an incredible team across the food bank, and big thank you to our drivers, our DC team, everyone, food sourcing, our Marcom team, our HR team. There's not one piece of the food bank as a whole that doesn't in some way impact the food that comes into our distribution center.
Yeah.
And it's evident, and we continue to try to work more collaboratively amongst our own folks. If you think you know one job or one piece of the food bank, it's not helpful. You need to know every piece of it.
Sure.
And that's where it shows the passion and the believers in the mission, who are the employees.
Yeah. And kind of hearing your stories today, talking about the things that you do, even for me, it's just like, wow, it's so great to be involved. And I imagine that someone might listen to this live stream, and they might just be amazed, like, wow, I didn't know Food Bank for the Heartland existed. I didn't know they were getting all that food out to people. How could people get involved?
Right. The best way, especially if you're in need, is please go to foodbankheartland.org. On that website, you'll find a little drop down that says Find Food, and you can sort by your community. You can sort by zip code. You can put in there within how many miles. You can choose if you want a brick and mortar pantry. You can choose if you want to attend a mobile pantry. So many ways, and that is the best tool, is foodbankfortheheartland.org. Click on Find Food. If you're not in need of food and you want to volunteer, we conveniently offer 11 different shifts for volunteerism on site at Food Bank for the Heartland in Omaha at 10525 J Street. And you can sign up for that online. You can call the facility. And then the other way is you can donate. Donation of your time is important. But again, like I said, our funds to continue to be able to buy healthy, nutritious foods is dwindling, and be rest assured that 96 cents of every dollar you donate goes back into your community. So I'd really urge you to please donate if you're able. Even $1 makes a difference. So I appreciate you asking that, because I think being able to access not only food locations, but how can I help? We have so many people. Nebraska is such a great state.
Yeah.
They're a state of helpers, and they want to get involved.
Yeah. Yeah, that's encouraging. Thank you for coming clear out to Hastings. Thank you for being a part of Conversations on a Bench, raising awareness of food insecurities and the solution to help address food insecurities, and I just appreciate you.
Daniel, we appreciate you so much. I personally, like you said, we made a personal friendship, and that speaks to the volume and the really investment that Crossroads Missions make, and we can't thank you enough.
Yeah, thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate you.
I hope so. Hope so too. Well, know that you've been in your role for about the last 6 or 7 months, and we got to meet each other just really recently after you came into that position. And it'd be great, I think, for some of our folks in Citygate Network to hear a little bit about your background and how you kind of got into your position, and maybe a little bit about what you hope in serving in that role as you stepped in for Ken Hodder now.
Sure. Well, I was more or less born into the Salvation Army. My parents were Salvation Army officers, and my wife's parents were also Salvation Army officers. So we both grew up as being a part of the Salvation Army's ministry, primarily in the Midwest. I was born in Kansas, she was born in Nebraska. That our parents were always in the Midwest region of the country, and then since we've been Salvation Army officers, that we have served primarily in the Midwest, but then have had the opportunity to expand our vision over the last few years. That we started out as when we became Salvation Army officers ourselves, which was 41 years ago now, that we had the opportunity to serve in 3 different communities, one in Minnesota, one in Illinois, and one in Kansas, as our what we would term core officers, which would be the pastor of the local congregation and overseeing the Salvation Army's ministries in that particular community. So we had that ground level opportunity to really develop in that area. And then after that, have served in multiple what we call divisional headquarters, which would usually serve 1 to 2 states, regions. And then also on our territorial headquarters in the Chicago area that oversees the 11 central states. Then we had one previous opportunity to be here at our national headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia, for a relatively short time before we were then appointed to be on the staff at our international headquarters in London, England. So we spent 5 years in London, England, and during that time we had the first 2.5 years were focused on overseeing the work of the Salvation Army in North and South America and in the Caribbean. And then the last 2.5 years, I served as the International Secretary for Business Administration and really had opportunity to travel all around the world to see the Salvation Army's impact in many different places. The Salvation Army is currently serving in 134 countries, and I've had the privilege to actually visit 52 of those countries. So it was quite an opportunity to see what's happening all around the world from a Salvation Army ministry standpoint. And then the last 4.5 years before coming back to the United States, my wife and I served as the territorial leaders for our Latin American North Territory, which includes 10 separate Latin American countries, including Cuba and Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, everything from Guatemala south to Panama in Central America, and then Colombia and Venezuela in South America. So that, again, was a real eye-opening opportunity, and just to see how God is moving in those various countries as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and to really see, I think the broad base of experience that you bring from obviously the international side of that to certainly the headquarters in Britain to throughout the U.S. And I love that Latin America piece, and maybe we'll come back and touch around that as well. One of the things, Merle, that we connect around is really your adult rehabilitation centers, and knowing that that's a place where you often provide addiction recovery programs and different kinds of things like that. What are you seeing from the Salvation Army side with regard to addiction recovery and homelessness and mental health these days?
Well, one of the things that we have always been actively involved in is being a part of the whole continuum of care process, that we have certain isolated centers that actually do addiction services, where then once somebody has been through those types of services, we then have our adult rehabilitation centers, which give people not just dealing with substance abuse disorders, but also in many other situations, the opportunity just to get back on their feet, to have the kind of support that will give them opportunities for counseling, give them opportunities for work therapy, give them opportunities to really develop life skills that they may have lost along the way, and to reunite them with families and get them able to go back into society and find good working jobs. And we've just seen some real tremendous results from that. And one of the results that is always very encouraging is when you see a life transformed.
The recording has stopped.
I'm not
Go
sure.
ahead, bro. You're good. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
One of the things that has been very gratifying to see always, and it's a real blessing, is when you see a man or a woman who's come through that adult rehabilitation program have reconnected with their faith, with their Christianity, and rededicated their lives to God and to serving
This meeting
others.
is being recorded.
And one of the things that I thought would be interesting for those to see today is just a prime example of that. A man who had gone through our adult rehabilitation program, got his life back together to the point that he is now serving as a Salvation Army officer in the Kansas City area. And if we can roll the video, I think that you'll be impressed by the ministry that he's doing right now.
Great. Sounds like a great story. We'll roll the video right now.
We prep all week what we're going to do, and then Sunday happens and we just let the Holy Spirit take over.
Conventional church, you have a lot of structure. Dinner church, it is structured, but we come in, we fellowship, we sing the songs. We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you smell like. If people come in here homeless with their bags, and we go pick you up. We can come pick you up. We pick up the women from the senior living facilities. We pick up people off the street. We're not making them feel that they have to be of a certain essence to be in the room.
The variety of people that come, they come as they are. They don't need to impress, whether, their hygiene's a little off or whatever, wherever they're at, we meet them and get to serve them a hot meal, share a message, prayer request, let them get some hygiene, food pantry. So it's a great thing to be a part of. It changes my life every Sunday.
Me and my friend were walking down the street and we seen Lieutenant Donald taking all this stuff in the building. We asked him, "What is that?" And he said, "I'm trying to set up a thing called dinner church for people around the neighborhood to gather together and talk about God." So we went inside. I've been going since day one. I haven't missed a Sunday. I love it. I love the worship that he gives. I love the songs, and when I leave there, I feel great. So I keep coming back.
My name is Lieutenant Donald Cooper, and I'm currently stationed in Kansas City at the Prospect Corps. Dinner Church is a fresh expression of what the Holy Spirit can do during church. Hospitality has been our biggest hook in being here. The music is on, the coffee's hot, the food is good, the space is decorated beautifully, and all that so that it can be the hook, so that they can be introduced into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
I don't think I would go to a regular church. I would love to come to a place like this where nobody's judging. It feels like family. Come as you are. When you leave here, you leave not only full and spiritual full. He's welcoming you to the pantry if you need anything. If you need a clean shirt, come on over. He's loving, and it's like this was what he was made to do.
That first night we had 20 people. We gave hygiene, we gave food, we sat around the tables. I told my story about how I was lost in the streets and how I was an addict for 10 years in and out of the prison systems, incarcerated, but look what God has done in my life. Because attendees were heavily people that were from that community of unhoused and addicts, it really hit home for them.
I didn't feel like I had a place I truly belonged until I started going to dinner church, because I had a lot of things going on. And when I talk to Lieutenant, it builds my strength back up, because sometimes I question, which I shouldn't. And I don't think I will make it without being able to talk to him or our dinner church, for real, because they are my family. So it's helped me a lot.
To hear prayer requests at the end of the night, people begging, Lord, please deliver me from my addictions. Crying out to God about getting out of relationships that are physically abusive. Crying out for cures for diseases and violence, people who have lost their sons and daughters to the gun violence in this community. To hear people who were unwelcome in Sunday morning church, who accidentally found church on a Sunday night.
The recording has
Crying out
stopped.
to God again. I can't put words to it. To remember the place that God found me. And then to be a part of someone's journey where God finds them. I cry a lot. On the way to work, I cry. When I go home, I cry, because I'm so thankful that, one, God did not hold my past against me. But two, that He has used everything that I've ever been through to move people out of their circumstances. And sometimes I still don't believe it. It's more than I could have ever hoped, dreamed, or imagined, God's plan for me. And then to be able to witness God doing the same thing over and over again, I know that I'm experiencing revival. I know that in hearts, not in a building, not in a program. We experience revival in hearts, sitting around dinner church tables.
Thanks so much for sharing that video, Merle. That was a touching story, a great story of transformation, and an incredibly innovative ministry idea around dinner church. And just love being able to create spaces like that that are able to embrace community for people who might not otherwise get it. And I think that that's certainly part of what the Salvation Army is about, and certainly one of the things that we try to do at Citygate Network as well. And when I was talking with some of the leaders at the U.S. Interagency Center around homelessness, they talked about between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, we really have about 70% of all of the shelter beds in the United States. And I look at our relationship and connection in that way around how we live out our faith. Also, that we both have connected roots coming out of England with the booths with the Salvation Army, and as we look at the multiple connections and how we're trying to do what we do, and now we've actually had a memorandum, an official memorandum of understanding where we're working together. What might be your hope in being able to partner into the future as we journey together, Merle?
Well, I think my hope is always that between the two organizations that we can have the kind of impact that we saw in the life of Lieutenant Donald Cooper. I mean, if you saw those before and after pictures, you know that that is not just an isolated event, but it's through our work that our volunteers, our staff people do on a daily basis that lives are being transformed. And I think anything that we can do to work together to make sure that the needs are being met in all the communities where we serve. Obviously, that no one organization can do everything. And so it's so much better when we can collaborate and work together to accomplish what God wants to accomplish through our ministries. And if that's finding ways to collaborate on different projects that will benefit those that we serve, finding ways that we can support each other through prayer and just in sharing some of the struggles that naturally arise as a part of that. And then one of the things that I think that has been a real opportunity for both our organizations as well as the Teen Adult Challenge is the study that we're working on to try to provide some, I guess, scientific evidence of the impact that we're making on people's lives and how much more effective it is when it's based on a relationship with Jesus Christ and has that faith component to it. That I think if we can share that message with the world, that they can also help to understand how important it is to support ministries such as ours.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the results bring and yield from the questions that are asked that we kind of invite people to participate in moving forward. And I do believe that we're going to find both faith based and evidence based data to support the process and the ways that we invite people into recovery and through the power of the Holy Spirit being able to overcome addictions and see that happen. But want to officially welcome you into your role, Merle, and I look forward to a greater and greater friendship together, both on a personal level, but certainly between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, knowing that really how we live out our faith, how we share the love of Christ in tangible and relevant ways really is salt and light in our hurting world. And so thanks for taking the time for this conversation on this bench and for being a partner in ministry as we live out our faith faithfully for God's glory. Blessings, Merle. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and God bless you and your ministry as well. And I look forward to us continuing to work together into the future.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, we're back with Conversations on a Bench in Hastings at the Crossroads Hastings campus, but we're not just here to talk about homelessness in Hastings. We're here to talk about homelessness around central Nebraska. Crossroads has a central Nebraska footprint continuing to grow throughout central Nebraska, and our campaign that we have right now is called Following the Need. We have seen that the need extends far beyond Hastings, Kearney, and Grand Island. And so actually we're working on our newest facility, which is in Lexington, a brand new facility. Will hopefully be open in 2026 if all construction goes well. And that'll be a 20-bed facility for us to start working a little bit more rural than what we're used to in the Tri-City area. As we minister to people at Crossroads, we found that it's important for us to engage with other organizations and to be a referral agency. We know that there are a lot of great organizations doing important work and who are really experts in their field. If we can connect a guest at Crossroads to one of those services or multiple of those services, we feel that they could have a wraparound case management, a great process for them to get all of the resources they need, hopefully to get out of this cycle of homelessness and move forward with their life in an appropriate setting. You know, I was talking with Brant earlier, who said, you know, it's very difficult for people when they leave Crossroads. They don't have affordable housing, and they end up in a situation, a living situation that's inappropriate because it's run down or it's even sometimes uninhabitable, way too expensive, things like that. We certainly don't want people to experience failure again in their life and to be back in a homeless situation. So we want to take our time. We want to involve other agencies. I have talked a lot over the last number of hours here. We started at 2 p.m. yesterday about different trends we're seeing amongst the homeless, and certainly one of those that's noteworthy is we saw from 2023 to 2024 a 212% increase in the number of people who were seeking homeless shelter services at Crossroads who were 55 and older. That became very alarming to us. We just met with Carrie Heaton from Food Bank for the Heartland, who said that they have noticed that so many people who are elderly are attending food pantries and searching for ways that they can meet their food insecurities and kind of make ends meet. So this is something that we really need to pay attention to, and I've invited Nicole to be with me. Nicole works with, say the whole name of your organization.
Yeah, it's a long one. I'm Nicole with Midland Area Agency on Aging.
All right, very good. Tell us a little bit about your agency and what you do.
Yeah, so I've been with Midland Area Agency on Aging for about 14 years now, and the program that I'm probably most passionate about and I do supervise and work with is called our Aging and Disability Resource Center. So with that program, it's kind of a no wrong door, so we're able to meet with anyone that is aging. but everything else is increasing by 7-8%. So, just your income is not meeting those inflation rates that are out there,
Sure.
going to the grocery store and things like that. That makes it difficult if you are a homeowner, and insurance is expensive. So your homeowner's insurance, once it gets to a point where it's like, well, I can keep my health care or insurance, or I can keep my homeowner's insurance, you're going to drop that. And then the big storm comes and now you have damage to your home. There's no insurance for it.
Wow.
So how are you going to, pay for something like that? Also, another thing for like married couples, once that spouse does require a higher level of care, kind of understanding some of those benefits. Some people spend down their life savings on their spouse getting that care, maybe not knowing some other things that they could possibly tap into so they could keep half of their resources and things like that. So I think there's a lot of different reasons and factors on why somebody could end up in a situation that they didn't anticipate at 70 years old.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about that. We do a lot with mobile food pantries and food pantries in general. Just that decision, that very decision, you talked about a difficult decision when you're starting to decide between, say, food and buying your medicine, or food and paying for your insurance, or like you talked about, people are facing difficult decisions in this economy. And something that I've noticed, I don't know whether you're able to speak to this or not, but I've noticed over the last few years too, nursing homes that are closing down kind of at an alarming rate.
Right. Yes, that is true too in your smaller communities and things like that. Even if you are needing that level of care need, being able to find the facility that has availability. The other thing too is sometimes your insurance, trying to work with them for like a short term type of like a rehab stay. I think kind of seeing a lot more of that as well. Maybe sometimes having a little bit of a difficulty. I'm not a hospital social worker, they would know for sure. But being able to use their insurance benefit to, get them healthy to a point that they can get back on their feet and back to their home, is a hard thing as well. And, nursing facilities, they are expensive as far as that goes. So then it really is kind of like figuring out how to afford to pay for those. And then if you do apply for Medicaid benefits, which we help a lot with, finding the facilities who are able to accommodate that benefit as well. So it's, a challenge.
Yeah, what an incredible resource, because I think so many people, when they get a little bit older, even their family sometimes trying to figure these things out, it might as well be a different language, right?
Right. Yes, there are a lot of acronyms. Sometimes, like I always tell people, you can get someone on the phone, but then to be able to communicate your question to them to actually get it answered can sometimes be really challenging. So, like I said, we do work a lot with those different kind of benefits. So we can definitely be beneficial, maybe even just to make a phone call to help you understand, what's available that way. The nice thing is too, the conversations with people, really being able to like meet you where you're at and what your goals are. If you are at a homeless shelter and didn't see yourself that way, or didn't see yourself in a situation like that, nobody does. So it's kind of like you have all of these things going through your head and trying to figure it out. So sometimes it's several meetings with someone and just taking it one step at a time. And what's important to that person. And so we can start checking, one thing off a list at a time. Maybe we take a couple month break in between, because it's a lot, it's intense. None of these programs are easy to navigate. And then, we're always available. Call us again. We're happy to come out and, see where we're at that point and what know that's available. The other thing too is that's hard, independent senior housing. And affordable senior housing is also a barrier as far as that goes. So there are some great options, here in Hastings, but they're limited just like everyone else in availability. And, really, it's hard to really trying to pre-plan, I guess. You don't know what's going to happen with your health in 6 months or a year. So, things are going well until that one accident happens or that one fall happens, and now everything just puts you in a completely different category that you weren't anticipating, and maybe you're not able to move back to your home, or you are needing that assistance. So how can you get back to your home in a cost-effective manner?
Sure.
So anyway,
so if I understand our conversation before we got on the live stream here, you've actually met with people at Crossroads that were able to have access to your service because of their age, and what has that experience been like as they've resided at Crossroads, your interaction with staff?
Yeah, so I have had the opportunity to meet with a couple different individuals. I guess the connection, we really do get it, because it's not just a one meeting and we're done.
Yeah.
Typically there are several different meetings that do happen, and kind of understanding their story. I don't need to know all of your life story, but maybe just a little bit about how you kind of ended up here. Where were you prior to this? And then what are your goals for moving forward? And it's not necessarily housing right away, right? Like people would think. Like sometimes it's like, okay, hey, here's my problem with my Social Security. All right, let's call the Social Security office, which is not easy to get a hold of. So the gentleman and I that were meeting together, we would start every meeting with, you pick an 800 number, I'll pick an 800 number. We're going to start calling, waiting on hold with them, and now we'll have a conversation. So we make it a game, a bit of a race on who picked the right 800 number. Anyway, but then, another barrier, a hard thing with this individual, he had a very hard time communicating over the phone. Mm-hmm. So, if you're in your home and you don't have anybody to help, family, lived out of state, being able to call someone, that was really hard. And this person, I would say, was more of an introvert, just liked his privacy and things. So unfortunately, maybe had the services been there sooner, earlier, some in-home services, maybe he wouldn't have necessarily ended up in a homeless situation like he did. But but it did happen. And so, just one step at a time. So it was, let's figure out your Social Security benefits, let's work with Medicaid to see what you qualify for. This individual did require quite a bit of help to be successful in the community. Mm-hmm. So then talking about, do you want an independent apartment was this person's goal, was adamant, I am not going to a nursing facility. All right, well, let's start applying for some housing.
Sure.
And then eventually got to the point of let's start looking at some in-home services. There's some great programs through the Department of Health and Human Services. We were able to get him connected with one of those programs to get some in-home services. And this individual was able to move into independent senior housing and had those wraparound services and a case manager. So, it was great. I also met with somebody else here for quite a few times, and it was a lot of insurance type of situations as well. Spouse was in a nursing facility, so that definitely is a completely different financial situation. Yeah. So kind of help navigate some of those things, and then, taking a look at your Medicare insurance for the individual that was here. And then it was taking a break for a while. That was a lot. And, if they need additional help with what's your next step, happy to help with that. So so yes, we've been able to really build relationships and come back several times to kind of help. There was somebody else where they didn't qualify for any kind of Medicaid benefits, anything like that. Let's look to see what you can afford and then what's available in where do you want to move, and this individual wanted to stay in Hastings, so let's take a look at those kind of options for you. We can help with housing applications. This individual had the VA involved because they were a veteran, and so communicating with that individual's permission with the VA too, just to make sure that we're not all trying to do the same things, because that gets really frustrating because we only have so many resources that we can tap into. So even working with the VA on some different things and making sure that we're communicating with the person who needs to be served. Mm-hmm. So they were also able to find some appropriate housing, and the VA has some great services. So this individual is able to tap into those, some care management services. So you do have that support of an agency who knows, kind of what's available for you. So,
Well, I talked to quite a few people over the last period of time here on the bench, and many of them on the younger side of things. And even for them to come to a homeless shelter, one gal said, there was a lot of apprehension. Like, there's just so many unknowns, a million questions going through my mind. I don't know what to expect. I can't imagine being at that stage of life and that season of life, and then having those same feelings walking through the door. You don't know anybody. You don't know if it's going to be okay. But something happens here that's really special that I've noticed, and I think you've noticed a bit at Crossroads, and that is that people really end up developing a community here. And what kind of breaks my heart sometimes is they do get some resources in place, and then they kind of get uprooted and have to start all over again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen that as well. Sat down with some people to talk about some different things, and then, it was a younger mother and a couple of kids, and so anyway. But the individual that I was meeting with, telling me about the relationships that she has, and kind of a mentor relationship for the mother and somebody who can help maybe keep an eye on the kids while she just runs outside really quick to take out trash or whatever she was doing. So I think that sense of community, I think it's huge, and it would be hard if you've been here for a while. It would be hard to leave, to go back out into the community. And if you have mobility issues, if you're don't have transportation, how are you going to stay connected? I think that's so important.
Yeah, and part of conversations on a bench is to kind of confront stereotypes. I think a lot of times people don't understand that dynamic of what happens with a community like this. Crossroads is very much a community where people understand each other. Many of them have faced the same life struggles or similar. Of course, if they're living here, they're all in a situation of homelessness. And so being able to identify with each other, help each other out. I'm just always amazed at the things that guests here are willing to do for each other, thinking of others even greater than they think of themselves many times. To me, just that in itself just kind of shatters some of those stereotypes of homelessness.
Yeah.
So it's really an interesting dynamic. I appreciate you coming out. This is something near and dear to my heart because I have seen how difficult it is for elderly people who face homelessness. On the other side, I have seen how difficult it can be for our staff to meet the needs appropriately for elderly people. I had never really imagined that we would be in a place at Crossroads where we would, be taking people to a doctor's appointment, making sure they take the right medicine, cleaning up their bedding in the morning, their laundry, lots of different needs that are presented when you start to serve that population. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you for what you do.
Yes, and Midland Area Agency on Aging, it's not ADRC, it's near and dear to my heart. I work with it every day, so that's why I focus on that. But we do have a lot of other care management programs that kind of does, kind of wrap around care management. So like I said, when people do leave to get back into the community, great resource for that. Aged and disabled waiver, good program through the Medicaid Department of Health and Human Services. We have Midland Transit, and there are a lot of different things, opportunities, the senior centers. So just give us a call. Happy to help where we can. And as far as the food, if you are, there's congregate meals, which I know sometimes transportation can be a barrier. So there's also home delivered meals that are contribution based. So to try to help people who are currently in the community kind of struggling with those food insecurities, definitely something to take a look at.
Okay, yeah. So, there might be somebody watching who needs the services that you offer. There might be someone watching that has a neighbor and they're like, gosh, my neighbor really needs what you're talking about today. Again, how can they get a hold of you?
The best way is give us a call. Our office number is 402-463-4565. I will say we don't just stop at people's homes unexpectedly or, go knock on someone's door. We always have appointments scheduled. So sometimes, but we don't necessarily, as long as they're on board to meet with us, we don't necessarily have to schedule with them because I understand there's a lot of scam calls out there and with open enrollment, there's a lot of phone calls going around, so completely understand and respect that. So even if you are the neighbor and your neighbor has agreed to meet with somebody, we can help get scheduled through that. Sometimes there's a lot of no's. Nope, you think I need this. I don't think I need this. And so, even if somebody's agreeable, like, can I just send you some information? You can use it. You don't have to, but as long as you have our phone number, that's the most important thing. So, yeah, give us a call anytime. Happy to help and assist where we can.
All right. Well, Nicole, thank you, and I appreciate the information today, coming out on the bench, being a part of this event, and we look forward to working with you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Take
Good to
care.
meet you.
Good. Pretty easy.
A couple more hours for you out here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll go quick.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say. Beautiful day. All
Well,
right.
thank you so much.
Yeah. Call anytime.
All right, we're at Conversations on a Bench. We're here in Hastings. We've been here for quite a while. I am committed to being here for 24 hours to raise awareness for homelessness, to confront things like stigma that guests might face when they come to Crossroads, stereotypes that people might have about the homelessness and the issues that people are facing, and in a way though that we hope people can see faces, hear stories, and really develop a heart of compassion and a desire to be involved with a nonprofit in the community to help be a part of the solution. As I've been able to serve Crossroads over the years, we've developed strong partnerships in every community that we serve. And one of those partnerships is with South Central Behavioral, addressing issues of mental health when we see people coming into shelter. And so I have Rebecca Horn here with me with South Central Behavioral. Welcome. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
So yeah, I just wanted to, I know we've had a couple of other people from South Central Behavioral here, but you have a specific area of your organization that you focus on. We'll kind of walk through those. We were talking about you being a program director for Opportunity House. What is Opportunity House?
Opportunity House is one of our buildings. It is the location for rehab services in Hastings. Rehabilitation services in this context is mental health. Rehabilitation, so it is where we have day rehab and day support, and then the offices for our community support workers are there, and then we also have an office for the coordinator for Able House, who is, she manages the day-to-day operations for Able House, which is another location that we have in Hastings. That's for our psychiatric residential rehab. So that's Opportunity House is where we have the daytime operations of rehab.
Yeah. So over the years, I've noticed quite a few of our guests who that's what they do. They kind of come out in the morning and they go to Op House, as they call it, and they spend their day there. What are they doing at the Opportunity House?
Well, through the day, we provide psychoeducational classes. So basically, we're teaching different aspects of daily living, including coping skills and ways to manage mental illness, along with actual, daily care. So hygiene, grooming, taking care of the house, all those kinds of things. So every hour we have a couple of different options of classes that people can attend in a context where they can socialize, learn behavioral norms, things like that, what's normal and what's not, follow a schedule of consistent activities and engagement. And it's also just a place where people are safe and people are among people like them, that there isn't a weird feeling, so you've got your peers that you're interacting with, and you're maybe picking up on some helpful pieces for your recovery.
Yeah. I've recognized that there's a lot of relationship building that goes on there. I had a gal that would come back from Op House, even events, and she'd show me things she made or pictures of her event, or I would even see her kind of dressed up to go out to events.
Yep, we do. We put on some social events specifically just to be social. To have those opportunities. We miss those as adults. I think I love them because I get that opportunity too. So we have some things like that, but on a day-to-day basis, it's an opportunity to kind of hang out with your friends and do kind of normal things like that. And then we encourage lots of learning activities that help you be productive and have interesting leisure time hobbies, things like that. So we'll have different crafts. Right now we've got Halloween crafts going on, so people will be coming back with magnets and signs and things like that. So
I think that's awesome to see that they have that to go to. And talking about community, I've recognized at Crossroads the importance of a place to fit in, to feel welcome, to be understood. And what I've recognized is that when people don't have that, they tend to struggle a lot more.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the pieces we strive for in everything. So all of the rehab programs we've got the psychiatric residential rehab. So we've got up to nine people living in a house together. So you're providing kind of a structure and peer support. You know, everybody is there for everybody else. It is very much a shared living environment. We have Opportunity House, where it's about 40 people in the building who have common ground, and there's group discussions and support for each other in there. And then in community support, although that is mostly in the community one-on-one with folks, we always, every month, we have at least one social activity that we bring people to so that they can have that shared experience of doing something as a group, being with peers, having that accepting feeling.
Yeah, I think that's incredible. A story that kind of sticks out in my mind is a gentleman that lived with us for quite some time years ago, and definitely trying to fit into a community. I think doing his best. I admire his efforts. I'm like, if I don't think I fit in, I'm not going to go there, but doing his best to fit in. It was in a local church, and God bless them too. They called me one day and they said, "Hey, we love him coming. Could you tell him, though, please quit lifting the sofa up and shaking it for change," right? And that's when my eyes were really open just to the significance of what you're talking about. Just a place to belong, a place to go to on a daily basis, to have those social events. And I really admire the work that you guys are doing with that.
It's important to have a place where, I think hand in hand with mental illness, with significant mental illness, is the weird factor. You're definitely set apart from standard society. I find strength in that. I think that is a beautiful thing, and I want to find and celebrate that piece in every person. And I love that the facilities that we offer have that as a component, that it's all your weird will be celebrated, because you're no weirder than the person sitting next to you. Everybody is kind of on the same footing, staff included.
Yeah, that's great. I wanted to talk about that community support that you mentioned. A lot of people who come to Crossroads, maybe just came out of Mary Lanning Hospital, maybe another facility throughout central Nebraska, and community support to me has been so critical to helping people. Tell us a little bit more about that.
I think community support is probably one of the areas where you're going to see the biggest movement for people, because the focus is on creating stability, creating access to any of the resources that people need so that they can really get their needs met. So we strongly focus on getting financial resources set, on getting housing, if that's a possibility, on getting food resources set, so that people can have their basic needs met and be able to, again, kind of be present in their recovery. And so we do, in community support especially, see that the biggest strides forward from being in a very unstable situation and at risk, or even being unhoused, to potentially within 6-9 months having stable housing, having stable finances, having stable food. Those pieces being covered so that you can have the energy and focus to do other things. So the community support workers that we have, they're very well versed in filling out forms and connecting with all of the different things in the community where they're at. And that's not just Hastings and Kearney, that's all of the different tiny little towns all through the area. Their knowledge of what's available where is astonishing.
Yeah, and I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that I think I've noticed with community support is it's not necessarily someone coming into your life and saying, this is what you're going to do, but it's participation between the client and the community support worker to set goals that they want to achieve, right?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the piece that's there for all of our services. It's at the individuals, what their preferences are, what they want to work towards, what their personal goals are. Our job is to help. We suss out what it is that you're looking for, and we help motivate you towards that. And if you find yourself faltering, then we explore, is this really what you want? If it is, then What's standing in the way? What's the barrier? If it isn't, let's look at something different. So we do have people who their ultimate goal is not to have independent housing. It's not to have an employment in the traditional sense. And so it is whatever is going to work for them to fulfill what they're looking for.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I just have to say, from a standpoint of Crossroads, we have so many people coming to us throughout central Nebraska this year. We anticipate between 1,000 and 1,200 people that will call Crossroads home for a time. We can only hire so many staff. There's limited resources. So for an agency like South Central to be behavioral to come alongside of us, really what you've done is you've taken a big load off of our case managers. We can continue to focus on the housing piece, a safe, sober, clean living environment, while working alongside another agency who can kind of work on those other things. It's really a powerful.
And from our perspective, having our people have a safe, sober environment while we're working towards whatever alternative they need is incredibly important. And that support, if we didn't have that, I really don't know where we'd be.
Yeah.
Where the people would be.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult to move forward in that. And so we just have a great appreciation of community support work, but there is another one that's emergency
community support. It's offered by the same, it's the same program. The main difference between community support and emergency community support is more how much access to other behavioral health resources people have had. So emergency community support tends to be with people who are just kind of coming into the mental illness world, where they're having a big crisis. Things are going very poorly, but their mental health has not been addressed much before. So we don't even know if they have a diagnosis that is significant, and they don't have, or probably don't have, Medicaid, which is what we use for community support for the most part. So it is getting people who are kind of in a explosive situation, but we're not 100% sure if it's mental illness or what, offering the support that they need to find that stability, find the answer to that. Most of the people that we have in emergency community support, if we can get them through the crisis and they're still have that instability, we've helped them access mental health resources so they have a diagnosis. We can establish that they need ongoing support, and we can move them over into community support, regular community support. So it's there as a we got to get in there quick and offer some assistance.
I was just kind of curious. You're talking about some very important things. What age groups do you guys serve?
We do serve only adults.
Okay.
It's part of the regulations. We have worked with people as young as 19, but you do have to be an adult, and generally it's 21 and over. Not sure why you're an adult at 19, but the regulations say 21. Yeah. So we generally work with 21 and older.
Okay, yeah. I just maybe like to hear a little bit from your perspective, interactions with Crossroads. How is it to work with the homeless shelters? You said that you work with Hastings and Kearney very closely. Mm-hmm. And how's that experience been?
It's been, it's been in place for way longer than I've been here. So it is kind of just the standard. We get so many referrals from Crossroads. It is the main reason why we're still in business. Because you get people who have the need for the community support from a housing situation. So I think every once in a while we get people who not sure what the criteria are for our services, and I'm happy, and my community support workers and day rehab people are happy to offer a little nudge. That we do need to have an established diagnosis and evidence of functional impairments, is what we call it, for the official services.
Okay.
We'll help people get those if they don't have them, and if there's that suspicion. So Most of the time, it's great. We get the referrals. We have the information that we need. They help us get releases of information signed, which is how we're able to access the hospital records or provider records. So it's pretty seamless. Here in Hastings, we actually meet with Crossroads once a month. Community support does. We've been working towards that in Kearney. So eventually we'll get there. And it does help to have a touch base.
Yeah.
To be able to talk about shared folks and make sure that we're, still on the same page and still working towards the same objectives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. Obviously people who are at Crossroads, we're making that referral, and that's how we make that connection. If somebody's watching today and maybe has a family member, a friend, a neighbor, someone that they know that could really benefit from services like this, how can they find access to what you're talking about?
Well, so the phone numbers for all of the rehab offices, Op House, Unity House, Able House, I think that has the phone number. We don't publicize where Able House is because it is a residence. It's a house. So the phone numbers are on our website, which is scbsne.com. So it's just the acronym for South Central Behavioral Services, Nebraska. You can call anytime. We do have a referral sheet. And I think I did check recently, and it's not on the website anywhere. I'm going to address that. I think it should be, because it's good, helpful information. If I were going to South Central and I had somebody that I wanted to refer, I would like to be able to pull up that sheet and know what South Central is looking for.
Yeah.
What information they're looking for. You guys have the sheet. All of the Crossroads have the referral sheet. The hospitals have the referral sheet. I think we should put it on the website. So IT, I'll be meeting with you.
All right.
So that people can have that, because it does ask the questions that we need from the beginning. But if you call, you'll get either a direct care staff or support staff, and they'll get you to community support, our coordinator, Brittany or Bobby. They'll get you to day rehab coordinator, or they'll get you to me, depending on where you call and what you are asking about. A lot of times I am answering that call of my son is in distress, he needs support, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I can send you the information that we're looking for. I can go over it on the phone. Brittany goes over it on the phone. Bobby goes over it on the phone. We get it any way we need to. And people can self-refer too.
Sure.
If you're in an unstable situation and you really need some support and help to access what you need from the community and to get yourself set, give us a call.
Okay. Yeah, one more thing that you brought up kind of before we got into discussion here is a thrift store that you guys have.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we get plenty of people in there, although our hours are limited. We do have a thrift store attached to Opportunity House. So Opportunity House is 724 South Burlington here in Hastings, and right down from it is a tiny little thrift store. We are open from 1 to 4, Monday through Wednesday. So minuscule hours of operation, but it is our pride, and everything that we get from that thrift store goes back to our clients, the individuals who come to day rehab. Anything that we like, the rewards that we have for them, the social outings for them, all of that comes from any profits we make from the thrift store.
Okay.
So we would love to have so many people come right now, and probably until the end of time. We have a $3 bag sale because nobody knows how to change the sign outside. So you can come in and fill up a little grocery bag for $3, and it includes everything. We get a lot of donations right now. We have a nice that we're kind of processing. Mm-hmm. Right now we're processing a load of really high quality women's stuff in the medium large area, and then a gentleman who is an extra large that was a fashion guru in the 90s.
Oh.
So there is so much windsuits and polos and pleated pants. It's beautiful. So for the teens out there, my son went through and picked out some of the things, but for the teens out there, it is a great resource.
Yeah, some of that vintage clothing.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So
It's
does the thrift store
resurfacing.
have a name if people are looking for it?
I think it's just thrift store.
Okay.
I don't. On the sign outside, I believe it just says thrift store.
Okay. And so the funds are going towards the clients and the events that they have. Are they involved in the operation of the store?
They are actually. I thank you. The store is staffed by clients at Opportunity House. So every hour is a different person, and after program, we do pay for that position as well. So,
wow. Yeah, that's. Incredible.
It's an opportunity to interact with the community and also have a vocational experience. So we do a lot so our program goes from 9 to 3 at Opportunity House, the day rehab. From 3 to 4 we offer jobs. So we have the thrift store spot from 3 to 4 is paid. We do floor cleaning, kitchens, bathrooms, those kinds of things. So everybody has an opportunity to have a money earning position and that vocational experience to be able to use later for other opportunities. We can be a reference for those. So it's not supported employment, that's a different thing. But we do offer those ways to kind of get an experience of what it's like to work. Yeah,
no, well, we've covered a lot of ground here. You guys are doing a lot of good work. You guys are vital to the work that we do at Crossroads. Without you, I don't know what we would do. You're lifesavers for us.
Yeah.
And even more than that, though, it's just really a special thing to me. Without saying names, I just have pictures of faces who come to my mind of very special people who it means the world to them to go and participate in what you're doing. It just brings purpose to their life. It makes them feel special. It makes them feel needed in this world. And they are needed in this world. And so thank you, really from the bottom of our hearts at Crossroads for what you do.
Thank you, and we certainly appreciate what Crossroads does and who you are in the community. Essential, and fingers crossed, never threatened to go away or anything like that. That's it's absolutely needed. Housing first, get people safe, get people secure, before you can do anything else.
Yeah. That's right.
So,
well, thank you for your time.
Thank you
for coming to the bench.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care.
You too.
All right, we're here at Conversations on a Bench. I'm watching the minutes go by. 24 hours is a long time, and but it's been really interesting to be out here to have impactful conversations. I really appreciated the last conversation with, again, South Central Behavioral, talking about mental health. I mean, this is a topic that constantly comes up. We see it in the news. Our families are affected by it. We see it in our school systems. At a homeless shelter, we definitely see mental health needs that present themselves on a daily basis. I know when I first started working at Crossroads, I really had no clue how to address that, what it even meant, and really helping people. The biggest thing that I found helpful was an article that was put out by Citygate, who's putting on this event today, that talked about the need to build relationships, trusting relationships with people who are struggling with mental health. I think that's what's so unique about Crossroads, is having a community, and we heard from South Central Behavioral their desire to develop and build a community where people can go and learn life skills, can actually have social events where they feel like they fit in. It's not awkward and weird, and I found that to be very important at Crossroads, that people just have that sense of belonging. And they can't just find that anywhere. I've told a story a few times throughout this event of a person who was struggling with mental health, and just an awesome individual. Just loved the guy to death. He would do some funny things. I asked him to clean the stove one day, and so he did what was asked. Actually was very eager to please, but I came back, and to my surprise, he was scrubbing the stove with a piece of bologna. And so, you know, there's just some things that you deal with in the process, but having a community, though, where that's not something that they're going to feel shame because that happened, but, you know, can almost even kind of laugh it off and say, why don't you use this rag instead of that bologna, and, you know, have a place to be. That, and having a stable environment is so important for people. I don't know how people could actually address mental health issues if they're homeless and they don't find a stable environment, a safe, sober, clean living environment with people who are willing to come beside them every step of the way. So again, before I move on, I just want to express that probably our greatest ally in the central Nebraska community is South Central Behavioral, and the support that they offer to people who are struggling through sometimes extreme mental health conditions, and being able to lift them up and walk beside them the whole way, and just do tremendous work. And so, you know, we've been on a journey at Crossroads for a number of years. Crossroads opened in 1983 in Hastings. First Baptist Church had a desire to reach out to people in need, really kind of a soup kitchen, not much in terms of offering housing for people, but many years later, being able to purchase the facility that we're sitting in front of right now at 702 West 14th Street in Hastings. Many years later, 2012, God opened the door to work in Kearney, serving the Buffalo County area. In 2018, we started looking at Hall County. We had noticed that there were people coming from Hall County seeking homeless shelter services in Adams County and Buffalo County. We started to count, you know, how many people in a year's time would come to us. At that time was 70 to 80 people who were coming from Hall County, no place to go, needing the services that we were offering. And I always said that was people who were lucky enough to have resources, someone who was willing to give them a ride or their own car, or even sometimes that would be a sheriff's department who would find them out on the highway and bring them to Crossroads to make sure that they were safe and secure. We started on a journey, though, looking at central Nebraska as a whole, identified Dawson County as a place that had needs. And when we started doing the same study, we found that over 100 people were coming from Dawson County to Crossroads again, seeking homeless shelter services. These are real people. These are real needs. We had a family who, in one of these heavy winter snowstorms, their kitchen, the ceiling fell in because of the heavy load on the trailer that they were living in. They had no place to go. It's the middle of winter. What do? They were able to come to Crossroads for a time until the roof was repaired. We had a family in Minden, mom and kids, whose house burned down. We all know that the insurance process can be long and cumbersome, and the family had no place to go. So mom and her kids were able to go to Kearney Crossroads, live in a transitional living apartment, a safe place. It was their own place. They didn't have to share a bathroom. They didn't have to share a kitchen. They could do their own laundry and have as much of a normal living situation as you can after your home burns down. And so these services are critical. We continue on that journey. It's called Following the Need, and we'll be opening in the next year a brand new mission in Lexington that serves 20. Along the way, though, I have met some people who, instead of us kind of going out and trying to meet a need that's presented to us, I will find someone that calls me who's been paying attention, who says, Daniel, something's going on in my community. I'd like to have a discussion about it. That's why I have Pastor Kenton Bertel with me today. Welcome, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Kenton, I haven't known you for that long.
Yeah.
First interaction with you was over the phone.
Yeah.
Wondering who the guy was on the other end.
Yeah.
But you told me about something you were seeing in your community.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, where do you serve? How long have you been there, and what are you seeing?
I serve at Mount Calvary Lutheran in Holdridge, and I've been there for 25 years. Time goes fast. And reason I first contacted Daniel was that the Phelps County Ministerial Association has a Christian charity fund, and it's housed at Mount Calvary. And I believe last year we gave away about $76,000, and so we work with a lot of poor, a lot of broken people in need. And just the number of people that would come through our doors and would be homeless, and we'd be sending them to Crossroads that we saw more and more of a need for some type of, supportive living center in Holdridge. And so that's why I reached out to Daniel. We continue to have people come in. Just found, I know a lady that's going to be getting some help today that her rent went up like $200 or $300, and she's on a fixed income, and it looks like she's going to be homeless. She's kind of moved into a place right now with her daughter, but that place doesn't have any water, and she hasn't been able to take a shower in a week, and so we're caring for her, and that's just this week. Last week we had a couple ladies that live together, share expenses that way, and they're working. They're just not making it, and so they're out of a place, and so we referred them to Crossroads, and believe they got a place in there. So we just continue to have one person after another. We have people in Holdridge that in the winter are living out of a car or a van, and you're just like, wow, you wouldn't think that would be in Holdridge, Nebraska. And just the number of homeless people continues to grow, and so that's why I reached out to Daniel, and that's why I'm here, because huge need. Even in smaller communities like Holdridge, we're a town a little less than 6,000 people.
Yeah,
so.
And I've heard you say a lot of times that you've someone has come and said that they need help. You've tried to find help through Crossroads, but Crossroads was full. So then what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the situation more and more. A couple of years ago, I was down in Phoenix. My niece was getting married, and I got a phone call from a young gal that she'd made some poor choices, but she was out of jail. I do ministry at our local jail, and she was in Kearney, and the guy that said she was going to help her out basically said he'd help her if there was strings attached, and so she fled, and she had no place to go. The safe center was full, the homeless shelter was full, and finally you guys opened up something for her, a couch or something to get at least some emergency shelter for her. But more and more that's the case, and that's why I see a need for more supportive living centers, like in communities like Holdridge. I think it's easy for people to kind of not see the issue, but it's real, and there's real people that are hurting. A lot of them have a number of different situations that they're dealing with. Mental health was one of them. Yeah. That, boy, they need someone to walk beside them and love them and care for them. Thinking of one man, he's in his 60s, and he grew up in a very abusive home. Horrible situation. And as a result of the beatings that he took as a little boy, he doesn't have too much of a short-term memory. And so that keeps him from a lot of times holding a job and doing a lot of things that we normally would think. And he's on disability, but he just needs assistance. And when we found him, he was living in his van in December.
Oh, wow.
And being able to help him through Crossroads, and now he has a place of his own and the support that he needs with the bills being automatically taken out of his check and things like that. And so, yeah, huge need, even in small town USA.
Yeah, we've had that discussion a lot. I've been able to tune into other homeless shelters, Dallas and Fresno, and just places where one of them asked me, describe homelessness and where you serve. And
yeah,
it is so different, because if you do go to Dallas, Fresno, Kansas City, Omaha, maybe even for that matter, you're going to see people laying on the streets, but we don't necessarily have that here. You're telling me that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's just a lot of just, kind of in the shadows of our community where, maybe they're sleeping in one of our parks, but we kind of tell them, don't go there until it's dark, and if things are full, that's where they have to go. Or we give a lot of gas cards out in the winter, so at least they'll have some heat to get through the night, and during the day they stay at our local library. But what I've seen is that I've been on, down to Phoenix and things, and these bigger cities, you see tent cities, so it's like, wow, what has happened? And I've had a few birthdays, and so I've done a lot of traveling, and I don't remember that taking place. Maybe I just didn't look in the right place 30 or 40 years ago when I would travel. But now you go to the big cities, wow, you go to Portland, you see it. And I see that's taking place now in small towns, and sometimes we just need to ask questions and look around. I think in Holdridge it's become a little bit more of a visible thing, because in our local park there's been a guy that last couple of years, different people that have been in the park and have been staying in our park, and so that in some ways isn't all bad, because at least it raises awareness that this is an issue in Holdridge. So
and so kind of in our interactions, starting to hear from you about the needs, set out on a bit of a journey to find a solution. I guess before we move on to that, I think it's interesting. I have challenged each of my staff who come to the bench with a phrase that I wanted them to respond to. And all I said to them was, if people only had a home, it would fix their homelessness. And each of them kind of disagreed with that statement. We talk about supportive housing. Just exactly what you described as someone coming alongside. It can be so practical as teaching them how to clean their home. You talk about managing finances. Here at Crossroads, it is taking your medicine regularly the way you should be. Probably don't share it with other people. That's your medicine. Right?
Some of those basic skills that we kind of grow up and take for granted, that people don't know how to take care of the house or how to cook. And I was visiting with one lady, and she said, well, my dad, he was a drug dealer, and he was out of my life from the time I was born, and my mom was a prostitute, and so she never did fix a meal at home. And just, we just take for granted that people are going to know how to make hamburger helper. But we can't say that anymore. And just so many people too needing assistance, support to make sure they take their medication and make sure that they're doing what they need to do. And what I see too in even rural America, the breakdown of families. A lot of times I'll ask them, well, do you have any family support? Do you have your parents around, or your brother or sister? And many times the answer is, I have no one. I have no one. So I really have seen these people as orphans. And what does Jesus say about the orphans? Take care of the orphans. And we have orphans right now, and they may not be 8 years old. They might be 38, but they need the church to step up and to care for them and walk with them as they're on this journey.
I've said a lot over the last couple of years. If you want to meet a lot of people very quickly, just go to their community and say you're going to open something that resembles a homeless shelter. Right? You meet a lot of people, and there is something about stereotypes. There's a fear that I think I understand when people first encounter homelessness or the thought of help coming to their community. A lot of times I think the fear is if that type of help exists in my community, it's going to attract more people who also need that kind of assistance.
Yeah.
There's also fear of, who these people are, and are they all drug addicts? Are they criminals? Have they committed murder? Are they sex offenders? And I think some very real concerns that I understand. But as we're talking today, and I want to make sure that we continue to hear these stories that you're telling me of real life people who really don't fit most of those categories that I just mentioned. They're just people that need help.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had people that are CNAs that they're getting out of a domestic violence situation, and they really have nothing. And where do they go? And if there's not a supportive living environment, where do we put them? And a lot of times in this area, the safe centers are full, and really a challenge, I think, for our communities and our churches to step up and to say, hey, you know what? I think God's calling us to do something and do something big, and there may be some challenges. That's part of it, right? Yeah. But God works through all those challenges as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. What I can appreciate about kind of that public debate is that it is a conversation.
Yeah.
At least we're having a conversation.
Yes.
Right? And that's something that's really lacking in our country, is the ability to have dialogue.
Yeah.
Even if we disagree, but just to have that conversation. I had a pastor on from Grand Island last night, Pastor Tim Rust, who joined us. It was really great to hear his perspective. He made a comment that, they want to be involved. They even want to come to the homeless shelter and serve. They want to give financially as a church. He just said, we're just not equipped to actually house these people and to do what a ministry like Crossroads can do. As a pastor, do you find that statement to be accurate?
Exactly. We don't have the resources. We don't have the expertise for how do we do this, and how do we provide for these needs. We put people up in temporary housing, hotels, and things like that, but we're limited in what we can do, and we don't have the people that have the expertise that you have to meet their needs, and so that's why we partner so often with Crossroads and finding housing for people.
Yeah. Well, what I've appreciated about you, Pastor Bertel, is a willingness to come and learn more.
Yeah.
Hopefully through this process, you've learned a lot about what we do at Crossroads. My understanding is you're going to take a tour today.
Yes, I want to get a tour.
Yeah.
I want to get a tour. One thing I also see with the Supportive Living Center is that as a society, we have people that are getting out of jail. I'm working right now with a young lady that's fleeing a domestic violence situation, and she's 19, and where will she go when she gets out?
Yeah.
And then other people at the jail I'm working with, they have been brought to faith. I truly believe that they have a miracle has taken place while they've been in jail. They've met Jesus, and they don't want to go back to their old way of life. They want to go to treatment. They want an environment in terms of housing in which they'll be supported. And I had one young lady I'll never forget. A lot of times when people are leaving jail, they'll want to visit with me, and the most common thing they'll tell me is, Pastor, I'm afraid to leave because I have no place to go except back to my old boyfriend or my mom and dad, and they're in the meth, and I can't go back there or I'll die. And I had a young lady that she got out, had no place to go. She went back, and a while later I saw her name in the paper that she had passed away.
Oh, no.
And so this is such a huge issue today that, especially as Christians, that we step up and say, okay, how can we help you? And how can we walk beside you? And that's why I appreciate, Daniel, what you guys do in terms of walking with people and supporting them, getting them on the feet, and especially the supportive living, that it's not just we're just giving anything for you, but we expect you to have a job, and we're got a process that we want you to work through so that lives can be truly restored.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's a privilege to be a part of these lives. Something really interesting is that we had a guest on yesterday that was here on the bench that knows you And because she was in that situation, being incarcerated in Phelps County, says, how wonderful it was to have a minister that would come to the jail and to talk with them, to minister to their hearts, to offer the most important message that we can ever have, and that's the gospel message, the hope that's found in Jesus Christ. Who responded to that, actually was able to come to Crossroads. I'm just happy, Kenton, to report to you again how wonderful this gal's doing. I had told you that her family was restored, family life restored. She had began working at Crossroads, became a manager of our thrift stores, doing incredible work. Coming to Crossroads, first needing help, but now being able to give help to others. It's just so rich. And then lately, her and her brother opening a business in Hastings, even going on to start new things and have new adventures. I mean, Jesus said, I come to give you life and to give you life abundant.
Yes.
And that's what she's experiencing. But, her story is just what you said. Without Crossroads, a place to be and a place to go, I don't know that any of this could have happened. And obviously, we give glory to God. Being a Christian ministry, this is his work. Thankfully, though, and I'm so proud of our staff, how he uses our staff to befriend people who are going through those situations. I often say the worst place to be is alone.
Yes.
Yeah, isolation is a terrible thing, and we can't often see our own way out of those situations. And so God uses people to grab us by the hand.
Yes, amen.
Sometimes even pick us up,
yeah.
carry us out of a fire,
yes,
and show us the way. And so that's just a really fun story, just a miracle, really, for what's happening in Leandra's life that she shared with us yesterday. I would encourage people, something that happened that was really neat in Holdridge through the process of talking about a potential facility, was a community member that listened intently, which I'm not good at, and many of us aren't, but listened intently, said, I hear both sides, I hear what's going on, I've got to go investigate for myself. This lady went to Kearney Crossroads unannounced, knocked on the door, asked for a tour, was given a tour, came back and reported, this is okay.
Yeah.
This is actually great.
Yes.
And I would encourage people to take that step. We don't have to be controlled by fear of the unknown. We don't have to be controlled by stereotypes. I'm guilty of stereotyping all sorts of things. It creates a barrier for me to really know what's going on. Just in Hastings today, 4 a.m. Wow. I had Mike Anderson, a city council member in Hastings here. He heard me talk at church, and I kind of did point him out. To his point, I called him out and said, Mike, we need a city leader to come to the bench. I was surprised, though. He came here at 4 a.m., and I was also surprised with what he said. I came to learn more about this. I didn't know if this was a real thing. I didn't know what you guys are doing here, and came to investigate for himself. I think that's the most powerful thing we can do, is get an inside look.
Yes, and hear the stories. I mean, we as Christians, we talk about kind of before and after stories. There were people's lives were changed, and as a pastor, that's what that fires me up, and I think it fires up the church.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening here in Crossroads, and that's exciting to see people who are broken find healing, restoration, and because, like you said, it's not just a place for them to stay, but a place for them to really find community and find family. To get on their feet, and what a blessing. Just appreciate everything you're doing.
So. There's a scripture in the Bible that I'd like to see if you would just speak on for a minute, where Jesus says something to a group of people. He says, I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty. Can you talk to us just for a second about what is he saying in that passage?
To see the broken, the homeless, the people in need, and to see them as Jesus, and to serve them with the love that he has given to us. And these are opportunities for us as a church to really serve, and to serve our Lord Jesus. A lot of times people talk about, I want to be a servant and I want to serve the Lord. Well, the Lord doesn't need a cup of coffee, but he does call us to serve our neighbor and those in need and care for them. And as we do the least of these, we did it unto him. And what a wonderful way for us to live.
Yeah.
And, I think growing up in the 70s, the mission of the church was someplace over there, right?
Yeah.
In the jungle. But no, the mission is right here. And this is such a powerful opportunity for us to connect with people that are in so need and to bring Jesus to them and his great love for them.
Yeah, well, Kent, the first time you called me, I did what I usually do. I looked you up. I Googled you.
Oh, okay.
And because that's just what I do. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
And so, but I just want to say before we're done here, you have set such a great example. You're a man of integrity who walks the walk and talks the talk. I read about you online, your heart for people who are struggling, and your church. I was just encouraged to read about your church and the things that are happening in your community, being a church that's welcoming people in regardless of where they're coming from or what they're struggling through. And so just from my heart, thank you. You've encouraged me.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
You've encouraged me as well.
All right. I did want to ask you, I have asked every minister that came on the bench with me if you would be willing. Today we have 70 people here, probably about 125 people in central Nebraska who are calling Crossroads home today. Would you be willing to lead us in a prayer for these people?
Yes, that's right. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank and praise you that your Son went to the cross to die for us and rise again and lives. And we thank you that he lives in our hearts, that we might indeed bring your Son to people who are broken and people in need. And we pray your blessing upon Crossroads Shelter and Daniel and all the staff. We pray that you indeed would work in such a powerful way that we'd see before and after stories. We'd see people who are troubled find peace, and people that are alone find community, and people that are hurting find healing. And Lord, we pray that you'd raise up an army of people, not only in Hastings and Grand Island and Kearney and Holdridge, but throughout our world, that would open up their hearts to the needs of those around them, Lord. That there would be no one that would be homeless, but all their needs we met as we, as your people, live out our faith and reach out with the love that you have shown to us. In your Son's name, amen.
Amen.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming here.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you.
Conversations are still going on, and how wonderful it is to be able to have meaningful and deep conversations around homelessness and addiction recovery and mental health challenges, to be able to share stories of effectiveness and testimony with people that have gone through your programs, and also to be able to talk about and with community leaders about the issues that you're dealing with. And it is on our national feed, very much a privilege to have Dr. Howard Koh from Harvard University with us. Many of you remember Dr. Koh from being with us at the annual conference, and how great it was, Howard, to have you there. And I just want to say welcome and thanks for taking the time for this conversation.
Thanks so much, Tom. Always great to see you, and great honor to be on this webcast. Thank you.
Great. Well, one of the things we haven't explored as much is really the initiative on health and homelessness that you lead as part of the T.H. Chan School of Public Health there at Harvard. And I want you to maybe share a little bit about how that vision and your passion for health and homelessness and the connection and integration, kind of how that was born and what it really looks like, because some of our folks will have not heard about this, and I think it would be both interesting and important for them as they look at how they connect these things as well.
Well, thank you so much, Tom. So I'm a very lucky person because I am a physician who was called into public health several decades ago, was the state health commissioner here in Massachusetts, and later assistant secretary for health at the federal level at the Department of Health and Human Services. So I've thought about major health challenges for the last several decades and had the privilege of addressing many of them. Challenges of health insurance coverage, infectious disease threats, tobacco control issues of substance use. I heard you mentioning that, which is still a major problem in our society. But through the years, Tom, the challenge of homelessness have haunted me because it's so visible, it's so unacceptable. Right now, the numbers are rising. And you would think that with a crisis like this, that we'd have a unified national response, and we just don't. And particularly in academia, we try to rise up and address the toughest issues through research and education and convenings. But there's very little representation from academia in terms of the medical and public health schools. So now about 6 years ago, we started this initiative on health and homelessness at our school, the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, to try to bring people together, to inspire leaders to step up and try to address this field with courage and compassion, the way all of you do. And the only way to solve this crisis is to have partners like Citygate, have it be interdisciplinary, bring everybody to the table, and bring all resources to bear to ease suffering. So when I came and spoke at your wonderful national conference last May in Phoenix, I was just so impressed by the commitment and dedication of your network. And I was amazed that I hadn't heard much about your group before, and that's nobody's fault. It's just a reflection of how fragmented the response is. So we're trying to build collaborations with groups like yours, Tom, and we're off to a great start. And I think you heard from my great colleague, Dr. Kate Long, a couple hours ago, who's a wonderful colleague of ours. So, Tom, being on this webcast with you is another example of how, if we work together, hopefully we can build our commitment and make a difference for people in need.
Love that. And I think that's a great entree. And where then, as over these 6 years and as it's begun to be lived out, Howard, have you seen it be effective, or places where it's not quite as effective as you might have hoped?
So, before we began at our school, we had no academic attention to the topic of homelessness, no lectures, very little research. We didn't even have a course, if I can say, and that's embarrassing. 6 years later, we have an outstanding course. We have monthly seminars that reach national audiences. We have growing research endeavors, including one with with you now, Tom, at Citygate, which we're very proud to start. We have national convenings on the topic that bring together colleagues in the housing world and the health world. And then through it all, Tom, I have been very touched because so much of this work is mission driven and you feel like it's a calling. And the more we say that explicitly, I think we bring in people from all faiths and all backgrounds to serve the most underserved people in our society. So all that's ongoing as we speak, and I'm very, very proud of that. One thing I always state, too, by the way, we have increasing numbers of students coming to our school from around the country because we have this dedicated initiative on health and homelessness, and that just makes me very, very proud. So the more collaborations we build, the more connections, the more colleagues we meet who can inspire us and one another about working together to care for incredibly underserved people on the street, I think the better off we're going to be as a society.
Fully agree with that, and certainly agree that there is more serving we can do and more help that we can give, and more collaboration that we can have. What might be, Dr. Coe, as you look at some of the learnings that are coming out of this, some of the things that you might be able to look and say, yeah, these could inform our efforts at Citygate Network in a positive way, or influence some of our thinking or direction. What might those learnings look like?
Well, I think when you have a national crisis like this, the response has got to be nationwide, where we are learning about best practices and educating one another. So, for example, we hear about cities like Houston that's had a good track record over a number of mayors in terms of bringing people together to address the crisis. This fall, we are hosting the mayor of Denver, actually, who has taken this on, and he's one of many mayors. Actually, every mayor is addressing this and wrestling with the challenges. And then we're inspired by, for example, the track record of the VA. Many may or may not know that the VA has dropped veterans homelessness by over a half in the last decade, while for the rest of the country, it's going up, going in the wrong direction. And why did that happen? Well, we had leadership from the top, from Congress and the White House through successive administrations with resources put on the table to bring together, for example, the VA and HUD, and then working very importantly with community groups. And so it shows that this is not inevitable in terms of the suffering we're seeing on the street. If people work together, their resources and leadership at every level, we can make a difference. And I think tapping into the spiritual support themes is so critical to keep this conversation a human conversation and not one that slips into criminalization or other themes that are not recognizing the humanity of people who are on the street and needing help.
I think that's so true, and I think certainly within Citygate Network, that individual, people-focused approach is really what we're committed to, and recognizing that each person has need, and each person needs to be cared for and loved and supported, and the more that we can get closer in that relationship, the better we're going to be, and the more we're able to offer help as well. Yeah.
You know, my mentor in college, the chaplain at Yale, Reverend William Sloane Coffin, used to say, we should care most for those society counted least and put last. And that is a haunting phrase, and I think applies very much to the conversation we're having right now, Tom.
Yes, absolutely, and certainly is rooted, I think, strongly in Scripture and the words of Jesus in Matthew 25 as well. So appreciate that, and that might be maybe a little bit of a turn, because I know you do much in the area of health and wellness and spirituality. And how might some of the research of you and your colleagues kind of inform what we're doing on that substance use area or addiction recovery area? How you're finding connection and integration with that?
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, so this is a passion for me, and I can say, if I can say, the son of a immigrant family, when we were growing up, the church literally gave us sanctuary, which I will always appreciate. I mean, it was a welcoming community. We always felt like we were surrounded by people who cared about us and we cared about them. And then I mentioned this chaplain when I went to college who was an incredible mentor for me, and in many ways pushed me into a public health career because he was always talking about the big picture view on health, not just individuals, but populations and countries, and in fact, all of society, if you will. So that really instilled in me a sense of mission in my work. And I started my career as a clinician primarily, which is of course taking care of individuals. I felt called to do public health now about 20 some years ago, as I've already mentioned several times. And it's been a life-changing experience, Tom. So as I teach public health to my students or interact with my colleagues, many of us feel that sense of meaning and purpose and are driven by experiences often from childhood about how we were raised, about what gives us a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, often in a religious setting, if I can say. But we usually don't talk about it in an academic setting because somehow that's something you're not supposed to talk about, which I've never quite understood. I mean, this is the reason we get up in the morning and do what we do and make the life decisions that we make. And so we're trying to encourage that conversation in academic settings, respecting that people have very different views on religion. And if people don't find that of relevance to them, that's their decision, and we respect that. But for those like Citygate, where we lean into that topic and it motivates and strengthens the collaborations that we're trying to build to address crises like homelessness, it's really, really important. You're getting me at a very good moment because I think I can say this. We're wrapping up a research article, which I hope is going to be published very, very soon, that shows that, and what I'm about to say is obvious to all of you, is that when you look at programs like AA or 12-step programs, those are spiritual programs. They're talking about connection to something bigger than yourself and themes that are spiritual but not referred to as such. And so I've been struck by that in my work as a state health commissioner and as a U.S. Assistant Secretary, saying this is the spiritual side of health, which is just as important as the physical side of health. And why aren't we talking about that more? So that intersection, Tom, is a motivating one for me in my academic work. And I have the honor of working with some incredibly dedicated and brilliant colleagues at Harvard University on an initiative on health, spirituality, and religion. So that intersects with this work with all of you as well.
Love that, and would love to see that article or make it available to our network. That'd be great.
Okay, it's got to be accepted first, so
okay,
pray for me.
we'll wait till it's peer reviewed and then pass it on.
Oops, I can't hear you now. Oops, I can't hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
There we go. Great. Kind of the last question, Dr. Coe, is around our partnership together as we're looking at doing some research with regard to Citygate Network and moving faith-based and connecting it in greater ways to evidence-based data as well as outcomes that we're engaged in together. And I'm excited for that and looking forward to taking those steps forward. Tell us a little bit about what that might look like from your perspective and how you're feeling about it.
Tom, we're very, very excited by this. So, as I mentioned already, my wonderful colleagues, Kate Long and Akhil Gupta, joined me in presenting to Citygate last May in Phoenix. And we all mentioned that we were just getting to know each other, despite the fact Citygate has had a history that goes back decades, right? And you're an astonishing national organization that's connected and trying to work together, which is never easy. And we in the public health world really had little to no interaction with your group or groups like yours until that fateful meeting. So Dr. Kate Long, who was on your webcast a couple hours ago, and we have started a pilot effort with all of you to just try to get some data together to see how many folks your network is reaching, what kind of spiritual support you're giving in your missions, as well as physical support, which is life-saving. Trying to measure impact on any of this is never easy, but we've got to start. But if we could have at least some descriptive article that is in the published literature at some point in the next year or so, that'd be a wonderful outcome to begin this collaboration together. And I think that's just the beginning. When I was especially in DC, faith-based groups would come to town, and the Department of Health and Human Services would often trot me out to, to talk to them. And after a while, I used to open up by saying, "You may think I'm a doctor, but I'm actually a frustrated minister," and everybody would roar, Because I just love people who are motivated by the sense of meaning and purpose and calling, like all of you. So that's why we're here. And Tom, I know that's just a first baby step, but it's long overdue, and we're looking forward to working closely with you and your colleagues, and led by Kate, who is a very wonderful and promising young investigator.
That's great. Well, we just want to say thanks so much for taking the time for this conversation on a bench, and also for having spent time with us in the past, and hopefully more in the future as we continue to move forward, knowing that I think the support that you bring and the perspective can help share the story of Citygate Network, certainly the importance of what we do, and the outcomes and how that truly does impact and save lives. So we're grateful for that.
Thank you, Tom. Great honor.
Great. Well, blessings. Thanks again. Good to be together, Dr. Coe.
All the best. Thank you so much.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Hey, Michelle. She's muted. I think you might be muted, Michelle.
There we go. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I'm good. How was your night on the bench?
Well, for this year, for me, it's been a little bit easier because, in past years, I've actually spent the night on the bench and, talked to people for the majority of those 24 hours. But this year, Fresno, we kind of hosted Mission Control since we were the ones that kind of put it on last several years. And so kind of behind me right now, or in front of me, we have all these monitors and TVs that have all the different sites that are around the nation. So we have about 70 that are going on simultaneously. This one right now is being cast everywhere.
Okay.
And so we go back and forth between having these kind of what we call like national conversations that all sites are looking at the same feed, and then they will go and each have their own feed. And so my year has actually been a little bit easier because I haven't had to talk for 20, just sitting on a bench for 24 hours. You've been helping kind of facilitate what's been happening around the country.
Nice.
And so, yeah, it's been really cool though. It's been really cool though. So I obviously know who you are, but would you want to introduce yourself to the rest of our Citygate world?
Oh, sure. Are we live right now?
We are live. Yeah.
Well, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Steeb. I spent 13 years on the front lines running Northern California's largest program for homeless women and children, a program based in Sacramento, California. In 2019, my husband took a job in Texas, so we moved to Texas, and I actually wrote a book on the nation's crisis, on the learnings I had over 13 years, but also a book to inspire hope and a roadmap for how we could begin to reverse what at that time was a crisis, but it's even more so now today, 6 years later. Spend my time now consulting across the country on policy with certain communities, and recently launched a nonprofit called Free Up Foundation. So anyway, that's enough about me. I'm really looking forward to being with everyone today, and want to thank you for the work you do, the frontline work that is so critical and so needed, especially in this time where the homeless system has just become devoid of restoration and recovery focused programming. And you guys are it. You guys, you ran this industry for so long, and the federal government took it over and destroyed it. And you guys are the only remnants of hope. So I'm really glad to be with you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a good place for us to start off, just to go right into it, is something that you and I have both kind of been posting about over the last couple of weeks. And you wrote, I did some postings and some Facebook, some videos, content on it, and you wrote a piece for Fox News about what happened here in California recently. That to me is just the epitome of, stupidity and the problem with the system. And for those that don't know, so we're you're in Texas. I'm in California, but as you mentioned, you were from California and ran a nonprofit here, and are very much involved in California policy. And our governor here, the state legislature, both in the Assembly and the Senate, unanimously, I believe it was unanimously, passed AB 255, which would have not mandated, but just allowed cities to spend up to 10% of their budget on basically sober and addiction recovery services. So 10% of their homeless budget on sober living and addiction and recovery services. And even though it was, I believe, unanimous in the Assembly and in the Senate, state Senate, the governor vetoed it. And to me, I just, it's just one of those things. It's like, how could you veto something like that was not even mandated, just allowed, just provided the authority for a city to make its own choice with a very small fraction of the overall budget, right?
Yeah.
And just so frustrating.
It is incredibly frustrating, and I would take it maybe one step further and describe it as evil, because what it really does is handcuff, as you pointed out, local communities who, have been under this housing first mandate. Let me step back and say, I think everyone here knows in 2013, the federal government implemented a one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness, which was, really, as it played out, housing only, right? It funneled all the money that they contribute to homelessness today, about $4 billion. And instead of funding mental health treatment and drug and alcohol treatment and employment training and housing, different forms of housing, it said, we're going to take all that money and put it into permanent housing subsidies, right? Housing vouchers, in essence. California was the only state in the nation to follow suit and embedded it into state statute. The result at the federal level is homelessness is up almost 35%, but in California, which did it in 2016, it's up 40%. And so what this mandate has done, and what his veto has done, is continue to handcuff local communities to a policy that has clearly failed not just their communities, but more importantly, the homeless. We are at the highest point in California's history. About 80% of that population is struggling with addiction and or mental illness, many other issues as well. And it just really is such an evil veto. I can't describe it any other way.
Yeah, and I've often wondered, like, what's the story behind the story? Why did every other politician agree on something that's otherwise, has been controversial, and yet they all agreed? And then what's the story behind the story? And I think in some ways, what I think is happening is HUD is changing at the federal level, and they're going to start funding services for recovery and addiction and mental illness and wraparound services.
And
something
transitional, right?
right?
And yes.
Something that they haven't done in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And, I think sometimes the hardest part about getting past housing first is the single biggest barrier to accomplishing anything in our country at the political level, which is politicians admitting that they're wrong. And, admitting that we should have more of this funding go to recovery is, to me, and the story is, even though it was a small amount, they just didn't want to give an inch to say, no, we were wrong about this whole housing first thing.
Right.
Which it's also crazy to me, because when you look at some of the pockets in California that have actually trended better over the last year, like LA went down, basically even, didn't go up, at least if you believe the pit count. But the reason that these cities, I believe, actually had some level of improvement is because they're actually not just housing first anymore. LA invested a lot of money in shelter. Now they'll still say that they're housing first, but they still invested a lot of money in shelter and crisis centers and places that had some of that. And so it's funny to me that as much as they claim they're housing first, the parts that I think housing first. And so I think there's actually been some traction there. That's why I think you've seen more willingness among the different politicians to veer away from all funding being strictly housing first funding.
Yeah, and you're seeing it with in San Jose with Matt Mahan, right? Who's clearly said this has, as a one size fits all approach, it hasn't worked. We need to fund different alternatives. We need to move people out of encampments, but we need to create capacity for them, right? This Gavin, right after the Supreme Court decision, the Grants Pass decision, Gavin, all of a sudden said, "Oh my gosh, we've got to clear encampments off of state land." And what he didn't say is there's no place for people to go because they're all waiting in line for permanent housing that isn't being built in California at the rate at which it needs to be built. So it's really he's been such a failure in, starting with his time as mayor of San Francisco, and certainly the veto last week to not give people the opportunity to have a place where they can recover and heal and moving them around while they wait for permanent housing is just a travesty.
So you're in Texas now, and while Texas has some pockets that I think are doing well, San Antonio, when you look at, say, the population side in relation to the homeless count, I would say to me is like one of the better cities. Houston was doing okay for a long time, but now is starting to see their numbers like go up. But what are the things what are differences that you see in Texas versus California?
Well, the biggest difference is our number. Statewide, we've got about 29,000. Again, if you believe the pit count, one of the major flaws there's so many flaws with the pit count, though it is a decent benchmark over time. But one of the major flaws with it is that it excludes about 50 to 60% of homeless families.
Yep.
That's something that I talk a lot about and did while I was in California in particular, because my program was for homeless women and children, and a lot of them didn't qualify, according to HUD, to be homeless enough to receive services, right?
Yep.
So, number one is we have a much lower count of homelessness. We also don't have the housing first mandate that California, adopted. And yes, I would say overall we're pretty steady state. I mean, a little bit of growth, but in places and pockets like Austin, as you pointed out, now Houston, even San Antonio is seeing a decent a clip upwards. Dallas is, kind of holding its own, but it's by no means are these regions models. And in particular, Houston, which, as we both know, was long held up to be this model. It's really very clear that that they've got a lot of underlying issues. That Housing First, they are a big Housing First community. They've got a lot of underlying issues that Housing First hasn't been able to solve for them.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're shifting away from that narrative. They're shifting away from that narrative
To some
a
degree,
bit.
yes.
Yeah. I think one other big thing to me, talking to some of our friends in Texas too, that's certainly a barrier here is just the building code and zoning, the building code and zoning, and how much that's a barrier. And I was meeting with Steve Hilton, who we both know.
Yes.
He's running for governor here, and I was talking to him about, hey, one of the ways that you could quickly just open up a lot of spaces for shelter is just with hotel sites, right? But in order for a hotel to move to a shelter, even if even if everything is perfect, even if it's pristine, right? You still have to invest millions of dollars because of what's called a change of use.
Yes.
And so what happens is, so we have like a hotel down the street, the city wanted to give it to us and was open to giving it to us. But in order for us just to take it over and have somebody stay there for longer than 29 days, we had to bring that building up to all these new codes, right? So the building built 20 years ago or something like that, or 30 years ago, I'd have to bring it up to all of California's new codes. So, having the right lights and having the solar.
All right, we're back with Conversations on a Bench, and it was good to hear from Citygate again and the people at Citygate who have just been a tremendous support to Crossroads and many rescue missions like Crossroads across the country. And, just encouraging to be a part of a network of homeless shelters. I was recently in Kansas City, and we were just encouraged to see that many of the struggles we face across the country and serving the homeless are the same. And one of the things that we hope to accomplish at Crossroads by doing this Conversations on a Bench is that we would be able to open people's hearts and minds to something other than just the word homeless or homelessness, and to meet real live people who are experiencing homelessness, who are willing to tell their stories. And so I have Joy with me here today, who is graciously willing to come on Conversations on a Bench and have a conversation with me, and just to talk about what's been going on in your life, and maybe if you just kind of share about, you told me about some things that were going on that kind of finally brought you to Crossroads.
And thank you for having me, Daniel. It's been a very interesting experience staying here. I'm actually very happy overall with having this being a part of my life and my kids' life. Unfortunately, due to being homeless, trying to find a new place to stay for my kids and I myself. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional again.
You're all right.
But overall, it's still a struggle for the past year and a half. Honestly, trying to find a new place, being low income. I don't know what my kids and I would have done if Crossroads was not here.
Yeah.
Since we do not have a vehicle at the moment or anything like that, part-time job, I'm just overwhelmed with happiness for a safe place for my children and I to be at.
Yeah. Well, we've heard from a lot of people that have experienced homelessness or currently, going through a process of coming to Crossroads and getting help. You're the first one that we've talked to here that is a family, you and your kids who are coming to Crossroads. And so I think people would be interested in knowing what family life is like here at Crossroads. Tell us, first of all, about your living conditions, your room here at Crossroads.
Our room is set up with technically 2 rooms connected with 2 beds in each room and a bathroom and a shower to it. Very comfortable for the most part. Family life here has just been very interesting. I can't really explain it put it to words really with it, but I feel like it is home for right now.
Yeah.
Until that day does come that we are able to have a place. But I'm comfortable. I'm at ease knowing that we are safe and not knowing where are we going to sleep at that night, where our next meal is going to be at, if we ever even eat and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I talked to someone that had him on a conversation here. He was talking about being in a different homeless shelter where it was all families, and so women and children, but they had to still share space.
Mm-hmm.
But your space is a little different than that.
Yes, we have our own space where we're not having to share rooms with somebody else. And that was one thing I was afraid of before coming here to Crossroads, is if we were going to be sharing another room with somebody else or other people that were on the registry for violence or against sexual and whatnot, which I'm very relieved about that there's not that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being open to even bring that issue up, because that is a real thing. I'm a dad. I have 4 kids, and of course, as parents, the thing we think of the most for our kids is their safety, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mainly is I'm worried all the time with my children's safety, and if they're going to get hurt some way, somehow. Just being a parent,
Yeah.
it's scary being in this situation,
Yeah.
period.
So you were pretty relieved to come here and then to figure out that you had your own space and kind of 2 rooms put together is a good place for you guys to land.
Yes.
What about, I think when we talk about family life and we talk about kids, and your kids are a little bit older, but kids in general, whether they're teenagers or preteens or younger kids, they thrive the best under structure, right?
Exactly. I actually, since we've been here, I do have to say that my kids have been thriving with school since school started in mid-August, which was right before we started staying here. We came here August 25th, and it's been amazing with the structure and being able to have the set routines going again.
Yeah.
That we didn't have before. They used to stay up most of the night and not wanting to get up for school. Now it's like they're going to bed at a decent time. Just better structure.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I think I do a lot of tours of the mission, showing people around, and one of the very first things I recognize about you, Joy, is number one, the joy that radiates from you. That's interesting that that's your name. But secondly is, like, it was really cool to me to see someone who appreciates the space that they have and keeps it very clean and keeps it nice and tidy. And so I guess thank you for doing that.
And thank you for the compliment. And that's one thing I've also tried to get through my kids' head is, like, we need to take care of our space. Pick up after yourselves. Clean up after yourselves. You make a mess, clean it up. Just overall. And it's showing the difference.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah, that's great. Talking about family life, I know if you were to go in our basement, we always have a big pile of clothes and the washer and dryer runs nonstop. Those kinds of basic needs for a family, are they met here?
Yes,
Yeah.
they are met, if not beyond exceeding our needs. And it's very overwhelming with joy. No pun intended.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's great that you guys have what you need. I was thinking about family life, and a lot of family life happens around the dining table, and
Yes.
eating together and having nutritious meals for kids. And so can you talk about that aspect of what you're experiencing at Crossroads?
It's been good.
Uh-huh.
They're thriving with the balanced meals and just overall.
Yeah.
Our family life has been really good since being here.
Yeah.
And I'm, be honest, happy.
Good.
And I feel comfortable. And that's hard for me to be in new places and new area. For me, it's just a sigh of relief knowing that we're safe and we're getting our needs met for the most part.
Yeah. That's great. And you said you have a job, so you're able still, while the kids are at school, to go out and work?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for another job at the moment. Actually, a full-time job. Right now I'm working part-time, very little hours. Sorry, squirrel.
Yeah.
I had a squirrel moment. Sorry.
It's all right.
But just overall, while they're at school, I tend to the classes here, which is awesome. And also looking for a full-time job so I could be able to have that extra quality time with my kids.
Yeah.
And being able to go out to, like, the library. Like this evening, we're going to be going over to the library for Stories on the Screen.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been sitting outside and set up outside, which is going to be pretty interesting.
Uh-huh.
Stuff I've did prior, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, you kind of talked a little bit about the program here, and so just you being here with your kids, you do have a case manager, right?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case management, so people can kind of understand what you're doing there?
Well, the case manager just like helps out with looking for resources on a weekly basis. We meet and just keeping her updated on finding resources for employment and housing, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So I don't really, it's like we meet only maybe for a few minutes, if that. Just keeping her updated. Hey, I got this done. I got this done. Next thing. So.
Yeah. So we kind of covered a lot. You talked about safe shelter, a clean place to be. You have your privacy for your family, plenty of space, your basic needs like laundry, food, a case manager that you get to meet with, and then being able to take your kids out in the community. Do you have hope for the future?
I do have hope for the future. I hope that we do end up eventually getting our own place, but that will not direct me away from Crossroads at all, because I would actually love to be able to volunteer at some time with the shelter, with the mission. I'm actually... I remember speaking to you about a position here for the office.
Yeah.
And I'm still interested, but it's going to be down the road, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah, and that'd be something I'd be interested in.
Yeah, and
I
think,
like it. I like it a lot.
Sure. I think that's a really neat thing about Crossroads is how many people over the years who came here and who were able to get assistance from Crossroads, just that desire to give back. We're talking today about stereotypes, and sometimes I think that one of the stereotypes is that people who come to a homeless shelter just want to take and take and take and not give back. I've heard that before, and
right.
I think looking at your story, Joy, I'm thankful that that's not the case. You have already given back. You're giving back even by doing well. And that's an interesting concept. And some people will say, I'm so thankful for what you guys are doing for me. What could I possibly do
right.
well? And we're just proud of you, the way that you're leading your kids, the way that you're taking care of your family, taking care of your home, and setting an example for other families who come into the mission on the best way to move forward in their life. And I'm thankful that your family has hope for the future and even is dreaming about now serving others someday in a different capacity here.
If it's not here, I try to do one good deed a day as is. And I've been raised, treat people how you want to be treated and respect others. And that's what I'm trying to instill with my kids, is helping people out in their time of need. Even though we're struggling as is, it's like, okay, you see somebody needing some help, what can I help you with? Type thing. And I'm beyond happy, beyond excelled with this opportunity, being here and giving us that second chance.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're here. It's really been a blessing for you guys to be here, and an honor and a privilege to just come beside you to help take care of your family. And I just look forward to seeing, what God's going to do in your life.
Oh, yes.
As you continue to submit your life to Him and continue to work the program at Crossroads. And I'm just excited to see how that all plays out.
Oh, yes. I'm really excited to see where we go from here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm spiritual, more Christian based, but am spiritual. And I just feel like that's the Lord's plan. He's got something for us in stored with our situation, and this is a blessing in disguise. And seriously wish that people wouldn't stereotype the homeless, because we're not all strung out or alcoholics or anything like that. It's single parents with children.
Yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate that perspective, and it's just appreciate that you're able to come and share today. We hope that people can see a face and see a real life story, see a family who deserves hope and deserves a chance. And again, I can't emphasize enough, like, this isn't just Crossroads doing it all for you.
Right.
You're doing it. You're really taking the steps that are necessary.
It's just Crossroads is just here with the help and support.
Yeah.
Having a stable place. And it's not just, it's all throughout the United States that there's shelters that have this opportunity for single parents or young adults. I do have a 22-year-old son that also stays here as well. And he's thriving as well. He's working a full-time job and starting to save some money off to the side to help himself out. And I don't know what it would have, if he hadn't came here, I don't know where he would be at.
Yeah.
So I'm really, really beyond happy to have the mission.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming to Conversations on a Bench, having a conversation. Hopefully it wasn't as bad as you thought it would be.
No, I was actually nervous at first, but
yeah,
I was getting a little emotional at the same time. But thank you for giving me this opportunity for the Conversations on a Bench.
Yep, good to see you, and thank you for your time. I'll trade you a handshake for the microphone.
Thank you, Daniel.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, we're back with Conversations on a Bench. It's the noon hour, and we're just right at the tail end of our 24 hours here. We'll be done at 2 p.m. With Conversations on a Bench. It's been an interesting experience for me, and I can definitely say that I'm ready to go home and lay down for a while and, to get some sleep, but it has been good. People ask me, what did you get out of this, or what happened. I've talked to a lot of people that I've known for a long time, learned some new things about them. Just again, being able to see the face of people who are homeless, to hear their real life stories, and to understand that it doesn't fit all of the things I thought, maybe even before working at Crossroads, when I thought about who the homeless are. And so even for me today, it's just helped me to be more sympathetic with people and compassion, just developing compassion in my heart to be able to reach out to them, help them further in life, to be patient with people, and just to know that life isn't so simple. Homelessness is a complex issue. There's a lot of reasons that people are homeless, and they definitely can't be put in a single box with a cookie cutter solution to fix this issue. And so I've had quite a few partners, agency partners, who have worked with us over the years to meet the needs of people who come to Crossroads. Again, I kind of find myself saying that I've invited someone to the bench who I've seen around for a long time. We've worked together at Crossroads for a long time. And Caleb, if you could kind of introduce yourself, the organization you work for.
Yeah, I'm Caleb Davis. I work for Region 3 Behavioral Health out of Kearney. We serve 22 counties in south central Nebraska, and been there about, I think, 16 years now. It sort of runs together.
Mm-hmm.
But we have several programs that we keep within house, and then we contract with other providers outside of our office within the communities to make mental health services available to people in the community.
Yeah. That's been really good to work with you guys. I see people who come to Crossroads who are struggling through some pretty deep mental health issues and are severe, and just the support that's offered through emergency community support. What types of things, if someone's at Crossroads and they were referred to Region 3 for services, what would that look like practically?
Yeah, so there's really no wrong way into it. We don't even have a referral form. It's usually just a phone call. I'll set up an appointment to meet with that individual and get them enrolled in emergency community support. And what that's geared toward is getting services set up in the community that people need. So things like, how do I find food? What about trying to find a place to live? How do I apply for those kinds of things? And what you'll get is a case manager that's going to partner with you for 3 months to help you work those things through. It can be overwhelming. There's a lot of services, and sometimes to try to find them all is really difficult. The good thing we have is we try to keep our finger on the pulse with all the different resources in our 22 counties and try to get people set up with those to remain stable, be in the community, and have what they need.
Yeah, and so over the years you've interacted with Crossroads quite a bit.
Yep.
Lots of people who meet the criteria to receive the services that Region 3 is offering through emergency community support, but still have no place to go. And so in your experience, you're trying to be a case manager for them, you're trying to help them through these issues. How helpful is it that they have a stable environment to live in during that time?
That's huge. When you're on the street, and we've had individuals that have been, they don't want to come to a place like Crossroads, they don't want to go somewhere that's maybe more structured, they prefer to be homeless, and it's hard to stay in contact with them because you might start working with them for a month and then their cell phone is disconnected and now I don't know where you are. Having a place like Crossroads that is consistent, it's safe. You guys take good care of the folks that are here to make sure that they have what they need. That if they're in crisis, you guys are able to get them help as well. But to have that spot, I always tell people that Crossroads, I want you to treat it like this is the first step to go up to the next step. This is safe, this is secure, it's good. Go from there and let's move up. But I need you in a place where we can consistently work together and have working relationship. It's very difficult when they're just kind of in the wind.
Yeah.
You tend to lose them. So Crossroads has been there to really be that that first step
Yeah.
for some of them to get going.
Yeah, and I've used that term safe a lot here, when we're talking about people coming to Crossroads, having a safe place. I think back to a story in Kearney where, really understood the dangers that are presented when you don't have a place like Crossroads. If you're on the street, we had a guest one time that came to us, actually had been caught on fire. Somebody
assaulted him.
Assaulted him, lit him on fire.
I remember that.
Came into Crossroads with his flesh, literally burning off of him. And that just kind of opened my eyes. We live in central Nebraska here. It is a beautiful place to live. We have wonderful communities. And sometimes we're just oblivious to some of those really serious issues that are going on around us.
Yeah, there's bad things that can happen.
Yeah.
And I think that, when you have what you need, you can kind of not really notice that. But when you're in the middle of it, there's negative things, and it leads to more things like trauma. That don't help with homelessness, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it really, the safety is a big thing, especially for individuals that are female.
Oh, yeah.
On the streets. It is Crossroads can be a great place for them to be safe, because nothing's going to really harm them here. It's structured. You have people that are working here, they take care of the folks, and your case managers that we can communicate with too, and work together as a team. That really is appreciated as well.
Yeah, for our case managers at Crossroads, we run some pretty heavy caseloads, especially when the temperatures dip way down, below zero, or even when it gets hot. Yeah, and so it's such a relief for us, though, to be able to partner with an agency like yours. It's like a whole bunch of their load can be taken off, and what they can actually do is focus on the housing piece, making sure that it remains safe, clean, and sober.
Yep.
Having good structure in place, because you do have so many personalities living under one roof. And so that seems to be a really powerful dynamic when we talk about collaboration between organizations, right?
Yeah. It really, the benefit of Crossroads is that it's frequent. I get phone calls of like, hey, I don't know what to do. I just got evicted. I have a job, but I don't know where to go. And to be able to call up Crossroads and say, hey, Jake, or hey, Daniel, we're going to be working with this individual, but I need a place to put them. And it's never difficult. Like, yep, we got them, bring them in, you do the intake with them, you get them squared away, and then we can start getting them connected to those resources, whether it be that HUD housing or, any of the mental health things that they might need.
Yeah. And I think it's very important when you bring up the idea that it's easy to get in. Obviously, we do due diligence. We have to do warrant checks when people come to Crossroads. We definitely check
and for safety, because it needs
safety,
to be safe.
Yeah. Registered sex offender, registry, so that we know that families are safe here. But other than some of those basic things, I've kind of really thought about the fact you're just kind of removing barriers for people that might otherwise prohibit them from coming into a place like Crossroads. And keeping it as simple as possible, just for that reason.
Yep.
So,
and it's nice too, because you have individuals that may have been receiving services, and they get evicted from like HUD housing, and their eviction is 5 years.
Wow.
And they don't have what they need to go and just cash rent a place. So HUD is out of the question now. So Crossroads gives us the opportunity to start laying that foundation for how do we get you to a place where you can be self-supported, living in your own place, taking care of those needs, and addressing all the factors.
Yeah.
I mean, homelessness is not just poor management of finances.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of things that go with it, be that substance abuse, or be that, just needing help to manage money is another one. But how do I find a job? What usually keeps you from maintaining a job? Why do you leave or get fired? Those kinds of things, and getting them connected to folks that can help work on some of those things to make them more successful. And so it really is a good asset to us.
Yeah, an important thing of what we do too at Crossroads is just offering accountability for people, that maybe, when they're kind of out on their own and don't have that accountability in place, have troubles with boundaries and just what's the right thing to do and stuff. And so
I can remember a gal in the Kearney Crossroads that She came from another state and had nothing. You guys took her in, and we started working with her. And, I see her every once in a while, see her in the community, and she'll stop and talk to me and say, remember when? Like, yeah, I remember that.
Uh-huh.
And you guys helped set her up with dishes.
Oh, yeah.
With things from the thrift store, that she had what she needed when she moved into this apartment. And I can tell you that's probably been almost 5 years ago, and she's still in that apartment today.
Wow, no kidding.
And I've never seen her again. So it does work.
Yeah.
And you guys do good work with helping people and partnering together. So that's one story that's always been really encouraging to me, is to see how that worked out.
Yeah, that's just exactly what you said. I get a lot of people that ask me just point blank, does it work? And so it's encouraging that you share that story. I've kind of shared a little bit throughout the process of being on the bench of it's just such a better use of our tax dollars, the resources we have in our communities, when we can do this rather than going to a mental health institution or being incarcerated or things like that. Good for the community, good for the individual.
Yep.
It's just a win-win, right?
Yep. And the community, just taking that and wrapping the community around the individual rather than feeling like alone and isolated. That's really the goal, is to get them connected to the community that they're in. Mm-hmm. And that's what we're striving for. And I think that's what you guys strive for as well. So like-mindedness helps a lot.
Yeah, it does. One of the fun things that I get to see at Crossroads all the time is, for people who are struggling through mental health crisis, sometimes it's hard to find a community where you just feel like you fit.
Yeah.
And where, you don't have to be ashamed of what you're going through and stuff. And that's what I love about Crossroads. It's like guests at Crossroads understand each other. I see them helping each other, listening to each other, giving each other advice, and it just becomes that strong community where, sometimes you have to be careful because you get into certain communities, it could be kind of a toxic environment, but most of the time what I see at Crossroads is something that's healthy, where people seem to fit. And I have told a story multiple times. If someone's listened very long, they've heard me tell it already on the bench here, of a gentleman who really was trying to find a place to fit in, and even went to a local church, but just some of the things he was going through, the church really appreciated that he was there, but they called me and they said, hey, could you tell so-and-so, we love having him here, but tell him not to lift the sofa and shake it for coins, and there's just some things like that. But having a place where even you can have a bad day, and it doesn't mean that it has to destroy even, having a roof over your head.
Yeah.
It's really key to helping people. How do people gain access to your services? We talked about Crossroads and this, but what about outside of that working relationship? How do people gain access to?
Yeah, it's a good question. So really, like I said earlier, there's no wrong way into it. We get referrals from parole, probation. We get referrals from you guys. Our mental health hospitals like Mary Lanning here in town, and then Richard Young and Kearney. But we also have people that are just coming off the street. And so if you're needing an appointment, you can come into Region 3 and say, I'd like to get connected to ERCS services. I'm not always there. I'm usually on the road somewhere, so they'll probably give you my card, and then you call me, and I'll set an appointment up with you. And if it's something we can't help with, if it's just a resource that maybe we don't have, we can help point you in that direction and get you connected to where you might meet that need. So we like to say there's no wrong door.
Yeah.
You can come in however you want. And really it's 3 months long, and then if your diagnosis qualifies, we can refer you to ongoing through some of our contracts like South Central.
Oh, yeah.
And that's much longer term. It's gonna last considerably longer. And they'll set new goals with you on things you want to work on. So we try to keep our goals tailored to that 3-month time period.
Okay.
So, we're doing in the next 3 months, where do you want to see yourself? And South Central kind of takes on some of those goals if they're not done with them, but they'll also make new goals with them to help keep looking at, what's not only hindering you, but maybe making you a hindrance in some ways. And so this is causing issues. They'll work through that with their caseworker, as well as being access to mental health services.
Yeah. Just me trying to understand the magnitude of the work that you do. How many clients will you see in a year's time?
Man, I don't even know. Here lately, we've been running at full capacity. I have 2 staff, and I'm looking to hire I need to hire one of them. I'm down to one right now.
Okay.
So it gets busy, but they run at 15 for 3 months. So if you take that at 15 throughout a year, it's considerable in the amount of stuff you accomplish in that amount of time.
Yeah.
But then there's also ERCS in Grand Island. There's ERCS here in Hastings. Community support then in all of those areas. If you take in that into all account throughout 22 counties, it's a lot of people every year that are needing that service, and it's something I think the region feels is valuable.
Yeah.
That this is something that we want to see continue in our community, and we hope that our counties see that the same way as well.
Yeah.
That this is beneficial to the people that live there.
For sure. Yeah, definitely at Crossroads we see it as beneficial, and because we get to see the outcome,
right?
And we know we have a mutual client that we're both trying to assist, and so something we've been trying to develop, Caleb, over the years at Crossroads, kind of getting away from developing facilities that are congregate living facilities, your traditional homeless shelter where you might be bunked up.
Yep.
And focusing more on supportive housing. And we talk about supportive housing, that is that there are people we serve at Crossroads who just may not be able to move on towards what you or I might deem to be a normal living situation. They may always need some help remembering to take their medication, or cleaning their apartment, or paying some bills, saving some money, or whatever those things are. And so like in Kearney, we were able to develop 15 units of transitional living and those efficiency apartments. Have you had any clients that were able to take advantage of that?
Yeah, we have. And, for them it was, it made a big difference just to have a place of their own.
Yeah.
And, the apartments are nice. They're easy to take care of. And, I've had several over there. I won't name names, but we've had a couple that have come through that, and they've always enjoyed it. And for them, it's a good, spot to build that foundation, save some money, because the rent there is not outlandish as far as what rent costs anymore.
Yeah.
So they're able to work, save some money, get started again, and then, have that transition into the community that now I'm living, in a cash rent apartment and that kind of thing. So it really is useful in that regard. And do you guys have that here too in Hastings, or is that only in Kearney?
So we kind of do it upstairs where people, the neat thing about the Hastings facility, it's so big, we kind of have this progression where you may start out in a room where it is congregate living. There's four or six men or women in the room, but as you get a job, you move up to a 2-person room. As you continue in on that job and you're showing that you want to do well in your program, you can move up to your own kind of efficiency apartment. Not quite like Kearney, because in Kearney they actually have a kitchen, and they're really nice places.
Yeah. It reminds me kind of a hotel. It's sort of what it's about the same size.
Yeah, so in Lexington we're really blessed to receive a grant in 2024, and that grant was for a little over $1.4 million to develop something very similar to Kearney in the community of Lexington.
Awesome.
We're very excited about that. We're hoping that it'll be open in 2026, and just continuing to serve, much like you guys, throughout central Nebraska, kind of a broad region to meet the need. And so anything else you would want to add to our conversation, or encouraging people in terms of getting involved?
I'm glad you guys are here. It's necessary. And I think that oftentimes people look at homeless like the invisible population. They live among us, but they need to be cared for, and I appreciate that you guys are here to do that. In my mind, they are image bearers of God. They have value, and I think that I really appreciate what Crossroads does.
Yeah, thank you. It's been really fun to get to know you throughout the years, to partner with you. Again, your work is so valuable to us. You've been a huge support to the work we do at Crossroads, and can't thank you enough.
Man.
So thanks for coming out to Conversations on a Bench and sharing what you do.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, we're at Conversations on a Bench. We're actually into our last couple of interviews before we're done with this event. I hope that this has been beneficial to people. Some of the things that we hope to accomplish with Conversations on a Bench is to invite people to the bench to share their stories so that we could see faces, we could hear their stories, and understand that these are real people with real problems. Problems do exist within our communities. We just talked to Caleb Davis from Region 3, and he was just sharing, you know, that we sometimes get into our perfect little world and we don't see some of the issues going on around us. We keep talking about this concept of a safe place to be at Crossroads or places like Crossroads, and I had shared with Caleb a story about even serving a client in Kearney who was living on the streets, obviously in the wrong place at the wrong time, but even was set on fire. And so there are some real dangers out there. There's a lot going on in our communities. Not to say that our communities are bad places, but there's certainly some danger. There's things that are going on that aren't good things. And so having a place where people can go and be safe is so important. And over the years, as I said with Caleb and I've said with others, I've just had a great opportunity to get to know people, know what services are available for people that live at Crossroads, and work closely with others in the community. And I'm excited to have Laura with me today. I've been at Crossroads 10 years. How long have you been working at Mary Lanning?
I've been at Mary Lanning almost 20 years.
Okay, you've been there a while, and so pretty much my whole time at Crossroads, I kind of remember getting phone calls from you.
Right.
And typically a phone call of somebody's coming from Mary Lanning and needing help. But I guess specifically, where do you work at?
So I am currently a discharge planner therapist on the inpatient psychiatric unit. I also provide supervision to therapists in our outpatient clinic as well. Okay.
Yeah, and so is that common that someone would be EPC'd or have to go to Crossroads or go to Mary Lanning Hospital for some time there to receive care to help them become stabilized, but then they don't have a place to go?
Yes, it's actually quite common.
Uh-huh.
We do have probably a good percentage of people that come into us that are homeless or don't have any kind of stable living placement, like sleeping on people's couches and things as well.
Yeah.
And that doesn't help their stability when they don't have a stable place to stay.
Yeah. So it's like you kind of make some progress up there and you get them stabilized, but if they had to go back on the street, you're almost starting over again.
Right. Yes, because they don't have access to the services, or, if you don't have your basic needs being met, it's really hard to do those higher level things to be able to function.
Yeah. 24 hours on a bench, it's like there's no way I can compare that to what many people are living through, but it just gave me a little bit of insight. I was at a point where really I could have probably used a little bit more clothing. It was kind of cool out here.
Yeah.
The bugs were biting. Wasn't actually feeling well because I've been awake for so long.
Right.
And so it got me to thinking about people and just what you said, if their needs aren't met, just how that could probably compound in terms of their mental health and that going south if they're struggling with even just a place to live or a way to stay warm or food to eat, how that could really affect people.
Right. Yeah, and basic needs are a big part of mental health and being able to stay stable with mental health. So the more we're able to get our patients access to resources and provide them with some stability, then they're able to treat their mental health issues as well.
Yeah. What I appreciate about Mary Lanning Hospital and the work that you guys are doing, it's not like you finish up there, they've had their stay with you at Mary Lanning and then you drop them off at Crossroads and that's the end of it. There's actually quite a process beyond that, right?
Right. We have a process with you guys that we call and talk it over, let them know, what the situation is. That way, so, people know what they're walking into, and then staff knows, what to expect. When we discharge a patient, we always make sure that they have follow-up care. A lot of times in Hastings, it is set up at our outpatient clinic, the Landing Center for Medication Management and Therapy. Often we're also setting patients up with community support services, which we have through our office. Also other agencies, Caleb just talked, he is a community support worker as well, but we work on trying to set up that case management to follow and try to connect to resources as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when I first kind of started working at Crossroads and doing the things that we do here, I just don't remember there being as much of that community support work in and around central Nebraska to become a heavy focus. And I just have to say about that, like I have seen the most success with people by having community support, someone that can help them out.
It's really, yeah, it really just helps. I mean, they know the resources. They're really kind of the experts with boots on the ground outside of the hospital. So when it comes to housing resources and, getting things to move into an apartment and making sure they're getting to appointments and transportation, a host of other things, they're the ones that are really working hard out in the community to help people stay successful. So that, honestly, so they don't have to come back to the hospital again.
Yeah, because, I think about this a lot in terms of resources like tax dollars and just how much does that save the community when they have community support, when they have a place like Crossroads, and they're not having to be checked into a hospital or be incarcerated or something like that.
Correct. There is tax dollars that go to incarceration, and depending on insurance or not, there is inpatient psych hospitalization. Inpatient hospitalization is the highest level of care, so therefore the most expensive place for a person to stay. So if we're able to keep people stable with that community support aspect and keep them connected to the services, then we don't have not as much incarceration or readmits to the hospital.
Yeah. And what I can appreciate from my perspective of being a director of a local mission, oftentimes we are understaffed and overworked, big caseloads, especially when it gets really cold and stuff. And what I can appreciate about community support, it's almost like it just takes a big burden off of the shoulders of our staff, because that portion of case management can happen and we can actually focus on a safe, clean, sober living environment.
Correct.
Do what we do well, knowing that they're in good hands.
Yes, and I do believe, the individuals that come to Crossroads are able to work on those independent living skills by, participating in meals and chores and just kind of help taking care of everything, so they can focus on what it's like to live in a stable place, and then community support fills in with all of the things that happen outside of the home.
Yeah. So I get quite a few calls sometimes, it's people know somebody that's struggling, a family member or something, and it's just like any good family member, they're kind of grasping at straws, what's the next solution for this person, and they'll call and say, we want to get them EPC'd, or we just want them to go, but that's I've learned just a process through all of that and an evaluation, and can you kind of talk to us about that?
Yes, so in our inpatient unit, we accept both EPCs, so involuntary mental health holds, and voluntary patients. So patients can choose to come in voluntarily as well. They have to be some kind of imminent danger to themselves or others to qualify for inpatient hospitalization. So a lot of our patients are struggling with suicidal ideations, thoughts of self-harm, sometimes homicidal ideation, as well as extreme psychosis. The involuntary mental health holds are people that are not willing to come to the hospital, so law enforcement actually brings them to us. People can sign in voluntarily, and as long as they meet that inpatient criteria, they can get some help.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of people that understand sometimes the second and third chances in a program like Crossroads. For some people, that could just be viewed as enabling people to continue on in some behaviors in their life, but you and I have had a lot of discussions over the years of people who need a second and a third chance. Mm-hmm. And so can you just share a little bit about your perspective of that process of people getting well and then needing more than one, like one strike and you're out?
Right. A lot of people have been living that lifestyle for years. It's hard to make a change, and so sometimes it takes a few tries. Usually between each time we learn a little bit more about the person, things like that, like, hey, let's try this, see if it works again. Crossroads has always been great about giving people 2, 3, 4 chances, to really get on their feet. And I think we've had a lot of people become successful and stable because of that. Sure. When it gets to a point where they have to leave a shelter and then they've gone through several shelters that they can't go back to, you know, that doesn't promote any type of stability, and you know, you really don't know what to do next.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming out and sharing your perspective. Just on behalf of Crossroads and all of our staff and even our guests, I just want to say thank you, because you guys have been such tremendous community partners working with us. We believe in collaboration. Like, we just can't do everything that needs to be done here, and we couldn't do what we do without you. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
And I appreciate you coming out
We
to
appreciate you being here as well.
Yeah. So thanks for coming out today, and we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, take care.
Bye. Kim's like, well, why don't you go talk? So, it's like when you ask me directly, I'm like, okay. Is it okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. The whole thing was pretty good. Yeah, I don't like stuff like this. I actually really hate it.
I've been off and on watching it and stuff too. I didn't watch it overnight, so
Yeah.
I'll tell you. But yeah, I was like, it probably the whole not sleeping all night being out here is probably do feel pretty much.
Yeah, I'm ready to go home.
Go home, shower, and crash.
Yeah. I gotta be in Broken Bow by like 8 a.m. tomorrow, so. Oh yeah. Well, good to see you. You take care.
So yeah, hopefully I run into you occasionally.
Yep. See ya. Jerry! Barely. I don't even feel human anymore.
Man, does this job pay that much?
No.
Work you through the night? Holy moly. The reward comes later
Oh
on.
man. Yeah, I'm not good at overnight anymore. Come on in. You won't believe this. So this is pretty crazy. Like, I called you and you said you would do this, and not even 2 days later, you wouldn't believe who walked through the door. Let's see. Let me show you. Get my phone here.
How are you doing? I'm good. Good.
You guys know each other?
Probably not. We haven't met, but I mean, we haven't Jeremy. Jeremy? Yeah. I know you now, Jeremy. Yeah. We haven't seen each other very much. We started going to the Berean ride before you. Oh, sure. Came in here. Yeah.
Dylan.
Oh my gosh, he's so bald. I wouldn't have known.
Right.
So when did he walk that?
He just a couple days after I. I turn this off, they shouldn't be able to hear me, right? I turn this off, they shouldn't be able to hear me, right? Okay. All right, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Jerry Bumgardner. They'll let anybody on this show.
I had to fight my way here.
Yeah. How are you?
Doing excellent.
Yeah, it's good to
Yeah,
see
doing
you.
good. Yeah, good to see you.
So, I get around a lot, and people are asking me, where'd Jerry Bumgardner go? And it was kind of an interesting time because when you were done, COVID was coming, and
Yep.
just kind of made for an abrupt transition, right? Well,
Yep.
sort of. We had some years to plan, though, and prep, and so the Lord had
Yep.
His timing in all of it. So, where are
Yep.
you at these days?
Yeah, well, we're in Omaha, and our son. We live about 3 miles from our son. My son is in Lincoln, or he's actually in Gretna, working in a nonprofit in Lincoln at Vital, and so it's pretty cool. We get to see him a lot. So
Yeah. Well, that's really neat. It's kind of interesting for you to be back at Crossroads here, right?
yeah, it is. It just driving in. It's it's just so. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It really is to see all that's happening and changes. It's so good.
Yeah. And I think what's interesting is right about the time that you retired, we still had some big projects that were just not quite happening yet, and
Yep.
that needed to happen. And so God's done a lot in between that time and now.
Yes.
Today you walked through the Hastings mission. You kind of got to, I don't know, did it feel like you were reliving it for a minute?
Definitely. I needed to sit down at the desk and make a few phone calls.
Oh. You didn't make
It's
any
so good.
executive decisions, did
No
you?
executive decisions.
Okay.
So don't worry about that.
Okay. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's been pretty exciting for me to do Conversations on a Bench. Not the part of staying awake for 24 hours, but
Yeah.
it is, so many people that came to the bench that had discussions. I can't tell you how many times your name came up. It's like, people met you, people saw what the Lord had called you to in ministry here. You made an impact on their life, and so even many years later, it's like they're giving back. So it's been really fun to see the fruit of your labor here at Crossroads.
Yeah, it's exciting that it's going on. It
Yeah.
really is. Just I knew it was in good hands. The Lord's hands, number one, but because it was just the right time, and we could have carried on for a while, but just the whole COVID thing and the way that worked out was very clear to me. It's time. This is the Lord's hand, and so just to look back and see all that the Lord has done,
Yeah.
it's so good,
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, and just kind of still talking about people whose life that you have impacted, just in the ministry at Crossroads. It's kind of fun to sit here and talk with you and reminisce about old times. It's definitely not boring being around a rescue mission, is it?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Always something happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And part of our hopes out of Conversations on a Bench, ultimately we want the community to know more about the ministry at Crossroads. This is probably one of the easiest ways with modern technology to let people get a sneak peek, I guess, of what happens day in and day out at the mission, who lives at the mission, what are the... we're trying to, through this event, just go head on with stereotypes.
Yep.
And to address those stereotypes. And so I know that in your time at Crossroads, you heard some things that were stereotypes about the homeless, right?
Yep.
Yeah, what kind of things are those?
I think the biggest thing I could see as I went into the community, speaking with donors and speaking with just community people, it was always those people. It was like there was a tag of those people.
Yeah.
And my response back was always, that's my family.
Uh-huh.
Those are my brothers and my sisters. And, not one of us is a step away from being homeless. The very things that they struggle with, we still struggle with. And so to see the whole program come together and see where Crossroads has gone was exactly what needed to happen. But it didn't just happen. There was a lot of sweat and blood and still reaching out to the community so they understand if they do nothing, nothing happens. Mm-hmm. And they can be a vital part of what happens at Crossroads.
Yeah.
And so for us to communicate to them, because I couldn't say enough in light of lives that were being changed, and enough about where do you go to hear a clear gospel. You can go to a lot of churches, you can turn the TV on, but to actually practically tell people what is the gospel and what does that mean to you. Mm-hmm. And to understand that Crossroads is not a place for people to stay, although it is. It's not a recovery center in the sense that you're going to go and check all these boxes. But again, and I've heard you say, and I've heard it again through the other interviews, is that it's about relationships.
Yeah.
Our whole interview needs to be centered around what Christ did, and but that didn't come without. I can say all these things and do all these things. It's by grace we are saved, through faith.
Yeah.
It's not of ourselves, but it's a gift, and that gift has been given to us. Crossroads is a gift given that we can actually give what Christ gave us. That means it's free for them. Free in the sense that, it can't be taken away from them. The things that they learn and the things that they hear, the relationship that they build, that's what's going to keep them in the future. Because when they walk out the doors, they've got nothing. Because we soon forget when all of a sudden we do something wrong or we get into a bad relationship, where it takes us. We get depressed, we get discouraged. And how much more them when they're so broken and so down. But yet to let them have the reality that, wow, a relationship with the Lord, I need not worry anymore. That worry's been taken away. And the whole program just centered around that gospel. It's just so exciting, just to think back and think how that all started and where it's come from then to where it is now. Yeah. It's just the fight. It's not as though there's not a fight anymore, because there is. Yeah. We'll always have that fight till the Lord comes, but to know that that's in place, money given and people getting involved, it's like, what greater thing can you give your money to than, to the Lord's work and see it happening? I mean, that's why people need to understand that this is not just, even though it takes care of the community, because people are not on the street. Mm-hmm. But it's like a lot of states think they have it made by throwing money and getting them housing, and soon they realize that that's not the answer.
Right.
Everything's got to come along with it.
Yeah.
Crossroads. Wow.
Yeah, it's so easy for us to fall into those pits. I mean, over the last few years, you just turn on the TV and we see large cities that are grappling with homelessness, and so you start to hear these strange things like, the way to cure homelessness is to give everybody a paycheck.
Yep.
I mean, you had years of experience in homeless ministry. You saw what people are capable of doing with money when they're not well. Yep. What would your response to that be?
Oh, yeah. You can't. The money is not well spent by just giving them money. You give it to them, but you teach them what to do with it. You can't. It's like handing them a gun.
Yep.
It really is, because they can't handle it. That's how they got there in the first place. And to be honest with you, there's so many that are out there that are in that situation that we don't even know about.
Yeah.
And people that you think are healthy, people that you think really have it together, don't have it together.
Yeah. Even if they're not at a homeless shelter.
Even they're not at a homeless shelter, but the truth is they need to be there.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably more than anything, is like when I would talk to people, would be the program. Mm-hmm. It's for everybody. It's not just for homeless people.
Yeah.
You can sit your kids down and go through the program. Yeah. Your relatives, you can sit and go there. You and I, using the program, that whole piece that's put together, it's a miracle. It's all together. ABC, you know, shame on us if we can't figure it out because it's all there.
Yeah.
But to think that it isn't just for whoever's in the homeless shelter, it's for you and it's for I. And for us to understand what is that program, and it begins with the relationship with Christ and everything falls in place.
Yeah, amen to that.
It's
That's
just
the foundation.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah. And I kind of found when I came to Crossroads, you know, I would have liked to thought that I was a mature Christian and had a lot of things together. The more that that I got involved, you know, Jesus kind of summed it up like this, you know, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And then he said, love your neighbor as yourself. And I started to think about some of my perceptions of the homeless. It wasn't very loving mentality when I thought about the homeless. My desire to help sometimes wasn't there. Could have a very black and white mentality towards them. And, you know, what I had learned is I had a long ways to go in order to learn how to love like Jesus does.
Yeah.
And that was that he came to seek and save the lost. The healthy didn't need a doctor. He came for the sick.
Yep.
He came for the poor. He came for the needy. And that can be pretty overwhelming sometimes with the things we see at the homeless shelter, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious here because it's out in their face because they're there. A lot of people hide it, but you know, just like the Bible says, you know, Romans 5:8. It's why we're yet sinners.
Yeah.
We were still sinning. We were against God, and yet He looked at us and He loved us, and then He died for us. And what greater love is there? There's no greater love. And you know that in light of the looking at people, you know, there was a saying, I don't remember who said it, but it says, I'd rather be burned than to be jaded. Just to have when somebody that's been here before comes in the door and you think, oh no, they're back again. Instead of seeing, no, God has them here for a reason. Something happened in their life. And a lot of us, it isn't until maybe an event or something happened in our life that it finally opens our eyes, that all of a sudden we can see and we can begin to find our life successful and find hope and get back on track. You know, it's just huge.
Yeah, I came to Crossroads. First job was men's case manager. One of my responsibilities was to teach PRP class, you know, and I had more to learn than to teach. That's kind of what amazed me about it, though, is, you know, talking about conflict resolution. I was able to take those things home, you know, in my personal life and the way I interact with others. This is so practical. It's not. It wasn't me, you know, preaching down to people who were so lowly and living in a homeless shelter. It's like, gosh, I had a lot of work to do in that area of life. Finances, how I was managing finances, needing to grow up and become a steward of what God gave me. Again, you know, not talking down to people who are poor, but on the same level as them, needing to learn. So personal resilience program, and I tell staff all the time now, like, why don't we learn this?
Yep.
You know, we have so much to learn with personal resilience program. If we learned it, it would transform our life. Because of what you said, it is first and foremost, it's the gospel. The gospel is embedded in every aspect of what we're trying to teach a guest. And then it is God's best for our life. It's the Word of God. It's alive and powerful. It's sharper than any two-edged sword. And just how God uses that in people's lives. But, you know, I can sit here and try to determine whether or not it was effective for a guest's life or point my finger or whatever. I just knew that I had a long ways to go. It's like Paul Spence, when I interviewed him, he said, I thought I was going to Crossroads like to help all these people, when in all reality they helped me. And that has been my experience at Crossroads. Do you have a similar experience?
Yeah, for real. Just to see that, you know, when you see them and you see a lot of you, you know, it's eye-opening. It really is. And, you know, even like with the program, to be able to see, you know, the enemies of resilience, you know, it's like we talked about an egg, dropping an egg and it cracking rather than a ball where it bounces back. But some of them enemies, I mean, we all face them, you know, fear, anger, guilt, shame, you know, our bad habits. I mean, they're all that kind of keep them back, but to define all that. And the key really to the program and to everything that we do is that we need to see ourselves through Christ's eyes. he didn't die because we had it all together.
Right.
And it isn't though we see it now and that everything's fine. It's not. It's every day till the Lord comes.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a war, but Christ already won. So.
Yeah. And I think what's been interesting to me, I had a lot of conversations here. I had a lot of conversations with the secular world,
Mm-hmm.
mental health institutions, and government-funded agencies. What amazes me sometimes, I feel like the secular world has a better grasp on grace sometimes than even us who are believers, who've grown up in the church, who've been there. They
Yeah.
almost have a better grasp on this concept of grace than we do sometimes.
Yeah.
When we talk about the need to give somebody a second and a third and a fourth chance,
Yeah.
and not viewing that as enabling,
Yeah.
but viewing it as the grace and the mercy of God. If God has allowed me that grace and that mercy, and I withhold that, yikes.
Yeah. And that is huge. And even to be able to see that we can't see the progress. We can't see their spirituality, but they may be further than we are, and we don't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I remember back when we were trying to put the program together, and the different rules that were in place that you just, people were getting thrown out the door for just minute reasons. I mean, you think to yourself, well, what if my mom would have kicked me out when I was that age? Or what if I would have got my home just taken away for doing something like that? And you go, and it still sticks in my mind, a young man that he said, Jerry, if I can't stay here, I'll die. I mean, that's how important Crossroads was. And I thought about it, and I couldn't, because so many people were looking at, they don't even follow the rules. It's just a revolving door. They go in and out, and I remember letting that go. And then a week later, I found out that he was dead on the streets. He had died, but all he needed was Crossroads. He remembered going up to his rooms, and he could see where he went to church. And the guy was just incredible. But apart from Crossroads, for some reason, when he got away, it seemed to entangle him. And so at what point were we ready to let him die? We should have been able to let him stay until finally. Because I believe the Lord finally does, and some he doesn't. But still, we got to have that hope.
Yeah.
They've got all the tools. We just need to be faithful, to be patient, and watch the Lord work. Sometimes we want to do the work ourselves.
Yeah.
And all these laws and all this stuff, that's what it reminds me of. Oh, we're going to do it on our own. We don't need God to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make all these laws and make sure they follow all these rules, and then everything's going to be okay. It's not happening.
Yeah.
It's what God does.
Yeah.
God makes a difference.
You used to use a term that, I don't know that I fully grasped. Wonder if you could speak into it a little bit, but I used to hear you use a term, believing for people.
Yeah, because I really think, it's bearing one another's burdens. And sometimes it's easy to say that you love somebody, but then you don't do anything. You have no relationship with them. But if you see what they're going through, and you see that they're not making it, you step in their place, just as Christ stepped in our place, took our sin, and made us free. It needs to be the perspective that we have with these people, that they are not there. They cannot see. But you know what? I'm going to step into their place, and I'm going to believe God for them. And I'm going to walk with them and believe, because that's true faith, is when you can't see it.
Yeah.
And you believe God for it.
Yeah.
And we need to believe God that even though everybody says they'll never change, nothing will ever happen with them, I'm going to believe God for them, and I'm going to walk with them. As long as He places them in my path, I'm believing God for them.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah. I had some interesting conversations too with a lot of people. Leandra was one of them. She talked about having to go to a homeless shelter like she hadn't been there before in any homeless shelter. So the apprehension, she talked about a million thoughts racing through her mind in that moment. What is it going to be like in there? Who else is living here? Do I have to live with someone else? Is it going to be safe? Can I stay clean and sober? So she's got these millions of thoughts running through her mind. It also took me to a conversation here, just what we're talking about, where I had a conversation with Sonny Burney last night. Kind of the same thing, you know. But what Sonny had expressed to me, and I think Leandra had expressed the same thing, was walking in and experiencing the kindness of God through staff who were willing to embrace him. In fact, what Sonny told me was that you gave him a hug. And you know, it kind of makes me think about that scripture, because we try to find ways to fix people. It's just kind of what we do. Sometimes us Christians are the worst at that. We just want to fix people, but the Bible says that it's the kindness of God that leads people to repentance, and that looks much different than setting a bunch of rules and disciplining people when they fail to meet our standard. The kindness of God leads people to repentance, and God working through us. I don't know if you ever knew that hug was so impactful.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yes, honey. Wow. Yeah. Brings back a lot of memories. And, you know, look where Sonny is now. Just, it's so exciting to think, you know, that, I don't know, just, you just really see that they really do see when you look at them, if you're looking down on them or if you're looking into them and wanting them to succeed.
Yeah.
They sense it. Just the way that we look at people, you know what, they know.
Yeah.
The way that God looks at us, that's what keeps me going.
Yeah.
Because I know when God looks at me, he sees his son Jesus.
Yeah.
And that's what I need to know. And that's what they need to know from us.
Yeah.
We're not in it to see them fail. We're there, they're there because we love them.
Amen. Yeah.
They can make their choices or do whatever, but they're already there when they walk in that door. We have the incredible privilege to care for them, which is part of our core values, you know, to care for them.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting is that interaction that people are going to get here at the mission is going to shape their perspective of who God is. It's just kind of like if I grow up with a dad who never paid attention to me or only said I was a failure, like that could affect how I view my heavenly Father, right?
Yeah.
And we live through that. And one thing I try to practice at the mission is just really not walking past people without acknowledging them and seeing them, because I think Caleb, who I interviewed today with Region 3, he said something about the homeless, you know, that they just kind of dwell amongst us and that they're unseen, and how important it is for them to be seen and acknowledged. To be seen, he used the words as image bearers of God. Can you talk about what the impact that makes on just a simple act of seeing somebody?
Yep, it's like, you know, in our hearts, we don't want anybody to fail. And looking at them just to see that, you know what, it isn't coincidence that they're in front of us. And what opportunity are we going to take in that image bearer of God? Just to know that they're in God's image, just to know that God has placed them there. How dare I think anything? How dare I do anything negative? Except to embrace that and embrace them and see what God's going to do in their life.
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
Yeah, that's right. I don't have a lot of education. I actually went to the School of Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
and
I'm there.
That's my education. And I think one of the kind of gut-wrenching moments that I've had at Crossroads was actually Jonathan, who I interviewed last night. You know Johnny, you know him by Johnny. But I can remember one point where there are times when you just kind of get fed up. I mean, you go through a lot at a homeless shelter. It is. I tell people it's probably one of the most difficult mission fields in terms of when we talk about the church and mission fields and everything goes on. This is right here in our backyard. The issues of our society are deep.
Yeah, they are.
And they are overwhelming. Sometimes you just get fed up. It's just part of the human nature side of me. But Johnny looked back at me and said, and I'll put it, you know, in much nicer terms, but don't be so condescending.
Oh,
it sounded different than that. And you know, it did take me back. I have never forgotten that. That has carried with me into other interactions with guests who, maybe in that moment, it was difficult to love them, but I knew that I could not come off as condescending, but really being on their level and loving them where they're at.
Yep. Yep. It's the key. Love the way Christ loved the church, and He gave His life. I didn't want to give my life, but essentially that's what we're doing. Giving our life for those who need the Lord.
Yeah. So it's pretty exciting. One of the keys to this ministry, I think, is being able to celebrate. If you don't, it's going to be hard, and you may not last very long, right? So you have to take time to just savor it, celebrate it, and enjoy it. I think that's what's been the most exciting about Conversations on a Bench, was quite a few people coming here. I was talking earlier, I guess it was yesterday, about being more than conquerors. I got the opportunity out here, and this actually is just, even thinking about it, has taken away the tiredness and the fatigue of being awake for 24 hours, just to think about the fact that people sat right in front of me who were in such terrible condition when they come to Crossroads. They were in a program, even greater than a program. They found a relationship with Jesus Christ, and now they're able to sit on this side and be more than conquerors through that relationship with Jesus Christ. You don't know Leandra, but one of the neat things about her story was seeing the restoration of her family. She finally got to be with her kids again, and to be their mom. And how important that is when we talk about generational poverty. If we're to talk about, breaking a cycle, it is that children would be reunited with healthy parents who know the Lord. And I think that's much different than some of the secular attempts of restoring the family. But that children would be with healthy parents who know and love God. Leandra had that experience. Leandra was able to have a restored purpose in her life. Sitting in a Phelps County jail, there was no purpose. I don't know if she could see past the bars until a pastor who came here today, Pastor Bertel, came and shared the gospel with her. Him and his wife loved on her. They said, Leandra, when you get out, let's have breakfast. And it was genuine. It wasn't just a checkbox of, we went to the jail this week and did our ministry. It was genuine. That stuck with her, and as she came to Crossroads, just having those relationships, being more than a conqueror. Now talking to her and her brother, they're starting a business. And just an incredible testimony. This has been so encouraging to me to encourage me to continue on in the ministry, to run the race with endurance. It takes endurance. You can fizzle out, especially if you take 24 hours on a bench out front. But you can fizzle out. And Jerry, I just have to say, the legacy that you've left at Crossroads is incredible. I said the same thing to Paul, and I'll say the same thing to you. Like, when I look at the ministry at Crossroads, I can see fingerprints, places that God used you, that he touched at Crossroads, they're there for eternity. And lives that were changed because you were willing to answer the call to come and work at a homeless shelter, a rescue mission, and work with people who sometimes can be very difficult, but you took the time with them, you prayed with them, you gave them a simple hug, you told them that they were worth it. You didn't only tell them that they were worth it, you showed them that they were worth it. And I just want to say, really thank you. You have given me such an example. I look back sometimes and I try to evaluate what I'm doing here at Crossroads, not necessarily in a making executive decisions or anything. I try to evaluate, how am I loving people here? It's really all that matters, to me. How am I loving people here, real people, and their experience that they'll have at Crossroads. Of course, I want to be more like Jesus, because he gave us the ultimate example. But Jerry, I have often said I want to be more like Jerry. You gave such a great example of what it means to love people.
I tell you, it's heart-wrenching. It's sad to think that we have the opportunity for the gospel. Shame on us if we don't share the gospel, but shame on us if they can't see it in us. And that's what you were to me. Before I could leave, I needed to see somebody come in. And I don't know, Daniel, it's like, it's just mind-boggling to me. It's like you were gone, and it's like, I couldn't believe the Lord did that. I couldn't believe that the Lord allowed that. And when you came back and moving forward and seeing things come in place, just to be able to work alongside of you, saying like-minded, how are we like-minded? The gospel, the grace of the gospel, and the guests, everything. You and I didn't need to discuss much. We were already there. We knew we had a vision of where Crossroads was going to go. we trusted the Lord for that. So in you, what you gave me, in my last years of my life, to look back and see that I could walk out the door and give it to somebody as incredible as you, that the Lord has touched so much and changed your life, that you'll change others. And to be able to see, and I had somebody call me and come out and thank me for the way that I left things. And I had to tell him the way that I left things was I left it in hands that I knew that they could handle it. Somebody that loved the Lord and that would move on and wouldn't turn around and wouldn't back off, that they would fight for what the Lord had called them to do. And that was you.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's exciting.
Lastly, I just want to say, it's really neat. Like the work that you did was a lot like sowing seeds. And there were projects and different things. The vision that you had has been really, it made my job a lot easier, because some of the things that you started working on, it's like they didn't come to full fruition until after you were gone.
Yep.
I'm excited about Crossroads. Obviously, you just took a tour through here. You saw some familiar faces, like people who have been at Crossroads. They really sacrificed a lot of. They probably could have lived a different life. I mean, I guess in terms of career and maybe more money and different things, but they too love God. They have this special heart for people who come to Crossroads. Just today we had a staff member who came across a text message. She's celebrating 7 years of ministry at Crossroads, and we're having that experience over and over again. And ultimately, that's what God has done at Crossroads. Again, He just used you. A lot of things came to fruition, and it's just been exciting. Now to see how God, too, is taking us even further. Our latest campaign is called Following the Need. It's such a simple phrase. It is following the need throughout central Nebraska. It wasn't enough to have a homeless shelter in one community. It's really not enough to have a homeless shelter in 3 communities, because the need is so much greater. God has opened the door for us to be able to, in 2026, open the doors for a 20-bed facility in Lexington.
Praise the Lord.
Something that was a great spiritual battle. It took a long time to get to that point. But God has provided for us to even be able to come out of that debt-free, have the doors opened up, and another place that we're able to love people and just continue the territory of Crossroads expanding, no longer to be just Crossroads of Hastings or the Tri-Cities, but we've started saying Central Nebraska's Rescue Mission.
Praise the Lord. That's awesome.
Really exciting to see that.
And you don't move on to those things when you have the money. You know what? It's like God has a plan, and we go to that plan. We don't try to figure out how to do it.
Right.
God's already got that all in line, but His heart is for that, and that's exciting that you can do that. That's awesome.
Yeah. I noticed that the pieces of puzzle didn't come into play until we were willing to say, we're going to pursue this regardless of whether or not we can see the finances right now. We're going to pursue this. There's a need that has been presented. And if God's called us to do that, our job is just what you started out this conversation with, faith. You can't see it, but you believe it. And that's what we're called to.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Really exciting. And one other thing, I always saw, I did have a fear. You're getting too big. Do I bring this up? And you know what? Even what we have, if we're not faithful to do what God has. If we're not faithful to go there, what we have can be taken away. We just need to go, and He blesses, and He continues to bless. But if we hoard and try to do it ourselves, He who builds the house, God needs to build the house, and we need to keep our hands off. But that's exciting, Daniel. Can't wait to see how the Lord moves.
It'll be exciting, and praise God that it is. I'll just say this, if it had stayed with just the Hastings facility, it was still too big for us.
Oh, yeah.
And 3 missions is too big, and 4 missions is too big, and that's what makes the ministry so rich, because we are in a ministry here that only God can accomplish the things that need to be done here. It's bigger than buildings, it's bigger than facilities, it's bigger than thrift stores. It is the lives of men and women who, without Jesus Christ, will perish.
Yeah.
And who need Jesus Christ and who need somebody. The Bible says, how will they hear? You know, if somebody's not opening their mouth.
Yep.
And that's what makes us unique. I'll kind of finish with this. I ask myself all the time, what's different about Crossroads? There are a lot of organizations doing a lot of good things throughout central Nebraska. What's different about Crossroads? It's something that I hope we never lose sight of at Crossroads. It's a core value. Jesus Christ is the center
Amen.
of what we do.
Amen.
And that's what's different about Crossroads. It shapes every interaction that we have. It shapes every class that we want to teach to the guests. It changes the way we approach somebody who might even be unlovable at the moment.
Yep.
And God is so good. So, Jerry, I have done something with a number of people here with conversations on a bench, and that is asking them if they would take the time to just pray with us before we go. This is actually the last interview for Conversations on a Bench.
Praise the Lord.
My heart's desire was for me to have a heart of compassion. Leaving this, I would be more compassionate, loving like Jesus loved. You know, he looked down, and the Bible says he was moved with compassion. That's what I want. I want that from this event that people might have listened in. They didn't just hear the word homelessness. They didn't just hear a story. They looked through the lens of the camera. They saw the face of a woman who's living here with her children, who cried because they have a place to be, right? And so seeing a real person and a real story that they were moved with compassion. Would you pray for central Nebraska that people's hearts would be softened to the work, that they would desire to get involved? And would you pray for our guests who are with us?
You bet. My privilege.
All right.
Father, thank you, Lord, for Crossroads and, Lord, all that it means to you. Lord, thank you for this vehicle that, Lord, is changing lives. And Lord, you're opening up hearts and you're letting people see, Lord, the difference that life can be, Lord, when there's an answer. And, Lord, you truly are the answer. Father, I just pray for Daniel. Thank you, Lord, for him stepping into the large place that you've given him. Lord, may he have a heart of compassion, and Lord, continue to give him strength, continue to give him that vision of what you want to do. And Lord, just as he calls on people, Lord, as he touches people with the gospel, Lord, that they would respond. And we pray for, Lord, each one of the guests, Lord, is that they would, Lord, not only hear the gospel, but they would experience it, not only through the staff, but they can see it in the leader as Daniel leads. Lord, that they would see it in him. And Lord, that this community and Lord, all the communities around, Lord, would just open up their hearts, Lord, to, Lord, see you moving, Lord, in a way that nothing else could happen. Lord, this ministry is so great. And Lord, it's only because you have your hand in it. Lord, continue to bless Crossroads, bless Daniel, bless the communities. And Father, bless each one of these guests. Lord, we just pray, Lord, for life-changing. Lord, just give everybody and reveal to them that hope that we have, and it's only in you. It's in you coming and for us to be with you someday. Lord, we just give Crossroads, Daniel, the whole ministry to you. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Well, we're kind of finishing up with some words from Citygate.
Okay.
And they'll kind of share with us, but then that's going to wrap up 24 hours. I can't believe it.
I can't either.
At about 3 p.m. yesterday, I thought that 2 p.m. today would never come. At about midnight, I almost thought maybe we should just cancel the rest of the event and I can go home. But here we are. I believe a great success. I just want to thank you for joining us.
Very successful, yes.
Love you,
and
Jerry.
You didn't have to lean on my shoulder. I didn't have to lean on yours.
Right.
Continue on, brother.
Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you.